in marine spaces have overlapping habitats with fisheries that results in incidental mortalities due to bycatch. This session will bring in perspective on mitigation measures to support their conservation measures without impacting communities who are dependent on fisheries in the same region. Welcome to all. Myself, Professor Jayanti. Technical Session 3, conducted by our session co-chair, Sri Sangram Kesari Behera, IFS, Director, Odisha Forest Rangers College, Anugul. The next is Dr. Ajit Kumar Patnaik, IFS retired, ex-PCCF, Odisha and member ILEC Scientific Committee, Japan. Now I would like to invite Dr. Anup Kumar Naik, IFS retired, ex-MS, NTCA and ADG, Project Tiger, Government of India. Next, Dr. Subrat Devta, Manager Wildlife Conservation, Tata Steel Foundation. Please, sir. Now I would like to request Mr. Ambika Prasad Nanda, CSR Head, Tata Steel Foundation. Please, welcome, sir. Now I would like to request Sri Sangram Kesari Behera sir, IFS Director, Odisha Forest Rangers College, Anugul, to say something. Please, sir.
Dignitaries, honor of the dais, friends of wildlife, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. And at this first session of second day of National Conference regarding wildlife conservation in the context of growing human dimensions, I welcome all of you to this session. And let me tell few words regarding the resource persons we are having today, the session we are going to have about. Sometimes words fall short of defining personalities, they become the definition itself. The first person we have today, Dr. Ajit Kumar Patnaik, is one such personality. He is our former PCCF, and regarding wildlife conservation, especially conservation of Chilka Lake, he has done exemplary work, and I am sure, pretty sure, the technical input, the expertise and the knowledge that he will be sharing with us will be opening new dimensions in the young minds that we have today as our audience. And we have Dr. Devta and Dr. Sri Nand, who have worked extensively, though they are member of the cooperative society of the corporate culture. Still, in that from that corporate organization, they have worked well in the field of wildlife conservation and have proven that wildlife really, it has got no boundaries, that despite of your profession or your educational background, you can still excel in wildlife, especially regarding bird conservation as well as the role that corporate organizations they play. So let's hope that we will be doing justice to the experience and knowledge they will be sharing about. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Very smartly you have delivered. Now I would like to request to Dr. Ajit Kumar Patnaik, sir. Please, sir.
Can you set my presentation? Somebody is bringing. He's coming here. Good morning. At the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Jena and Dr. Naik for giving me this opportunity to be here. And I was telling to him when he just walked into the room that both of you have really, kind of with a relentless effort to organize such a wonderful event. I know, I mean, how difficult it is to coordinate with everybody and bring in so many luminous and luminaries to this conclave. So I really, kind of from my bottom of my heart, I sincerely thank you. So my fellow panelists on the chair, and I think thank you, Sangram, for your kind words. And I won't take much time, but I would just like to understand how much time I have got to. 30 minutes, okay, great. So most of my, I'm really delighted to see the students over here and the, our young trainees. So most of my part of my presentation would be, kind of to be focused for you or aimed at you, because I think the the people like Dr. L.A.K. Singh, and it may sound a little bit preliminary, but what I try to kind of emphasize is that there's certain point which need to be really, this is the right forum where it should be articulated, because many times they go out unnoticed, or they're not really given the type of weightage it should be given. So the topic assigned to me is assessing the wetland biodiversity in the context of the climate change, right? So we all know that climate change, of course, is happening. So why wetlands are important? I think you all know that they are the hotspot of biodiversity. Then, of course, they regulate the climate, both in terms of mitigation as well as adaptation. And also, they are considered as a kidney of the landscape, because they most of the waste and other things are purified by them, and there are many biogeochemical cycles which are a bit complex, but they work 24/7. And only thing is that till the time the tipping point is not reached, and they are wonderful, they are most efficient ecosystem in the world, but when the tipping point is lost and they become eutrophic, then they start behaving just opposite manner. They become, again, methane is emitted from them, which is deadly, much deadlier than carbon dioxide. So that's why we should maintain the health of it. Till the time they are healthy, they are happy, they provide all kind of ecosystem services, which is wonderful for us, and our well-being depends on that. Then, of course, the educational and research. I think they provide a wonderful opportunity for education as well as for the research, and the opportunities they provide. I think livelihood opportunities, I think, they're immense, all of us know. Now, coming to specifically to the wetland biodiversity, I think many times it is said that they are the site for speciation. And if you see our, kind of old mythology, then it's said that the entire life evolved from there. I was really impressed when we had a small contest, and then we found one school children, he presented. If you, kind of dig a small ditch near a house, just before monsoon, allow the water to stagnate, take a drop and see it under the microscope, you'll see the universe. So they are that productive. I think no other system, even in the agriculture, if you sow a seed, it takes long time. But if you stagnate, water stagnate for a few days, you will see that it, kind of it harbors so many organisms. So that indicates this productivity. So I was really impressed, maybe with that small kid from where got those ideas. Then many wetland species, kind of including the amphibians, reptiles, they are really, they are even to great extent they can adapt. I think you might have seen that the way the fishes, they migrate upstream. Like when we did some tagging experiment, we found that some of the prawns, from the northern sector of Chilica, they travel as far as your South Kosia. so they are recovered from there. They go up to some rapids and so they really you might have heard about the salmon also, their migration. I mean, how many kilometers they migrate, and also the bird. What fascinates them to migrate from one continent to other continent, even across the one pole to other pole. So these are something which is really remarkable. Then of course they are as I said, they are the genetic reservoir, and they are also site of speciation. What is site of speciation? There are when a new species generate or new species evolves. So some of these isolated islands inside the wetland, they are considered to be the wonderful site for speciation or generation of the new species. Now I'll introduce to you some of the unsung heroes. I think wetlands means we imagine Chelika Lake or Angsupa Lake or Tampara Lake, but we never think of certain elements which are really ignored, and its value is not known many a times. One is the mud flats, right? So mud flats is an amazing ecosystem. I think if you see the type of organism starting from the microbes up to the wading birds, they are really very remarkable. But unfortunately, I think this again aimed at our friends from the forest department or who are going to join there. Sangram, are they going to join, or they are the trainees from Rangers College? They've already joined. So this is very important for you, dears. What happens? I think Dr. Singh is also here. When we see the, you will be tasked to find out for mangrove plantation, to find out the sites where the mangrove plantation can take place. So many times we see that mud flats. Oh, this is okay. This is a blank, and let us plant mangrove over there. So there we do a suicidal thing, right? First thing is that many a times you'll find that this itself is an ecosystem. So this need not be disturbed. I think it has got a great role. So see, if you see the role, one is that they dissipate the energy, which helps in preventing the coastal erosion. Because of that, they can absorb a lot of shocks because of the texture, and they also serve as a vital feeding and breeding ground for many migratory birds. You might have seen a lot of waders over there. Then habitat for variety of crabs, fish, and mollusks, including your mudskippers. And they also, many times they look really very good. You can see some of these are some of the vegetation on the mud flats, like grasses and typical grass. And these are signature. So you must try to understand which species grow on a mud flat, so that is its uniqueness, and it's by itself is a ecosystem. Now, right, I think this is again I have already mentioned about it, but this perhaps a repetition, so I'll just try to skip it. Then why is it going? I think it's going. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. I think it's okay. Thank you. Yes. Then what are the threats to the mud flats? One is, I would say that many a times because of our ignorance, we try to, encroach upon it by planting, which is really bad. Then other threats are the sea level rise. Because of the climate, this global warming, the sea level rise would be there. So that would inundate many of the mud flats. Then, of course, the pollution. I think these microorganisms which are in the mud flats, they are very sensitive, and so the pollution, river pollution, can really impact them. And then, of course, when the mud flats vanish, the species dependent on it, they are also impacted for that. So how the mudflats can be restored. So there are some initiative now taken by the even in some of the management plan of Bhitarkanika. It is included. One is that how you have to see to it that they are first mapped and properly demarcated, at least in digitally demarcated, and they are very dynamic, of course, but still then, so that the staffs can understand, or who the managers know that what is its boundary and where it is. Then, so many times what happens, people also do the bed digging. I think a lot of beds are digged from it, and mud flats are disturbed that way. So I don't think, I mean, in Bhitarkanika, to my knowledge, Dr. Sudhakar Babu, do the bed digging happens in any of the mud flats in Bhitarkanika? I think bed digging, I mean, jo macho dhariya pen jo bed guda dig korandi semane, that practice is not there here. Yes, it's in some part of the world. Okay, so it is not that intense, is said. Then okay, so the local communities, they need to be also made aware about it. And some of the nature-based solution, I said that. So which kind of the upstream digging material. This is an innovative approach, mud mortar technique, where they try to kind of deposit the dredge material upstream to promote creation of natural mud flats over there. So this could happen when there is some such activity, so you can just put it, not it is required that you do dredging just to restore the mud flat, but mud flats are natural process. Only thing is we proceed to it that now what is happening because of the even the alteration of flow, the mud flat creation is impacted. Another one is the salt mass. It's again unsung hero, I would say. It's the same ecosystem which has got very kind of unique biodiversity, and it also did a great service in carbon sequestration. I think the type of organism who live here and the vegetation, mud flat vegetation which are there, they're good in both dissipating the wave energy as well as carbon sequestration. Also, they do a great, wonderful job in kind of the regulating the salt, concentration by kind of accumulating those over there. And of course, they look very nice. The vegetations are really good. Like many times, the maritime meadows are created. Salicornia, if you have heard about it, when they turn crimson, it gives a nice landscape. I think many people go just to tourists go from far region to see that enchanting. So what are the threats to the mud flats? One is, of course, many times we also out of ignorance plant there which normally don't succeed because of hypersalinity. The mangrove are planted over there. Then for construction, pollution, of course, and the invasive species, like sometimes non-native species. So that create problem. And climate change again, of course, like mud floods, they inundate and these will lose this important ecosystem. Another fascinating ecosystem, the estuaries. I think many times we think that these are you might have seen the good delta formation, I think, which happens, and they're because of alteration in the flow for barrages and the dams which are constructed, the sediment flow into the system is reducing. That is causing the coastal erosion. At the same time, it is also impacting the estuary. It has got huge, kind of ecological significance, as well as the entire fish production depend on this. Most of the breeding happens here, or the spawning happens here in the estuary, and the entire fish stock or the coastal fish stock depends on the healthy estuary. So same thing, I think we see that climate change is, of course, one factor. Second thing, the human, because of alteration flow and sediment supply is altered, that is one. And also, kind of the pollution. Pollution is another threat which is impacting the estuarine biodiversity. So overall, what is happening? Globally, we are seeing that there is a wetlands are the soft target, though they have got so many kind of impacts. Uh, uh, I always used to discuss with our colleague that why Bhubaneswar is the hottest city in India. There's no reason, because common sense says that it should have been some Rajasthan city should be the hottest. Why Bhubaneswar? Though it is so close to the coast, we don't have any real wetland inside the, that we're losing the wetland from our landscape. So in the urban planning now, they are seriously thinking that the wetlands, they kind of buffer the flooding which is happening in the cities, and we know that how much kind of economic implication. I think it's city like Chennai inundating, then even Srinagar. So this is really kind of is happening because of we have lost most of our wetlands in our urban landscapes. So they not only buffer the this flooding, but they also do the climate moderation, which is very important. I think trees do, but since many of us are foresters, we know that when there is temperature go beyond 40 degree, what is most of the time happening in the city, the stomata closes, so no evaporation. So that it loses its really that role, but wetland evaporate more and try to kind of cushion that. So that is very important. The second thing is the invasive species are really they're impacting the wetlands to a great extent, and so in many native vegetation macrophytes are replaced with that. Iconia is one of the glaring example. So many other species, even Bharatpur, those catfish, which created a havoc too. So now the another big threat is the sea level rise, which is kind of happening, not likely to happening, but already it has started happening. And one is the inundation of erosion that loses the and create a lot of stress on the wetland, and saltwater intrusion. I think it's bad for the coastal even agriculture, which is suffering a lot. And the species are also put into the stress. Many species, they are finding it very difficult to kind of accommodate. And I think Dr. Naik and was in the Bhitarkanika, we are observing that there is a change in the species composition as well as because of this. When there is hypersalinity, many species are losing. Even Sundarban, which used to be, because of Heritiera or the Sundari species, now I think because of the hypersalinity, we have lost most of the Heritiera. Fortunately, it's still in a healthy condition in Bhitarkanika, but a lot of top dying is happening because of this. So one is, of course, the certain thing which is happening due to climate change, but second thing which is human-made, like the alteration of freshwater flow. That's the reason why the salinity is increasing and it's creating problem. Right. So now, overall, the impact of global warming, one is that we are finding in many species the spawning is, there is a change in the spawning, rate of spawning. I think they are shifting from, while the spawning was happening during a particular period of the year, with the rise in the temperature, we are observing that they are, kind of that biologically, I think that change is taking place. As a result of which, there are a lot of adjustment has to happen. So the population decline is being observed. So that is one of the reason why we are finding that the estuarine and coastal wetlands, which are impacted due to global warming, is causing not only the kind of the hydrological changes, but also biologically the breeding cycle is also impacted due to that. So one is that I think the wetlands, as I have already mentioned, it could be used for both adaptation as well as mitigation of the climate change, and for that it has to be healthy. If a wetland is healthy, then it can provide these ecosystem services, and both in adaptation and mitigation of the climate change. So for that we need at times a very strong policy. I mean, that should be in letter and spirit, it should be implemented or implementable, and the enforcement should be, provision of enforcement should be there. Some of the, one is, I think these are some, maybe for the student it would be a little bit difficult to understand, but we call it a synchrony. I think loss of synchrony, in the sense many wetland species on precise timing of ecological events like prey availability, nesting condition. So climate induced shift can lead to mismatches, which I was telling you, even the spawning, affecting productive success and survival rate. So their population decline is already kind in certain species. I'll just cite few global examples. Then genetic diversity. I think the population, when there is some stress, so at the genetic level also that impact their so reducing their adaptive potential and increasing the extinction risks. Right. Then the conservation strategies, protected areas. I think this is a wonderful tool. I think globally now it is accepted that for the maintaining the resilience and the species diversity, the more and more protected area need to be there. Then the assisted migration, at sometimes we have to see to it that corridor creation, or see to that how best they can migrate, and so both in the landscape as well as the water. Then habitat restoration and nature-based solution. I think this is very important, like barrier against the saltwater intrusion, then improving the water management. So these are something which need to be, to adapt to the climate change, which are doable. We have to, you can think it. So one is a wonderful tool which I think the WI and the WWF friends are here. The marine protected areas. I mean, it's a pity that in India, what is the percentage of territorial water, which is our total marine protected area, is dismally low. I think it is not even 1%. I think that is bad. And if we globally compare it, see the German, it is 40%. Even in the small island, of course, I mean the small island, I'm not putting it, many of them are 100% marine protected areas. But even other European countries, even Mexico, which is comparable to India, there's more than 30% in the marine protected area. So we really, we have to do a lot on this. Why we should go for this? One is that biodiversity conservation, the MPAs, they enhance the biodiversity. I think all of us know it. And also, it has got a spillover effect. Like we're observing once, the Chilika, it acts like a estuary, and when the breeding success of the breeding migration is there, we find that built excellent stock in the adjoining marine areas or the coastal areas. So we built the coastal fishery stock. Like one example, one sea bass, it has got a potential of releasing about, say, 2 million spawn. And it has to go out of Chilika to the coastal water to spawn. And maybe very fraction, 0.00001% get back, rest build the stock. So this is what is called the spillover effect. So now it is even the fishery management in the blue economy policy which is coming. They said that some policy coherence has to happen. So the fishery department or the fishery ministries would understand why the Ministry of Forest and Environment, Forest and Climate Change is advocating for more protected area, because for stock building you need to do this. Then of course the climate change buffer, as we mentioned that the biodiversity, healthy biodiversity, it creates resilience. Then of course the enhanced productivity, the nursery function, then spawning function, the breeding and spawning function. Sustainable fisheries I have already mentioned, and the adaptive management of the MPAs are very much important. So India, I think it is 0.02%. I think we have a long way to go. Right. So I'll just cite in one very important example. This is from Seychelles. Seychelles is in Madagascar, right? So this tribe, very small tribe, and they are poorest tribe in the world. I think Bejo tribe. So what they used to do, they catch octopus, and octopus used to be their economy. I think a lot of kind of well organized companies, they used to collect it from them, and because this is a very highly priced marine products, right? So they become so poor that kind of at one stage the stock depletion happens, because they this open use of common property resource, so resource depleted. So one NGO motivated them to kind of do a temporary closure of 20% area, say informally, right? After 1 year, they found that is not only within that area which was protected, entire area was kind of rich with this species, right? So this was a great insight for them, like Mangala Jodi. I think you know the Mangala Jodi story. So what happened? It led to marine protected areas, and these are all locally managed marine protected area, where there is no statute, right? So now Seychelles has got 30% of their entire territorial water as a marine protected area, and the fishery improvement was so demonstrative that this community, and this is a community-based management of the Blue Economy Initiative, no statute, nothing, and they say that yes. So once they see the benefit, this is sustainable. There's no need of any kind of enforceable law. Now, I'll just cite an example of Chelika. So in 73, it was Nalban Sanctuary was designated, I think. From 73, every time there was kind of conflict between the forest department and I think our research officers are also here, they know it. And it was turning from bed to worse. Every day, then once when I was in CDA, the DFO comes and told me that, sir, we need some automatic rifles, because these people are, kind of very difficult to manage them. So then when I found one thing. You will see that these are traps which are at the outside periphery of the sanctuary. So when the DFO wanted to persuade them, why not you push it back a little bit? Why you are putting almost touching the boundary? They said that we get a better catch here. So when we put it away from the sanctuary, we don't get this. The silt trap, shrimp trap, right? So then I thought that something good is happening inside. That's why they are putting kind of. So we gave a study to the CIPRI to find out exactly why kind of they are getting good catch here, what is happening inside the sanctuary, so that the spillover effect is happening here. So the director of fishery was very upset. I was telling to Dr. Neha, he was very upset. He said that you are talking like a NGO. Why? I told them that you have to go and tell the fishers the objective of the study. He said that is your job. We'll be doing the study anyway. So he agreed to it. Then when they did the study, what they found, say 11 species of fish, they are spawning here, and 45 species are using it as a nursery. And that is the very simple reason why the more they get better catch just at the periphery. Then how it is happening? Actually, the dropping the guanos, they produce phytoplankton, which is foraged by the zooplankton, which is the food for the fish, right? So this was kind of a ecosystem approach is required. So I was talking to DFI, I said that you must understand the ecosystem. I think you are doing wonderful job of managing the bird species, protecting it properly, but at the same time you must also your management should be ecosystem based or habitat based. You must understand your habitat. So then the kind of what the outcome, the fishes, they were explained. How this is really contributing the lake fishery. So they said, oh, this is more a sanctuary for the fish than bird, as you said. So that to a great extent, kind of mitigated that conflict or that misunderstanding. So now, kind of same thing. You see that Sundarban, if you see the diverse mangrove, I think they are much their expanse is much, if putting together both the Bangladesh and India, I think it's really a sizable mangrove. Then of course the Bengal tigers. And so what is the climate change impact on it? We're finding similar problem over there. There is a increase in the because of increased frequency of the extreme weather event like cyclone, the erosion is taking place. Then saline intrusion is impacting the freshwater habitat, and of course the species, the Sundari species, gradually, kind of their population is declining, and it's a huge concern. Of course, even the biodiversity-wise also, they are finding that the Royal Bengal tiger habitat is endangered because of the habitat change in the habitat. And the fish population, I think the fish stock assessment, from the fish stock assessment is seen that that is also a decline to a great extent, impacting the livelihood, right? So for adaptation, I think one is that the restoration of mangrove is important. Then we have to management of the water, that is the key, but to prevent the saltwater intrusion, and reinforcing the embankment to guard against the storm surges. I think that to protect the life. And now I will take you to US. This again, one of the why I have cited this. This is perhaps the most studied wetland in the world. All the textbook we find that Everglades. Here also, what they are finding that because of the climate change, there are some wading birds, because that is where the soup pinches in because of climate change. The mud flats are impacted. So these two flagship species, they are they're completely their population is declined. And American alligator, like our Irrawaddy dolphin in Celica, which is a flagship species, here also American alligator is a key indicator species. But again, their population is also declining because of the both temperature and the this is a semi-temperate wetland. And right. So what is happening? I think again I have created some issue. This again invasive. The Burmese python, they all escaped because at one stage it was used as a pet, so they escaped into Everglades. Now they are trying to completely, they're spreading so fast because of temperature rise and the conducive atmosphere. Always, that invasive, they try to, like our catfish in Bharatpur. So it has become a huge problem for them. They have tried to trap them, and they don't know how to how many they can keep in the zoos. So Bhitarkanika, of course, I think I need not because all the stalwarts are here, including Dr. Naik, who have worked in that. So here, one thing I want to overemphasize is that the freshwater change in the freshwater flow into the system. I think there, I always, say that as a manager, we have to make a good environmental flow assessment and try to protect it with some basis. We have to argue with the, because on the other end, many a times the water resource department, they say that how much fresh water you need. The lot of flow is there, but that need to be, entire hydrology need to be understood properly, so that we don't have any, because already there is some from the characterization of the vegetation by NCSM, they found that the change in the species composition is happening, which need to be, very seriously taken care of. So I'll just stop here. And before I conclude, I think I must thank the organizer for giving me an opportunity to share some of my thoughts with you, and such a wonderful event. And thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. From your long journey of experience, you have shared a lot. Very nice of collective knowledge. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request to Dr. Subrat Devta sir, Manager Wildlife Conservation, Tata Steel Foundation. Please sir.
Good morning all. I would like to thank the organizer of Evergreen Forum for giving me an opportunity to talk on a topic which is very close to my heart, but I have not talked on that topic since like 5 years. So I am little bit excited and little bit nervous to tell something on that species. So basically I will be talking about bats. We all know bats, we have seen bats, but there are some mysteries, some known, some unknown facts about that. So I will talk something about that. So basically bats belong to, scientifically they belong to the order Chiroptera. So Chiroptera is a Greek word coined by two different words, Chiro and Ptera. It's a hand with wings. And they are estimated to be evolved some 50 million years ago. And regarding their evolution, there is a debate. Some scientists believe they have monophilic evolution, like we have two different kind of bats in our world. One is fruit bat and another is insectivorous bats. Some scientists, some school believe they both have originated from a single ancestor. But some school believe, no, both the fruit bats and insectivorous bats have evolved from different ancestors parallelly. So it's still the debate is going on. And bats are the only mammals. They have adapted to true flight like birds. There are some flying lemurs, flying squirrels, but bats are the only group who has true and sustained flight like birds. And they are the second largest mammalian order in the world after rodents, and they apparently contribute around 20% of the mammalian diversity of our planet. And they are represented by more than 1300 species. Why I was always saying 1300 plus? Because every day, because of development in molecular phylogeny, development in taxonomy, some new species are being described every day. That's why the number is never fixed. And as they have adapted to flight, they have conquered and occupied almost all part of the world from every type of habitats, except some few oceanic islands, some polar regions, and some high arid regions where life is not possible. Excluding those areas, bats have occupied almost all part of the planet. And in our country, India, so far we have recorded like 123 plus species. From 8 different families. We have 13 species of fruit bats and rest of are insectivorous bats. The size. Bats are not only diverse, their size also vary very differently. For example, the golden crowned flying fox, the wingspan is more than 5 feet. This is the largest species of fruit bat. But whereas there is another species, the insectivorous bat, it is called bumblebee bat. It can sit on your fingertip. That is the smallest one. They are also very beautiful. Bats are not always black, scary, or not like that. They are also very beautiful. There is a painted bat, which is the most beautiful bat species in the world. Unfortunately, Odisha, you can find this bat, the painted bat is very common. Because we never see them because our eye don't look for them. That's why we miss them. And there is another Honduran bat, which is very beautiful, and it's found in Philippines area. And the painted bat is mostly confined to India, Indian subcontinent region. And bats not only live in caves or tree holes, they are also excellent architects. They make their tent. Some bats are called tent-making bats. They make their tent by using the palm fronds, palm leaves, and some other plants. They make their own tent. So they are excellent architects. And bats are also excellent hunters and predators. There is a saying that bats produce echolocation calls. It's true, but not all bats. Only insectivorous bats produce echolocation call, whereas fruit bats don't. Except one, there is one called fulvous fruit bat that only produce echolocation call. Otherwise, the only insectivorous bats produce echolocation calls. And their calls are more than 10 kilohertz. That's why we can't hear that sound. Okay, apart from their diversity, their beauty, their habitat occupancy, everything, bats are essential, highly crucial for our environment, for our environmental sustainability, for our well-being, for human well-being. For example, if we are talking about the fruit bats, there are 195 different species of fruit bats distributed around the world. And mostly they are confined to the old world, not the new world, they are confined to the old world. And they rely on 528 different species of plants for their survival. They use them as their food. Some species rely on fruits, some on flowers, some on pollen, some on nectar, some on leaves, like that 528 different species. And out of 520 different species, they help in pollination and seed dispersion of those plants. And very interestingly, 300 different species of plants completely rely on bats for their survival through pollination or seed dispersion. So just imagine, there is a bird called dodo, there is a plant called dodo plant. There is a close relation between that dodo bird and that plant. As the dodo got extinct, there is a huge question on survival of that dodo plant. There is a single plant, single bird species. But here there are 300 different species of plants and there are 195 species of fruit bats. So just imagine if fruit bats will be not there, what will happen to those plants? The very bright example is, can you identify the plants those were shown in the below the line, like the looks like our pineapple plants? Can anyone say what plants are those? Agave. This is called agave plants. It's mostly used in making tequila. It's a huge demand. There is a huge demand in the international market for tequila. And these plants only pollinated by bats. And tequila can be harvested once the flowers get matured. And for maturing those flowers, fruit bats help in their pollination. So just imagine if fruit bats are not there, you will not get a glass of tequila. So next time when you are taking a shot of tequila, thank to bats. Now coming to insectivorous bats, like fruit bats, insectivorous are voracious feeders. They can consume up to 10 to 15 times of their body weight overnight. So as they consume large amount of insects, they are helping in saving around $54 billion annually. The amount which we are supposed to spend on insect pest control. They are biological controls. And these insect pests are not only threat to our agricultural field, they are also threat to our human health issues. So in that way, they are also helping. So in many European countries, particularly in Mexico, people install bat boxes. The way we use nest boxes for birds, they use bat boxes to provide them artificial roost for bats so that bats can do some ecosystem services in their neighborhood. And in many countries, they also build bat houses. In cities, in municipality areas, they build bat houses. So there is a study, the smallest bat which is found in India, the pygmy bat. It weighs around 4 to 5 grams hardly. But in a night, it can consume up to 3,000 mosquitoes. So just imagine in Bhubaneswar city. Bhubaneswar city is very rich in bat diversity. I did a survey 3 to 4 years back. I recorded 90 different species, out of which 16 species were insectivorous bats. So just imagine how many individual bats are there in our Bhubaneswar city and how much help they are providing us in controlling at least only the mosquitoes. So bats are also very essential and play important role in sustenance of the cave ecosystem. You know, caves are unique ecosystem on our planet. It's an ecosystem, but unfortunately, it is not self-sustaining. Why? Because there is no sunlight, so there is no primary producer. So how that ecosystem runs? And there are some cave-dwelling species, those who are true cave-dwelling species, called as the troglobites, the blind fishes, or there are different taxa, those are found in the cave. They are only habitat specialists, they cannot be found outside cave. So how do they survive? There is no primary producer in the food chain, entire food chain. So here bats do their role. The bats, those who roost inside cave, they frequently defecate, and their guano, continuous deposition of guano in that cave ecosystem, act as a primary energy source for maintaining that ecosystem alive, that food chain alive. So this is not the end of the story. There are so many different benefits of bats. For example, studies have found that bats are the long-lived animals comparison to their body size. So scientists are now looking after it. What is the mechanism behind it? How they are long-lived? Can we get that mechanism? Can we get that mystery? If we can crack that mystery, our average lifespan may be 500 to 600 years. So coming to India, India have some around 123 species. Now it is 126 species. We have 10 different biogeographic zones, and each biogeographic zone have their species diversity, species richness, and some uniqueness. There are some species, those who are exclusively found in particular biogeographic zones. And there are 2 species in India. Those are highly important and highlighted. One is Salim Ali's fruit bat, the only bat which was named after the renowned ornithologist Dr. Salim Ali. And another is Kolar leaf-nose bat. And this Kolar leaf-nose bat is mostly found in the Kolar gold mining areas. And there was a huge debate and huge controversy between the protectors and the conservationists, the environmentalists, and the authorities to declare this species protected and to seal that area and protect that area. That's why those species also got highlighted. And flying foxes. When we normally talk about bats, there is one picture come to our mind, the flying fox, the Indian flying fox, the largest one which hang upside down in roadside trees, in government office premises. But that is not the only flying fox found in India. There are 5 different species of flying foxes, those who are confined to the biogeography limit of India. The Indian flying fox, the very common, is found in the mainland India. But there are 4 different other species, those are confined to the islands, either to Andaman or Nicobar or both Andaman and Nicobar Island. So, coming to bats of Odisha, so I am not explaining what I did on bats, how much result I got and what is that. It will take some long time. So thanks to Odisha Biodiversity Board, they supported for publishing one book, the first of its kind book in our country, that one state produced and published one book, that is Bats of Odisha. There I have mentioned all the species, their photographs and everything. So from Odisha we have recorded 20 different species of bats from 7 different families, including 3 different species of fruit bats. And very recently one species was recorded near Sittakund area within Similpal Tiger Reserve. That species is yet to be identified what species that was exactly. The family is free-tailed bat, but still it has not been confirmed which species is it. Okay, now coming to threats. There are different threats. In general, climate change is a major threat. But we will not go to that. We will talk about the immediate threat that can be looked and that can be highlighted and that can be talked. First one is threat in the roosting sites. Most of the bats live in caves. Maximum species of bats live in caves. And cave tourism is a growing tourism activity in different parts of our country. Say about Bora Cave or our Gupteshwar Cave. Bora Cave, there was a paper published from Osmania University some 20 years back, like Bora Cave was a hotspot for bats. At least 12 different species with population of around 2.5 lakhs was roosting inside Bora Cave. But when I was doing my PhD in Central University of Odisha, I used to visit Bora Cave in 2014. That time I saw only 3 species in Bora Cave. And all that species got affected only because of tourism activities. Studies have found cave has some unique microclimatic condition. When there is human activity inside it, it greatly affects the microclimatic condition of that cave. It affects the temperature, it affects the humidity, it affects the carbon dioxide concentration of that cave. And these conditions greatly affect bats. So they abandoned that cave. And very recently, Gupteshwar Cave. It was recently declared as one of the biodiversity heritage site in our state. I have surveyed in that area, Gupteshwar Cave. That place used to be a habitat for 7 different cave-dwelling bat species. In 2013, I did a survey, but very recently, after that area was declared as a biodiversity heritage site, some development activities initiated. There is artificial illumination in that cave. There is development activities in around the cave. So all those bats abandoned that cave. And light. Light matters to bats. Because we have seen 20 years back, our street lights were not completely white, they were yellowish color, right? Now you can see the street lights, they are completely white. And it is happening because the current lights we were installing on the streets, that is energy efficient, that can be used through renewable energy, that consumes less energy. But it has negative effect on bats. Studies have shown that. And there is some intentional threat, intentional persecution. We know Bhubaneswar is our temple city. There are more than 50 temples, ancient temples, and all those temples were used to be roosting site of different species of bats. I am not saying this, the Zoological Survey of India, and as written in Fauna of British India, they have mentioned all those temples were full of bats. But when Archaeological Survey of India took over those temples for their restoration, for their conservation, as part of their restoration activities, they closed the tomb of all the temples. So bats lose their nesting sites, roosting sites. So you can see some bats are still hanging. The carcass of those bats are still hanging. So this is a kind of persecution, intentional persecution to divert bats from those areas. Because in a bat roosting site, you can feel good. The smell is very bad. Sometimes they defecate on you. That's why those were intentionally evacuated from those areas. But yes, those are evacuated, but what is the alternate method? We can install bat boxes. We can create some bat houses outside the temple premises so that bat can be relocated there. And another thing is hunting. Some people hunt bats either for food or with a belief that their meat can cure asthma. There is no scientific evidence, there is no proof that bat meat can cure your asthma. These are all like superstition. That's why many bats are being killed. And threatened bats. In India, we have 9 different species, those who are listed under different categories of IUCN Red List. And unfortunately, I say unfortunately, in 2010, the IUCN Bat Specialist Group wrote a letter to the Minister of Environment and Forest requesting to remove bats from the vermin category. Because till 2021, bats were treated as vermin, except Salim Ali's fruit bat, they were treated as vermin in Indian Wildlife Protection Act. But thanks to the Amendment Act in 2022, at least all the fruit bats are now protected under Schedule 2, under Schedule 2. So now, there are some questions. I believe what I did on bats of Odisha, that is not at all sufficient. I never completed the entire state. I have hardly completed 2% of the entire geographic region of the state, our state. I never surveyed the forest areas because when you are surveying bats, your survey time should be in night. You need to capture that species for its identification, because you can't identify a bat with just a photograph. You need to take morphological measurements and other things. So in a protected area, you cannot get permission to put a mist net and capture any species. So if the new generation, those who are coming, those who are doing their masters, those who are interested in wildlife, nature, environment, they can took up some studies on bats. So still there are some questions which need to be filled in the coming days. Like, what is the status of bats in Odisha? Like, how many species outside protected area or outside forest zone? What are the species those are exclusively found inside forest? What is the status of bats in all our protected areas? What is their status? And which one is the most conservation priority species? Is it the Indian flying fox, which is roosting along the roadside, or it is the Cyanopter sphinx, the lesser dog-faced bat, who is need more attention? And what are the ecosystem services provided bats in Odisha? Like how bats are helpful to our farmers, how they are controlling insect pests, how they are helping in pollination or seed dispersion of plants, how they are regenerating plants in abandoned areas. There is a saying that bats travel long distances and accordingly disperse seeds from different areas. So how they are helping? How they are helping regenerating our forest cover? So is there any conflict between human and bat? Conflict is such a negative term. Is there any negative interaction between human or bats? Is there any study? Is there any data? And secondly, during our regular wildlife monitoring activities, at least can we monitor the population of the most common Indian flying fox roosting sites? Like how many roosting sites do we have? What is the population trend? It is increasing, decreasing, or it's stable? Or what is the threat faced by those roosting sites? And can we initiate from Bhubaneswar itself, like those, can we install bat boxes or bat houses in city areas so that we can keep bats in our cities? They can be, like bats were there since a long time, bats were there in Bhubaneswar city. Now the city is developing, development activities going on, bats are losing their roosting sites. So can we provide them artificial roosting sites? Ultimately, they will provide some ecosystem services to us. So can we do that? So these are some questions need to be discussed in future. Thank you. Till now, 19 different species have been reported from Bhubaneswar. Very common is the common sheath-tailed bat. It is mostly found in temples, most old and ruined temples. Yes, sir. That is called black-beard tombat. It's a species, but sir, there are 3 different species. Yes, sir. Regarding zoonotic diseases, in Odisha there is no such record. Because no such record, why I am saying? Because there is no monitoring. So eventually I can say ki maybe there is no record. But if some study will go on, some team will monitor that, eventually we can track that whether bats are suspected to white straw syndrome or any disease. Yes, sir. And actually, banyan tree is preferred by the most beautiful bat. This is the painted bat, because it gets easily camouflaged with the dry banana leaves and it roosts inside the banana leaves. Yes, sir. Definitely there will be problems.
Thank you, sir, for your information on bats, which are actually forgotten part of biodiversity and for its conservation. Really interesting. Now I would like to invite Mr. Ambika Prasad Nanda, CSR Head, Tata Steel Foundation, to share something. Please, sir.
स्टेज उपरे मो ठारू जे बयस बड़ बोधे अजित सार को छाड़े कहीं हेबेनी स्टेज तले जो मैंने मो ठारू बयस बड़ तांकु नमस्कार एंड माय को ट्रैवलर्स I feel happy to be part of this. I am just a gate crosser. I had come to learn and listen, but then people called me over here. There is a lovely saying by on ecosystem. In any ecosystem, if you run fast, you observe less. If you walk slow, you observe more. But if you stop, take a pause, and plant a sapling, you own that ecosystem. I've been responsible for many such projects. I was also the head of UNDP. We had a lot of conservation activities. So I was monitoring how things were happening. Similarly, in the Tata Steel Foundation also, we do a lot of conservation activities. We have mining engineers who are passionate about, he runs a campaign called, the way Subrat shared, snakes are our friends. So how do you really sensitize the villagers that snakes are friends and we must protect them and all that? So similarly, when somebody really motivated me that climate change is happening, you are working on climate change related issues, disaster management, disaster resilience. But when your grandchildren would ask you, what did you do when these things were unfolding? What would be your answer? That I managed so many projects, or actually you did something? Then I asked her, what should we do? We should get into mangroves. I know very less about mangroves. I can't stand next to Ajit sir. I can't stand next to any one of you. But then we decided, no, let's go and start. We traveled all across 480 kilometers in the weekend and found some of the good community-based initiatives and started into mangroves. We had the similar scenario when I saw the mudflat. Balasore has a similar mudflat. So we just thought, why we can plant saplings over here also. Then we started doing research. So for your information, I am also a PhD from JNU. But why I don't write doctor is, the first day I was traveling from Bangalore to Chennai in a train. In that passenger list, they had written Dr. Ambika Prasad Nanda. In the middle of the night, somebody had a heart attack and they woke me up. I said, come and rescue, sir, give some medicines. So I said, no, I am a PhD in economics, not in physical sciences, not in medicine. So from that day onwards, I don't, so you were thinking whether a doctor or not. So from that day onwards, I stopped writing because at any point of time, people may ask you give medicines and all that. So Ajit sir ko jana thibo se kichi dei paribe mu to dei paribe nai. Teno literally when we started working on ecosystem conservation, I see a lot of young friends. I would motivate and request all of you. We must get into some kind of take a plunge and get into action. And if we start doing it, there's nothing wrong in starting something. How many of you, if I ask, how many of you actually planted trees? Could you please raise your hands? How many of you? Sir, close to 20%? Here in the audience, please. Thank you for your support. Close to 20%. Don't you think that we also have the responsibility, or we should only blame that things are unfolding? There is a lovely saying also, it's better to light a candle than blaming the darkness. If we are seeing a lot of things are happening, probably the responsibility is on all of us. We should take a plunge and start working on ecosystem restoration. It can be through many ways. Conserve water, you can plant trees, take care of it. You can do many such things. And when I see celebration of wildlife, it actually gives me, what do you call it, the kick from inside. Okay, we should do more about it. And I know like the first time I went to Bhitarkanika, it was not my project related visit. I went there, that was in 2010. So my young child, my son said, Papa, something is written here, UNDP. I was the head of UNDP at that time. I never knew that that was the project of UNDP. UNDP and FAO, they started in 1971 or 72. Sir John Bustard had come, they started this project, 75. So, and that was this, Sir knows the details. So it's, Sir John Bustard was there, and they started with crocodile conservation. And when we were there and started talking to people, there are a lot of folklores, how folklores help. So there's a lovely saying like when they, Sir John Bustard along with some of his colleagues started speaking to the sarpanches, they said like, हम लोग यहाँ पे will do crocodile conservation. And the sarpanch did not know English, तो उसको लगा कि कुकुड़ा चासो. Crocodile को उसको लगा कुकुड़ा चासो. So he said, okay, we'll mobilize the villagers and we'll get involved in it. And after some time, when they were asked to go and collect the crocodile eggs, they said, what is this? You thought that it would be kukuda chaso, and all of a sudden you get into crocodile conservation. So every ecosystem which is conserved, protected by communities, and Odisha is famous for community conservation activities. Especially if you go to Ganjam, you see a lot of places, lot of species and the habitats are protected, and for each species there is a folklore. Probably the time has come to motivate the young generation. We have to bring forward the folklore and literature around that, so that the communities together come forward and start conservation and protection of species as well as habitats. And at the end of the day, I would like to share at the end of my speech, just 2 days before I was in Ramtara. So there was a hatchery, and I saw on, they had protected very lovely conservation activities. There are sea turtle eggs, and I saw something is written EDD, expected date of delivery. So actually they have calculated the 45 days after the eggs are put, the hatchling would start happening. But the way gynecologists tell us about expected date of delivery, so they had written on those each site that this is the expected date of delivery. So I just asked them, okay, what is this EDD? Well, sir, हम लोग लिख दिए हैं. So EDD. So that is how the community is so passionate about it. So if we take this forward, I think I am really grateful and thankful that such an initiative, we need to take it to the communities and the individuals. And now the time has come, probably all of us need to come together and start working together, rather than blaming the government or the state or somebody that nothing is happening for mitigating the impact of disasters. If together we start working, we can see the change. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Our panel would like to take questions from the distinguished audience. If any questions for the panel, please. Okay, let me start it. Sir Patnaik, this is a question from for Patnaik sir, not as a co-chair but as a fanboy. Sir, you talked regarding the absence of synchrony, and today the hottest news, the first front page news of Sambad is regarding no Arivada in Gahirmatha this year. And similarly today, if we analyze the social media trend that is going on, is the untimely departure of avian friends from Chilka regarding this climate change issue. And I'm pretty sure nobody else would explain it better, because you have experience of both Bhitarkanika and Chilka landscape. Sir, can you please enlighten the audience how it can be managed best in the administrative way? This negative media portrayal or the scientific requirement, as well as how it can be managed scientifically as well as administratively. This.
Wonderful question. I think I would say it's $1 million question, right? Youngster always, kind of they can think so amazingly. Yes, as I said, the best thing is to build the resilience, right? Of the so one is that you have to species level. If we see, then as I said, there is a tipping point. I think they can't. Beyond that, they lose that. But constantly there is kind of adaptation is happening. So our in the genetically at the genetic level as well as at the physiological or physical level that is happening. But many a times this is more triggered by the human action. So that's why I said that some implementable policy need to happen. Like one thing what I think of course Dr. Naik also knows. I said about the marine protected area. This is a pity that we have got 0.023%, whereas even the smallest country, even China, is more than 5%. Other countries, like all the European countries, they have got 40% plus. Even Brazil, developing country like Brazil, they have got 30% more. So these are some examples where at least we can emulate, and by designating, it's a win-win situation. So for that, we need a perceptual change. That has to happen at the policy level. I think the many times that two of the people from industries are here. So even that level of sustainable development or sustainable that need to be inculcated. How best we can maintain the balance, and now a blue economy policy is being adopted in India. So there, the pillar one is the policy, where we're finding that policy coherence is required. Like now everything is happening in silos. So one sector is detrimental to other sector. And we found that there's a great link with Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. They have to play a crucial role. So we're trying to bring it up, how the policy coherence can happen. I think that would be a long-term solution. Thank you very much for the one.
Then another question for Dr. Nanda, and I'm pretty sure this addressing him as Dr. Nanda has nothing to do with his expertise or so of medical science. My question goes to Dr. Nanda that many corporate houses, they think wildlife as something that obstructs their developmental projects. Many houses. I'm not saying this regarding your house. Your Tata is known for its excellent work culture as well as CSR activities. But without conserving wildlife, as you rightly pointed it out, our developmental story will be incomplete. And as a student of economics, can you please tell what's the economic incentive for CSR houses in investing wildlife conservation?
I think I would not say that Tatas are right now the only group which is doing conservation activities. Many corporates have come forward. Because mostly after the 2013 CSR Act, I think globally there are only 2-3 countries which has CSR as a policy. Rest, they follow the ESG. And that's part of the corporate governance. And a lot of corporate houses have come forward. And we have seen the response of the corporate houses during the COVID days also. Each and everyone came forward and did their part. And most importantly, what happens, like, we need to build a culture. We need to build a culture of how do you really sensitize the corporate citizenship. So what we do a lot of those volunteering activities, and officially every colleague gets 2.5 days of leave to go and engage with the communities of their own choice. It could be teaching them, it could be cleaning, it could be teaching them mathematics. There are a lot of things. If I feel confident about motivating the children on doing something, they go and do that. Like for example, when we were working on a very interesting project called the Tosser project, so there were 3 women were involved in, like one was running the charka, and there were 2 who were feeding from the cocoons. Then we had a young group of electrical engineers who had gone and visited the site. They said, sir, we can convert it into a solar charka. And that was their contribution. And engineers always bring efficiency into the system. And if it's being done by the solar charka, 2 persons are relieved. Instead of 3 making a unit, 1 person is running 1 unit. So you just see 2/3, that is 67% of hike in terms of efficiency. So when the people from different walks of life, they come forward, engage with the communities, and what Ajit sir just showed is nature-based solutions. There are a lot of things can be done. Similarly, what we are doing on water conservation, we have a lot of those hydrogeologists who are working, who are part of the system. They are into mining, they see how water is seeping and all that. But when they come and work with us, then we started, we had a, like watershed, everybody knows, watershed program. I said, like, for the communities who are in small habitats, it would be difficult for them to manage or to take care of the watershed. If you convert that into smaller spring sets, like large number of communities are dependent on springs, the flow water, for their agriculture and for their daily purposes. So when we converted that into spring sets, lot of those communities, they were very inspired and they came forward, they are managing it. So then we started a project called 1,000 Springs in collaboration with UNDP and all that. So what we look for is any knowledge, and especially in the, like in any ecosystem, like in the, there was one particular variety called, in the Tussar, called the Sukinda ecores, which was almost on the verge of extinction. So what we collected the seeds from the wild and started in a protected environment, and now we have grown it to a level that now we can cultivate it. So there are, if you have little passion for the ecosystem, and you know that communities are the change makers, if you engage with them, then probably you can see you can contribute in a huge way.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for putting that question. And I wish my answer is carried by Dr. Nanda back to your organization. Direct regarding economics. Suppose it is an answer to all the industrialists who have objected to corridors of elephants. Corridors of elephants. Suppose you are constructing some industry without taking care of the corridor of the elephants, and you have invested a lot of money, and elephants come, they damage, all your money will go. So as a precautionary measure, think of that, and please take this message from me, Dr. Lala A.K. Singh, to your organization, and wherever you are going, please speak that. Thank you.
No, sure. Any input?
We are talking about the wetlands in the coastal area. What about the freshwater wetlands like Ajit was talking about glades? They are the maximum carbon sequestration area. All the wetlands in the hills, in the reserve forest area, we have some seasonal wetlands also, which are linked with freshwater fishes, many species of aquatic fauna and also flora. So far we have not touched into that biodiversity aspect in detail. Few areas in Western Ghats we have taken care, or in Himalayas, few streams only we have taken care, but not in biodiversity rich Odisha. We are having some of the wetlands, pits, where up to 9 months water stagnates. If that can be taken care of from biodiversity point of view, that will be a good conservation measure. Thank you.
Thank you. First, I think I'll just, what Dr. Nanda mentioned about the finance which you asked. Now, a new concept is coming, that is innovative financing, like blue bond, then of course the species-oriented rhino bond and other things are coming. Because we need lot of resource for actually meeting the challenges. I mean, whatever to mitigate the or adaptation to climate change. So these are already in the market, and in India also, the new blue economy policy, it's a pillar, innovative financing. So lots of finance has to come from there. So what you, because you asked that. Now, I mean, Dr. Samant, I'll be very brief. I think that's a big gap, and that is a wonderful suggestion. I think that has to happen not only in Odisha, but everywhere. Unless we know our entire, the inventory is done, we can't understand the real, the gamut of the ecosystem or its, the entire thing. So that is really a big gap. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, sir. A question for Dr. Devta. I know you have taken many questions, but my question to you is, it's said that almost everybody loves Batman, rest love bats. How did young Devta fall in love with bats? Please tell us, it will be very inspiring.
Yeah, it's a long story. Actually, I was doing my master's for the first year. I was in my first year. That time, when anybody joins for master degree in wildlife biology, first question that strike in their mind on what species I should work, because I need to be unique. I don't want to follow the footsteps any other. So it was strike in my mind. So one day I was in Bhubaneswar, and thanks to Dr. Pratyush Mahapatra, I call him Pratyush Bhai. Actually, he took me to Khandagiri cave. In the night, we went there for a survey, and that was not for bats. That was for something else, but I was accompanying him. So for the first time, I entered inside a cave. I saw so many bats roosting inside a cave. For the first time, I took a close photograph of that. And then so many questions came to my mind. I started reading. I started doing review on how many species are there in Odisha, what are the work has been done on bats. But unfortunately, there are very limited work. Only 3 to 4 publications. Then I started my work. I did a survey, and I decided I will at least do the bat diversity database for Odisha. Then it started.
Sir, I'll just add here. When we thought of working on this conservation project, there were many applicants for this position, and Subrat was one of them. I was taking his interview. When I asked him, Subrat, tell what have you done on the conservation and all that. He kept on answering many things. So I said, after that I just said, tell me more. So it was really poetry to listen to him, but he had never talked about bat over there. So I am yet to uncover a lot of things he has done, and he is so passionate about it. Right now he is working on 3 species, and he just took me recently to a place in Attagad, said, sir, we must work on this black belly tern. I said, how do we work on this, and what would be the, how do you really convince the industry's people that we should be working on this and all that. He is a very passionate worker, and so next time maybe you will find some species, he will come that, and he has done some research on that. So thank you, Subrat, being part of our team. That I think everybody needs to be very passionate about species and habitat. And he goes, spends time with the communities, and we always, we have seen in Odisha, if you think about disaster-related deaths, we started something called community-based disaster preparedness. And today Odisha is known for its disaster work. Similarly, if we want to really do something great in wildlife species conservation or habitat conservation, we need to bring forward communities to take this forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all. Now this is the time for felicitation of our guest. I would like to request Mr. Asutosh Samantasinghar sir, IFS retired, former PCCF Tamil Nadu, to facilitate Dr. Ajit Kumar Patnaik sir. Please, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Dr. Anil Bharadwaj sir, IFS retired, former PCCF and HOF Kerala, to facilitate Dr. Subrat Devta sir. Please, sir. Now I would like to request Dr. Anup Kumar Naik sir to felicitate Mr. Ambika Prasad Nanda sir. Please, sir. Thank you, sir. Now, Sri Vinod Kumar, IFS retired, former director, Indira Gandhi National Forest Academy, Dehradun, and ex-PCCF, Odisha, is requesting to chair this session, along with session co-chair, Dr. Anup Mishra, IFS retired, Chief Conservator of Forest, Odisha. Also, I would like to invite Sri Sumit Kumar Kar, IFS DA4 Dhenkanal, along with Sri Lade Gajanan Dayanand, IFS DCF Joint Task Force, and Dr. Sudhakar Kar, retired Senior Research Officer Wildlife and member IUCN SSC Crocodile Specialist Group, to the dais. Please, sir. Now I would like to request to Vinod Kumar sir to hand over the session. Please, sir.
Welcome you all to this session on with respect to related to elephants activity. Shri Sumit Kumar Kar, DFO Dhenkanal, would be talking on monitoring, tracking and treatment of elephants in Dhenkanal. And along with him, the Mr. Lade Gajanan Dayanand, DCF, JTF, he will be also talking with respect to elephant task force on wildlife. Friends, this will be an interesting deliberation from these two speakers with respect to elephant, which you all know. Elephant, though Odisha is having a good size population of elephant, but everywhere elephant is in conflict with its environment, both within the forest as well as outside the forest. Similarly, as the population has been increasing, developmental activities have been increasing. Since yesterday, a lot of talk would have taken place with respect to corridors for elephants as well as for wild animals. This problem is because as we have been growing in, since independence, growing in management of wildlife areas, forest, as well as with respect to development of our population. Because of the governance issue for animal within the forest, we have been managing it with both habitat activities as well as with the law on wildlife. Within the forest, within the protected areas, as well as for rest of the population, various governance development programs which have been taking place. And as both have been coming in conflict, we have been, with progress of time, resolving it through various policies, programs, as well as amendment in legislation. But still, the issue of animals in conflict from the habitat with the human population outside the habitat, and from the governance of exclusivity prior to enactment of 1972 Wildlife Act, and thereafter also for some time. Now we are in a situation of governance of inclusiveness, both within the habitat as well as within the population, human population outside. So issue of coordination as well as conformity to livelihood of the people outside habitat, as well as fragmentation of the habitat for the wildlife population within the habitat area, coming in conflict because of fragmentation of the habitat, and for sustainability of that, we have been taking initiative for corridor development, so that the rising population of wild animals also, or even dwindling population of certain wild animals, we are able to manage with different habitats through their natural movement activity. So, keeping this in background, I would now call upon the first speaker, Sri Sumit Kumar Kar, DFO Dhenkanal Forest Division, to take up his talk.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Sumit Kar. I am currently working as DFO Dhenkanal, esteemed chairperson of the panel, all co-speakers, esteemed guests, and all participants of this workshop and conclave. Good afternoon to everyone. So I will be mostly talking about the monitoring, tracking, and treatment of elephants in Dhenkanal. Broadly, I've chosen the topic because right now we are seeing more and more conflict with the passing years. So monitoring, tracking plays a critical role, and what is our observation from last several years of management. And finally, I want to talk a little bit about the treatment aspect of elephants. Obviously, it's a vast topic, very technical topic, but I'll be just giving glimpse of few of the areas which we have been touching over the last few years in Dhenkanal, and what we have been achieving so far, and what are the major issues regarding to treatment. So So tracking and monitoring, I'll mostly talking about, and all these images which you see are from Dhenkanal division from last 1 year. So this is the famous Tuskar crossing Meramandali region where the Tata steel plant is located. So elephant movement pathways, I'll be talking a little bit about railways and NH crossing and other technologies which we have come across. So, as you have be aware that last year we did 2 census in Odisha, the summer census and the winter census, and both of these numbers suggested well over 239 in summer and 291 in winter, which is one of the highest numbers across the divisions. So this is, just for context, I'll giving you a small map of where the locations of all the elephants are over the last 1 year. This is not an all inclusive data. There's some gaps in the data, but you can clearly show there's a pattern to where they're located. We are mostly seeing elephants south of Brahmani. Brahmani crosses entirely in the middle of the districts. And so we are seeing mostly elephant movement south of Brahmani more than compared to the north. And mostly Hindol and Sadar, these are the places where we see a lot of elephant movement. So one exercise which we try to do over the last 1.5 years is something like we are talking a lot about corridors. So I am prefer more the word of elephant movement pathways. So what we try to do is we'll try to map it out, because we hear a lot about what is the map, what does the path look like. So what we did was we did some ground surveys. We gave them a very detailed maps printout to each of the forest guards and forester level, and then ask them to map out all the elephant movement pathways which they have seen across last 1.5 years. And then digitize it, verified it, and then put it on a map. So what we see at the end of the exercise is a beautiful pattern of this red, blackish lines, so we see red dotted lines across the landscape. So these are a lot of elephant movement pathways which the elephant take. So the major observation out of the entire thing was they take multiple pathways. So we found out between 2 villages there could be as many as 10 different routes. They cross Brahmani river in 14 to 15 different locations. They cross one division to other in more than 10 locations. So if we block one location, they have another location to go. So few of the pathways are used more than the other, but what we found is a maze of connections, maze of network, just like our home network. Suppose I go from a point A to B, there could be multiple paths. Similar for elephants also, we see a lot of their movement pathways. They have multiple routes to take from one place. So why they're choosing that particular route is something which we are still analyzing. But obviously things like water, habitat plays a major role in selection of the paths. And one of the major issues with regard to elephant conservation has been in the electrocution threat. So we try to map out the 11 kV lines with TPCODL has like from their servers, and we try to map out where the elephant movement pathways are. So we found out there's a lot of crisscrossing. That shows there's a lot of vulnerability, because when there is 11 kV line, the hooking attempts and the electrocution attempts are there. So that creates, so it gives an context of how difficult the scenario is with regard to things like, say, electrocution, because the electrical infrastructure is crisscrossing the elephant movement pathways in most of the places. So this is one of the video taken in drone one month back. This is a NH55, the Angul, from Dhenkanal to Angul, and you see a major herd crossing in middle of the day. So this is the interesting part of this puzzle is that elephants, they stay in one place, and there is a regular movement across 3 linear infrastructure. One is a canal, one is a NH, second is the NS, third is a railway line. And all 3 of them are expanding in some form or the other. And these elephants regularly cross roads, NH, canal and railway line, grow and drink water from Brahmani, sometimes do some crop raiding, then come back. So this is a regular exercise. They know how to navigate the landscape. That is creating problems sometimes because of things like collision with train or with truck. So our team has been trying to map out where the movements are, have squad deployed there and use technology to actually monitor. And one of the technology which we use is handheld thermal monoculars and thermal drones. From that, at night, we can easily see the movement, and we can alert the radio, the railway control room as well as other places. So we've been using thermal drones a lot, because at most of the time this movement starts from 4 o'clock in the evening, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the evening, and goes on till morning 4 o'clock. So next video I'll show you the same herd of elephant. After few days I'll show you this next movement. So this is, as you can see, this is a railway line. So currently, there's one tusker on the right-hand side of the track. The camera will be zoomed to show three more elephants, and there is a herd behind it. So that shows the complexity of the place. They do not cross the railway line or the linear infrastructure in one go. They take time, and that increases the complexity of the entire process. Because we have to stop the railway line at that point of time. We have a caution at that point, and that creates a lot of issues because this is one of the major corridor where a lot of coal movement also happens. So that also affects the performance of power plants, and in terms affects the energy security of the entire country. So as you can see, the NH is just on the behind, and in the backdrop we have a steel plant. So this is a very rare scenario where you see a steel plant, NH, and the elephants crossing the entire landscape. So that is how they are crossing this railway line, and they'll go and towards the Brahmani river nearby some ponds and drink water and come back again in the morning.
Talk about frequency of train movement.
So that frequency is like more than 200 trains per night. So, and sometimes these are very critical pathways. We have even footages of Vande Bharat been hauled just to allow a tusker to move on. So that is what creating a lot of complexity in this environment. We have been trying to address this through various mechanisms, but what we have been seeing is a lot of sporadic movements also happening, a lot of fission and fusion. Basically, the herd breaks up. They are also knowing that we have been tracking them, so they sometimes break up to avoid conflict with people, and then have smaller 1 or 2 member team, they raid crop and then again come back. So we have seen singular movement and also herd. So last cropping season, we maximum saw a herd size of 88 members. So that is probably a very big size, and these are mostly roaming outside the protected areas and outside the forest block. These are all like revenue areas. We have been using TrailGuard AI. So this is one of the very pioneering device which we have been using. So what it does is basically a smart camera trap. So it takes images and sends real time to us. So we have installed this in our border. So actually you can see on the right hand, this is actually a pregnant female, so which we observe near the Attagad border. And these two are near the Kapilash sanctuary. So whenever we see an inter-divisional movement, we try to monitor it through this real-time system. And this gives a lot of help to ground staff to monitor, because those are the area which becomes extremely risky for people to do foot patrol. It is extremely dangerous to do because these are terrain are tough, and if you are trying to do a foot patrol at this point of time, it can be life-threatening as well. So this camera has been using apart from thermal drones, what we saw earlier. So right now, next I will move to another thing called how we are knowing which tusker is doing what and other thing. So we have been doing tusker profiling. So this was an exercise we started last year. Right now we have profile of more than 33 tuskers. And today morning I got to know about a news of one of our tusker in Dhenkanal. Right now it is in Bhadrak. So it has crossed the entire district, and right now is in Bhadrak. So we know because we have been giving unique IDs to each of the tuskers. We have been having front face, front view, lateral view, and all the damages it has been. So this is a data which have been compiling, and based on these data, we are trying to go for collaring exercises and other things. So this is one of the database which we are trying to maintain, and we can clearly see that their home range is quite big. In one day, we have documented a movement of tusker of 42 kilometers in one stretch at one go across Brahmani river for 2 times. Like once it crossed during the evening time, and late at night it again crossed. So that's the range we are talking about. In one day, it can go up to 40-45 kilometers easily. The thing how we are managing conflict regarding to things like say injury or some issues is through RRT. That is also an initiative which was there for a long time, but what formalized last year in various divisions. So the RRT being a specialized team of members having veterinarian, biologist, some squads which are very well trained and with specialized equipment. As you can see, there are 2 vehicles here in the background. These are both vehicles being used. These are very specialized vehicles with like a lot of good equipments. And also they have been doing a lot of exposure visits and practices, though that is adding to their capacity. So last 1 year, we have done 26 operations. And these are ranging from things like leopards, elephant, barking deer, sloth bear to turtles and all sort of animals. So they have been getting a lot of good exposure. We have 4 expert trackers. I mean, those are the tracker who can track the elephant movement just from footprints, just from like branches being broken. So they have been trained and expert enough, and two of them are from are also mahots, so they know elephant behavior and biology as well. So they have been assisting us, and we have been using modern technology like thermal drones, walkie-talkie. So for example, I'll give you a very small anecdote of how we do tranquilizing operations in terrains, which is difficult. So we are unable to get a clear sighting. So that scenario, what we do, we fly a thermal drone, we fix the animal just below the thermal drone and ask all our squad to just follow the drone. They may not need to see the animal, but once they get close to the drone, they can know that the animal is just behind it. So that's a way of guiding the entire staff towards, and we have one or two expert drone pilots who have been following this. So that's how we do a lot of these operations with a tight group who are well trained. We don't try to involve people who are not trained because it can be quite dangerous. So I'll be talking about 4 treatment processes which have been done, and equipments like all these are very modern equipments, thermal monoculars, a reciprocating saw. This is very useful for cutting operations and other things. These are Excalibur G2 rifle from New Dart, and also walkie-talkies. So in treatment, I would be just 4 case scenarios I will be just briefly talking, which has been in our mind for last 1.5 years. One is acidosis, second is EHV, the herpes, infighting and bullet injury, and the final very interesting is the bed bomb cases. So acidosis is, before talking that, ketamine and xylazine, probably we need to go beyond that. We have been seeing a lot of tolerance towards ketamine, xylazine. We have been adding to us more, this is the workhorse which have been there in the department from last 45 years, I think, before any of us are born, and now also it is still continuing. So you're slowly seeing like tolerance and need of multiple doses, and also there is a problem of substandard quality of drugs. So we are trying to move. We recently had last year very advanced training on animal sedation and from experts from South Africa, where they have been using a lot of drugs, narcotic drugs, basically things like BAM and something similar. So we have been still using the old school drugs which are working, but we should be moving toward narcotics. And right now we are in the process of starting medetomidine and etipramazole combination for tranquilization operations. So this is an acidosis case. This is mostly seen during this early onset of monsoon, where a lot of carbohydrate tala that they consume, mangoes also, and they see a lot of this swelling in limbs, acidosis, their blood alcohol levels are increasing. And this is a case where last 2 to 3 years we have been constantly dealing with, and there are certain individuals who are more prone to this also, we have found out. So what we did was trying to develop a protocol for treatment, and sodium bicarb mixed with normal saline infused intravenously is working brilliantly for this. So we have even tried to publish this, and this has been accepted also. So basically we try to quantify whether we have lactase dehydrogenase, a kind of a enzyme which shows the acidosis symptom is there. So this is one of the things which diet rich in say carbohydrate can lead to issues, and the how can you observe it? Very sluggish movement, slow movement, and Hindol, Dhenkanal, Angul, lot of tal plantations are there. So this is another thing which we see very often. Herpes is something which we are seeing mostly in the rescue center with juvenile calves. So that is one thing which have been bothering for a long time. We have developed a protocol where we are handling them through acyclovir and other tablets, but need more stricter biosafety and sanitation protocol. This is a problematic for like small juveniles and calves which are captured from field and then brought to rescue center or some places. Recently also in Adgar there was a case related to that. Bullet injury is something which is also prominent in some parts, and also infighting. Just last day also we had one death of a tusker due to an infighting. So this is a common thing which is happening, a lot of infighting. So what we have found out is a rapid treatment should be followed. We should not wait long enough to see the wound getting infected. So right now we have found out that a strong dressing protocol mixed with anti-inflammatory broad spectrum antibiotics, the recovery is in 10 to 20 days. We have, as you can see in the same tusker, the right and the left is around 14 to 15 days apart. So clearly the wounds have healed up, and this is a few months back case. And also similar cases we are also seeing for infighting. So our teams are slowly getting adjusted, and all this darting operation are done on foot. There is no kumki involved in the entire operations. So they have been doing this over a quite time, and they have developed the expertise to handle. Bait bomb is something which is developing, it was there before, but this threat has escalated over the last few years. Electrocution is something which we have been trying hard to contain, but this is one thing which is very ubiquitous in a lot of parts of Odisha and other parts of India. These are the bomb shapes from 3 different scenarios, similar technology, but the appearance look, one is nylon based, sometimes they use different kind of material. So the thing is, it's a golf ball size of explosive, an IED. So inside this could be pebbles, inside could be sharp rocks, ball bearings, metal pieces. So whenever any animal bites it, the jaw gets instantly shattered. And this is mostly intended for wild boar. Wild boar ko marne ke liye means Maria Penda Koranti, but elephants, and mostly the observation is sub-adult and juveniles, they are better, like mostly using, getting affected by bait bombs. Adults we have seen less. So these are the 3 different, how does it, and the injuries, major observation is unable to eat and drink. We have a hanging jaw, which you can see in photos, emaciated condition, maggot infestation sometimes. This is one of the case which was in last year, where you can clearly see the physical condition has deteriorated, and they become very aggressive also sometimes. So it becomes difficult to dart them because they move very fast and they try to evade humans. So what we normally do is we have to bring them back to our treatment facility. This is one of the infection, actually you can see the jaw being damaged after the bomb, and very difficult to treat in the open and need continuous intervention, and the survivability is pretty low. We have not found anything which has still survived more than 2 weeks, but
I doubt, Sumit, if any elephant has survived.
so that is what we are still struggling how to handle the treatment parts of this. Feed mostly palatable, suitable, like watermelon, sugarcane, and crushed grains. Drug we are trying to do various things, but none of it is working currently. The way ahead in all this thing is obviously for the tracking, as we can see, there's a lot of movement at night. It can range up to 40 kilometers. So radio collaring is one thing which we are also actively going ahead. Tracker training and exposure, a lot of people are not trained to be good trackers, so that is what we are also doing. Modern drugs is also need, especially for cases like bait bombs and other things, we probably has to go for some advanced medications. And also documentation and knowledge sharing. So a lot of this, still we are working in silos in a lot of places. So this documentation and knowledge sharing is one thing, like this platform where we are actually sharing what is happening in ground. So that is one way of actually advancing the entire treatment and overall our experience. So thank you everyone. If there are any question, I'm fine to.
Would you like to take question now or later on?
They come up Brahmani river for drinking water. And at that time, sir, as you told, these 3 threads, the canal, the railway line and the highway, it was less. But now, what is my curiosity? We have got a lot of technologies now. If we can manage to do water arrangements at both the sides, as they have done in Africa, both the sides. Now that technology is very much, it is very easy. If we can manage water holes this side as well as that side. But elephants at any way, they will definitely travel because they are long with animals. But I think if we can do arrangement this side and that side, that travel will be less. They can have water at this side and as well as that side. That is my curiosity.
Actually, we did analysis of that landscape over the last 30 years from topo sheet map. So one of the analysis conclusion was the very high concentration of water bodies which have come up in last 20 years due to things like Narega. So water availability is throughout the landscape, but there are certain pockets where we see a lot of water availability which has increased. So obviously water is one factor which is driving them, but not the sole factor. Things like food availability, because I have not touched the things like solar fencing is also playing a major role. Right now, areas where totally you have multiple layer of solar fencing going on. So that is isolating part of the landscape. And as a result, they are mostly moving to areas where there is the solar fencing numbers are less, where there is less like in terms of barriers. So that is also one thing which have been driving, but as also we can see there's a lot of pathways which are historic and which have been following long. So they will continue using those pathways despite whatever availability we are there. They might be retained in one pocket for 15 to 20 days, but after that they move on. So it's a combination of factors like food, water, safety, habitat barriers, and all those things which are like affecting their behavior. But obviously, certainly water is one thing which can clearly look into for more analysis.
This is CK sir. To your answer, if I provide you all your biological need here, you will stay here or you will go back to your village. This is the answer to your question. Okay.
Now I invite the next speaker.
Good afternoon, everybody. Myself, Nidhi Kumar Rautre. I was retired Special Secretary Finance Department. I was looking policy making on behalf of the state government for the forest department for 9 years. For that reason, I one thing that you are looking after all the wild animals in that area, in the Nenkanala forest area. For that reason, have you talked of the elephants? What is the food arrangement for them you have made so far by the forest department? In the forest area, I am not looking the revenue area. In the forest area, the season-wise or month-wise, what are the steps you have taken so far?
Obviously, there's a lot of things rightly, as last few years we have been doing things like fruit and fodder plantations in major portion. Bamboo has come up almost in major division across the last couple of years. There's been clearly thrust on things like bamboo seed balls, rhizome plantations, and through things like National Bamboo Missions and other interventions. A lot of bamboo areas have come up, and also SMC has been taken up through Campa and other places where we are seeing slowly rejuvenation of the landscape. Last year also there was a PhD candidate doing research on this part, and we can clearly see slowly the rejuvenation of the spring areas, the perennial streams, annual streams. So in that front, obviously plantation is one answer, but natural regeneration through increased soil and moisture conservation, that is one thing which the department is focusing on.
Now, I will tell my experience in the South India, Western Ghats. Basically, all these elephants now we find are crop raiders and agricultural crop raiders. Once you start giving fast food to children, it becomes difficult to win away. Whatever plantations you raise, fodder crops you raise, that will not work. By habit, they will be going to raid the things. Actually, we should facilitate that one and compensate whatever loss if possible. But raising any fodder plantation or bamboo plantation is not the answer. Another thing is
let me, Mr. Sam, let me put this question to rest with this suggestion, that the question you are asking is with respect to feeding arrangement. Answer for the wild animals or elephant in forest is not the feeding arrangement, is the foraging arrangement. What is available in the, what can be made available in the habitat, in the natural ways of both plants production, different plants biodiversity availability there, as well as with respect to those who are carnivores, with respect to them herbivores population. So that arrangement is in a different perspective against the feeding arrangement. So you let us understand the difference between arrangement for feeding and arrangement for foraging. So with that, I invite the next speaker, Mr. Gajanan.
Presentation. Good afternoon, one and all, and I thank Odisha Wildlife Conclave for inviting me. My name is Gajanan Lade. I'm currently Deputy Conservator of Forests in the Joint Task Force of Odisha in the Office of the PC of Wildlife. So my today's talk would be on functioning of Joint Task Force. It's a special task force in Odisha in the context of wildlife crime investigation and prosecution. I see a lot of staff sitting behind, so I request them to be very attentive in my talk because it's very relevant to you in the field. Because wildlife crime investigation and prosecution, you will be dealing day in, day out in your respective field postings. So it's a very interesting area, and I hope even other audience will also find it interesting. You can go ahead. Yeah, next slide. I have this pointer. Yeah. Yeah. So how did the task force come into place? So there was a tipping point. Somebody talked about tipping point. Tipping point is a point at which you have a crisis. So that was felt in one of the PILs that was filed in the Honorable High Court of Odisha. The PIL name is Gita Raut versus State of Odisha. There are other interveners as well. So in which it was highlighted that lot of elephant deaths are taking place due to unnatural causes. One of the unnatural causes, as Sumit pointed out in his presentation, was a bait bomb, which was being placed by the wildlife bushmeat hunters in the forest areas of the Odisha. That is one of the unnatural causes. So there are many other unnatural causes like electrocution death. Then there is poaching of elephant for the purpose of tusk. So these are the 3-4 prime reasons due to which elephants were dying. And then this PIL came up in the High Court of Odisha that something has to be done because with the current practices and structures in place, we are not able to address the problem in its entirety. So it was felt that we need a special, some special arrangements. So DGP, Director General of Police Odisha, was one of the parties in this. He was made one of the parties in this PIL, and he was asked to suggest measures to address this problem because this problem was very, very critical. There was some 10 to 15 cases highlighted in the various forest divisions of Odisha, and all those cases were very serious. So the Honorable High Court directed DGP Odisha to file an affidavit as to what steps we can take. So in its affidavit, DGP Odisha suggested that we need to have a special task force which will consist of both forest officials and police officials. This task force shall be overseeing the investigations and prosecutions of important wildlife offence cases in the entire Odisha. So he said that there has to be a joint task force with the forest and police officers. He also said, he also recommended that since Honorable High Court also observed that the conviction rate in the wildlife offence cases is very poor, and it probed into the reasons of that. So it was also found that the regular judicial, our hierarchy, where our wildlife cases get attention and found cognizance, and the trial, which is happens at the level of JMFC and the SDGMs, Judicial Magistrate First Class and the Sub-Divisional Judicial Magistrates. These courts are highly overburdened with the cases. So we need to have a special court to try wildlife offences so that cases can be expedited. And we need to also have special public prosecutors to prosecute the wildlife offenders. Because we have seen that in many cases, due to I should not say poor prosecution, but due to certain gaps in the argument of the prosecutor, our cases ended up in acquittal, when the case record was very good, but in spite of that, we had an acquittal in the cases, because a person making an argument should be also of that level. And we found that they were not equipped with that kind of a knowledge or competence. So the DGP also said we need to have special public prosecutors fighting for the wildlife cases. So all these three suggestions were accepted by Honorable High Court, and I will subsequently tell you how they have been effected. So immediately government notified Joint Task Force. This is the notification. It's headed by Chief Conservator of Forests and Chairman, he's also Chairman Joint Task Force, which is currently Dr. Manoj Nair sir. I report to him. There is one Deputy Conservator of Forest, as you can see. I am the DCF. And then there are 2 inspectors, 3 sub-inspectors, 3 range officers, 2 ACFs, and 1 additional Superintendent of Police or Superintendent of Police of any either rank. So this is a official structure of the JTF. But you can see there are other co-opted members. So JTF has a larger mandate apart from the wildlife crime investigation and prosecution, which I will subsequently talk. So these are the 5 important points in the terms of reference. As you can see, the first point I have already highlighted: prevent, investigate, and prosecute. The second is the monitoring of trials in the wildlife offence cases. Third is the hand-holding of field officials, which we do day in, day out. Fourth is to identify preventive and remedial measures. This was also very important point, apart from the other points which I have already highlighted. So we need to also suggest the preventive measures. It's not that we are only reacting to the deaths that are happening due to unnatural reasons. We need to also have a preventive strategy in place so that the number of deaths reduce. And the last one is to advise on wildlife related issues. So we have advised on many issues to the government. We have given a lot of suggestions, and we have moved a lot of policy change related files. Most of them have been accepted. This is current staff strength. We are understaffed as of now. 13 is supposed to be the sanction strength of the JTF. Currently we are 5. We are trying to fill them up as early as possible. But even with the current strength, we were trying to do our level best. So one of the preventive strategies was to prepare a comprehensive action plan, because it was felt that elephant conservation itself is a multidimensional issue. It's not a single dimensional issue where we target one sector and leave others. So it was felt that we need to have something comprehensive in terms of strategy, and all the aspects of conservation of the species in long term needs to be looked at. So JTF, with all its co-opted members, sat together and they deliberated upon what should be the strategy, and the action plan was prepared. And the strategy has been accepted by government in the high-powered committee headed by Chief Secretary, and subsequently High Court of Odisha has also approved it. It has also accepted it. So we have a CAP in place. It has been shared with all the forest divisions. At all levels, what are the respective responsibilities? They have been clearly demarcated, and those are regularly monitored by JTF, whether those actions are being taken as per the action plan or not. So these are the 10, I just given an abstract of that entire strategy. There are 10 pillars. As you can see, they addressed all the aspects of conservation of the elephant. So there are 10, it's a 10 pillar strategy, and you can see there are 158 short-term action points, 19 medium-term action points, and 17 long-term action points. And we have delineated clearly as to who is to look for, who is supposed to do what. So there is clear-cut understanding. So I will not go into this because my the focus of my topic was wildlife crime investigation prosecution, but just touch this part because we are dealing with this also. So you can see the pillars, most of the, almost all the, aspects of species conservation has been, elephant especially, elephant conservation has been, have been taken care of. So as JTF, we also liaison with number of authorities. As Sumit said, the railway line passing through national highways going on, crisscrossing the elephant paths. So we have to do that also as a JTF we do, because we need to escalate certain issue at the highest level in the respective offices. So if it is a railway authorities, then we have to escalate to the level of DRM or general manager also sometimes. So state headquarters plays that pivotal role of escalating certain issues which are probably lying unattended at the division level. So we do that. We also liaison very closely with the energy department because a lot of infrastructural gaps were there and they have been plugged in last 4 or 5 years. So still certain issues come up, so we have to liaison with the chief executive officers of the distribution companies. We regularly have a coordination meeting. So that's this job also we do. And we also liaison with the veterinary department because preventive vaccination is very important especially in the protected area and surrounding areas. So preventive vaccinations are also conducted periodically, for which we liaison with them. So now I come to the main part of my talk, which is basically the wildlife crime, the offense and its subsequent stages. So if you see the wildlife offense, as you know, wildlife offense starts when we see that any scheduled category animal that is there in the Wildlife Protection Act, anything that is detected against that scheduled animal. So we are not supposed to book an offense for non-scheduled animal, which is not there in the schedule. So we have to see whether the category of article, wildlife article, or any of its body part, whether it belongs to the scheduled animal or not. That is the first step. So we see the detection part, it mostly happens at the forest division level. So most of our detection, the JTF doesn't detect on its own. It's the forest division that detects the crime. So it mostly gets detected as a decoy operation because sometimes we come to know from our reliable sources, from our intelligence network, that somebody has kept certain wildlife article with him or he's trying to deal that wildlife article. That's how we get a tip off, and we ourselves go as a buyer. That's called decoy. You go as a buyer for that article and then you catch that person. That's called decoy. So we do a lot of decoy operations happen in the division level. In JTF also we have conducted few decoy operations at our own level. So we also have some spies in the various divisions. JTF has its own spies. So they act independently of the forest division. So we get a lot of input from them also, and then we tell the respective division to plan a decoy. Then another detection is the detection of the carcass of the animal. That itself is a detection, and you see that there is something unnatural that has happened to the carcass. For example, there can be gunshot injuries on the carcass, or an elephant's tusks are missing. So that sort of detection also happens sometimes, especially in the elephant movement areas or in the tiger movement areas. So if you detect that, then that also detection of an offense. Simultaneously, Special Task Force in CIDCB is also competent to investigate wildlife offense because they have been delegated that power in 2015. General police cannot investigate wildlife crime. That's why police never does wildlife crime investigation. They are not competent under Wildlife Protection Act to file complaint. Only the Special Task Force under CIDCB has been made competent. So only STF and our forest divisions do the wildlife crime investigations and prosecution. Nobody else. So in Odisha, general police is not competent under Wildlife Protection Act. So how we go about the business, investigation monitoring, what does investigation monitoring mean? If you detected a case, then what it starts there. So how do we do it? What JTF does? So we have been given the mandate of 4 species, primarily, that is elephant, tiger, pangolin and leopard. Because these are the 4 species which are highly vulnerable to the offenses. I'm not saying there are other species, other species are not vulnerable, but if you see these 4 species, their goods are traded internationally, nationally also. And that's why they are most vulnerable. Elephant, in the case of elephant tusks are traded. In the case of tiger, almost everything is traded, including its bones. Same is the case with leopard. And in case of pangolin, which we call Vajrakapta in Odia, its scales are traded. So these are the 4 species that we have been tasked with, primarily. But that doesn't bar us from monitoring of other wildlife cases also. So how it happens is, when the offense is detected in the division, the DFO reports it to JTF, especially as regards these 4 species. So when elephant is dead in a division, say Dhenkanal or Angul or wherever, then the DFO reports it to CCF, JTF, as well as to me also, and the PCCF Wildlife. So since CCF is occupied in number of responsibilities, because sir has additional charges of 2-3 establishments. So in JTF, functionally, I have to take care of all these investigation, monitoring and prosecution. So that's why I am also reported simultaneously. And once it is reported to me, then we immediately get into the loop so that investigating officers does his job properly. Because we need to see that the kind of evidences he is going to build up should be sufficient enough to convict that person. So investigation cannot be shoddy. It cannot be half-hearted. It has to be a full investigation. And that's why unless somebody is overseeing that investigation, we cannot ensure that the case will be foolproof. And that's where we come into picture, because of the special task force constitution and its terms of reference, we need to be in loop, because we have to answer the High Court, because the case is still open and it comes in between with regard to the recent cases, and they ask us as to what has happened in those cases, how we have done the investigation. So the JTF has to monitor those investigations, because JTF is answerable to the Honorable High Court periodically. So we have made it a protocol that in case of a detection of a carcass, you cannot do a PM unless a JTF member visits that. So if elephant carcass is there, PM cannot be started unless we go there. So we have to be asked, we have to be told, and then we send our JTF member, I've told, I also go, and other members also go sometimes. So we go there and we see what is the exact scenario of the crime as regards the elephant, tiger, leopard. So we see that whether there is an offense, and we conclude that this is an unnatural death, either due to electrocution or maybe any other causes, or it's a natural death, then there is no further scope for investigation. So we prima facie come to a conclusion, this is a offense case. Because in number of divisions in the past, it has been seen that in many cases, electrocution cases were not reported as such, because probably the evidences got lost, like there was no wire or anything lying around. So staff probably could not come to know that it is an electrocution case. So they were, finally they got closed as a natural case. So that's why JTF member goes, because we have to see from the other side also as to whether there is any issue. Then if we see that it's an unnatural death, and then we ask the investigating officer to immediately round up the suspects in the area. So if the case is very straightforward, like you are catching a wildlife article from somebody's possession, for example, you catch a leopard skin or tiger skin from somebody's possession, the case is very straightforward, because that person is holding that article. And under Wildlife Protection Act, you must be knowing that possession of an article itself puts a reverse burden of proof on the accused, because Wildlife Protection Act is a very strong act. Sometimes we do not realize it, but if you read the act properly, it's a very strong act. If a possession of an article is proved with a person, that this person was holding that article, and that seizure list that you draw, that the staff draws, this seizing officer draws the seizure list, and that seizure list gets proved in the court of law, then you rest assured that he is going to be convicted, because once the seizure list is proved, the burden of proof immediately shifts on the accused. He has to prove that he is not in illegal possession, which he cannot prove because he does not have any document. So that's why in possession case, the very important document is a seizure list, and that's where we have to be very, very careful. All our field staffs, they have to be extremely careful in preparing the seizure list. With minute details, you have to prepare the seizure list of anything that you are seizing. So because of the reverse burden of proof, the possession case is a straightforward case. But then when the challenge comes when you are trying to prove a hunting case. For example, elephant has been hunted due to number of reasons like electrocution, gunshot, or maybe any other cause. And for that matter, any other animal also, maybe it a royal RBT or leopard also. That becomes a very big challenge because it's as good as a murder case of a human being. We are also animals. So if a human dies, it's a murder by an unnatural cause. Like somebody has killed the human being. So the standard of proof has to be equivalent. So if you are trying to prove a hunting of a wildlife animal, the kind of evidences that you have to build have to be almost equivalent to a murder case of a human being. So unless an investigating officer understands what evidences I need to build to prove hunting under section 9, he cannot do justice. He will be just simply writing some document, confessional statement, and closing the case, which will sure be ending in the acquittal only, unless he builds certain proof. So we have made it a protocol also because during seizure we have seen that lot of mistakes are being committed. We are not taking witnesses because our own staff become witness in our cases. So we said ki as per the law, because as per the Criminal Procedure Code, which has now become BNSS, because our Wildlife Protection Act is not a substantive law, it's a substantive law, it's not a procedural law. It does not have procedure of investigation written there. So the default law is the CRPC, which has now become BNSS. So we have to abide by those provisions of BNSS, where it has been clearly mandated that we have to take witnesses. So unless you seize in front of independent witnesses, your seizure is likely to be questioned. Especially in the village area or on the road where it's a public place where you are seizing an article or doing any kind of a seizure. And if you do not take witnesses, your own staff are becoming witnesses, it is likely to be questioned. Why independent witnesses are not there? Because law mandates you that. BNSS mandates you that.
Please be brief now.
Yeah.
Conclude.
Another 5 minutes, sir, it's over. So that's why we have to take independent witnesses. So I've just listed down certain things, what important things we have to keep in loop. Similarly, suspects, we have to trace out more number of suspects, like CDR analysis has to be done, their live tracks have to be found, which we give to the DFOs. And we have to trace out all the members of that entire conspiracy. So post-investigation, we take the final investigating reports of the IO, we peruse it, JTF peruses them, and we will suggest certain changes if required, and the final PR is finalized and it goes to the court. Another important is the trial monitoring. So you finish the investigation, but if you do not monitor the trial, conviction cannot be ensured. So trial monitoring is equally important. Your witnesses have to be properly briefed. If you are a seizing officer, you should be knowing your case well, and you should be able to depose properly. So unless the trial monitoring is done at the level of division or JTF, the cases are not going to see the logical end. So trial monitoring is also equally important. So this is the last slide probably. So we have seen what are the deficiencies in the forest department. Because we do not have a training or just like police has in terms of investigation because that is their core job. We are also involved in so many other duties. So we do not have much time to understand the investigation and its requirements. So we saw certain deficiencies that we don't have knowledge of procedural acts such as CRPC or Evidence Act. And though now the remedial measure that we have undertaken as JTF is, and our director OFRC is here, and he will vouch for it, that we are also involved in training now, and we are also participating in trainings, and in number of platforms. Like he is arranging one week training for the ACF, and in various phases. So JTF is going on one particular day, so that our people understand the importance of investigation and the things that need to be done. Similarly, we have issued number of circulars for investigation and certain standard operating procedures. As I have mentioned, number of procedures we have given it to field staff. CDR live track we are providing, that's called technical intelligence in police language. So I provide CDR and live tracks to my field staff so that people are caught, all the people are caught from their mobile locations. Long pending trials. Now Court of Chief Judicial Magistrate has been declared as a special court. I talked about a special court, so CJM court has been declared as a special court in Odisha, so that our trials can be expedited. No dedicated public prosecutor. Now special PPs are shortly to be appointed. We have already moved the file, government has accepted it. Forensic lab capabilities, because forensic is a very, very important aspect in investigation. So our Center for Wildlife Health has got almost all the facilities of forensics. It has a morphology, DNA sequencing, histopathology, toxicology, and all other facilities for the purpose of wildlife crime investigations. Recently, Center for Wildlife Health has been declared a government scientific expert under section 329 of BNSS, which was basically 293 in CRPC. So it's now government scientific expert, so its reports will not be questioned by any other authority. Evidence collection and foolproof case lacking. So that's why JTF is monitoring the investigation. We ensure that IO collects all evidences so that a person's guilt is proved in the court of law beyond doubt. That's what we ensure. That's it from my side. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, floor is open. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gajanan. Now, our last speaker, Dr. Sudhakar Kar, he would be talking on coastal mangroves of Odisha coast.
Research experience among you. At the outset, I should say that I have completed 50 years of my research in Bhitarkanika National Park and a sanctuary, and 50 years of my sanctuary is also completed 50 years, that is Bhitarkanika. And another interesting that I have first time I initiated census of crocodiles, estuarine crocodiles in Bhitarkanika river system. That was a sanctuary. Later it became a national park. So in December 1976, and that is also I completed 50 years of my census operation. Last, I just visited Bhitarkanika, it is completed a census operation, and this is total 50 years of research. Friends, my dear young friends, I want to share whatever I have acquired within 50 years, not in a nutshell, because time does not permit to speak more about you. We have been gifted a very good coastline. We should feel proud of it. And our coastline is a treasure island or hidden treasure. You see, 480 kilometer long coastline out of 7,500 in India. coastline, we have 4 wildlife sanctuary in the coast. First is Bhitarkanika, the first sanctuary in Odisha, first national park in Odisha, and Gohilmatha for the protection of olive ridley sea turtles, and Balikhand Konark, that was earlier it is very good black bug habitat, and that to Nalbond. Dr. Ajit Patnaik told a lot about Chilka and Nalbond. That is a small sanctuary, but it attracts about 1 million of water birds during winter. We have a national park, I have told you, in Bhitarkanika, the first national park, up till the single national park. And 3 mass nesting beaches. We talked about the mass nesting in the morning. Rushikulla this time has they already started, and we are waiting for a second mass nesting in Bhitarkanika, that is the Gohirmatha. One Rushikulla, Bhitarkanika, Rushikulla, another Debi is small extent. And we have 3 Ramsar sites in the coast, 3 Ramsar sites. First is Chilka, declared in 1981. Second is Bhitarkanika, 2002. And third is the Tampere, just recently declared. And the largest population of endangered Irrawaddy dolphins, that Dr. Ajit Patnaik has told, we have 150 odd Irrawaddy dolphins. That is the only habitat we have, and some extent in Bhitarkanika estuary, but the less number. And breeding population of the living fossil, our friend Dr. Das is here, and he narrated nicely about the breeding population in panel discussion. And we are getting the living fossil, that is the Limulus, Nila Rakta Konkoda. Rich mangrove habitat, coast we have very good habitat, mangrove forest, but limited in few pockets, that will come. That is in Bhitarkanika, I will get having the good mangrove cover. That is my study area. Wildlife heritage sites, Bhitarkanika yet to be declared. We lost a chance. It was about to declare. Somehow some problem was cropped up. We could not get it. Maritime significance, we know earlier days how the boats are going to Java, Borneo, Sumatra, and it is still we are having the past and present Goli. Mangroves we talk about, that can go anywhere. It is not. It is very fragile, and they need particular environment. It must be inundated by tide twice daily, must be fresh water and saline water mixing, and the estuary must be muddy, and there will be the plants, they thrive, have the different type of plants. We call it mangrove or Mongol vegetation. In Odia, we call Bhitarkanika Bonipai, we call it Hentalabana, or in Sundarban, we call it Sundarivana, because they have a lot of Sundari trees, and now it is lost. Another interesting thing of the mangroves, that they have the viviparous germination, few plants. In the science student, when we are doing few science, PP science, that was earlier not close to science, that there is one page note of there is viviparous germination in mangroves. Not in all mangroves, only the rhizophora plants, Rhizophoracea, have viviparous plants. What is that viviparous? The animal kingdom, higher vertebrates, they are viviparous. जो छुआ जन्म करती, that we call it viviparous. Oviparous अंडा दियंती. किंतु it is a plant is oviparous, viviparous, that means when the seed, you see the propagules are there. The propagules are there. This is the rye plant, mainly the Rhizophoracea, not in many plants. When the seed is in the mother plant, there itself it germinate and sprout. And in harsh climatic condition, daily high tide, low tide, high tide, low tide twice. So these propagules just fall, and then it stabilizes. That is why they are adapted. And the root system comes out, leaves come out, that is the viviparous, only in mangroves. No plant species is having mangroves. I think my botany friend can tell more. And they have a lot of breathing roots. You see the adaptive character of mangroves, very peculiar plant. They thrive, they don't get maximum oxygen because of submerged water. Twice high tide, 10-foot tide will rise, again fall, again rise, again fall. So they don't get oxygen. So there is a lot of root system. And each plant has a different type of root system. Those are pneumatophores and prop roots. Thesachara, jaha kuhante Odia re thesachara bhi hote kichi plant. This is the pneumatophore. Mangroves act as a land builder. That is very important. That is why there is less erosion in the mangrove area, less erosion. You go to upstream of the river system, lot of erosion. In Bhitarkaniga, erosion is not a factor. Or in coastal areas, we don't face an erosion process. We face erosions upstream, Brahmani, Boitarani, Kharasota. They have the problem because there are no plant species there. Then mangroves build key role in protecting the area from, that is very common. Cyclone, every time cyclone comes, people think about mangroves. We are saved because of Luna Jangala. After that, they forget. Even, I can tell you, in any cyclone comes, mangroves protect that area. Those areas are devoid of mangroves. The people, they see how the conditions are there in other Mahakalapada and Jagatsinghpur areas. It is a source of leaf detritus. It provides a lot of food items for shrimps, other fish items, crabs, mollusks, and that is why Bhitarkaniga is a productive ecosystem. Productive ecosystem, and coast, our coast is a productive ecosystem. And I am talking more about Bhitarkaniga because other area I will go to, mangrove is lost almost. And people earlier, the locality, that is very difficult. There no road communication, nothing was there, no electricity, no boat, power boat. So that island country where I was joined in 75 July, 10th July 1975. My friend Dr. Singh also, at the same time we together joined. And he joined in Chile, Satkosia. So that time there is no facility at all. People are purely depending on mangrove for their sustenance. They collect firewood, they collect fish, they collect crab, thatching material for hentala leaves, they collect nalia grass for basket making. So their sustenance, primarily 50-60% people depending upon the mangrove ecosystem. If anybody does not go to the forest or river and creeks to collect fish, they have no food at the night. So one plant they get, that hentala, Phoenix pallidosa, they collect all thatching material, house construction from that plant only. So that was the time when people were in 50 years back, I am telling. Now also situation is different. That is a separate country. All the facilities are there. Electricity is there. Communication has developed. You can drive straight to Bhitarkaniga. That time only rowing boat was our means. I was staying day and night in the rowing boat, manned by 2 crews. In the crocodiles, there are crocodiles, but I was having day and night in that boat. Collection of minor forest produce, even they collect honey also. 50-60 quintal honey they collect from Bhitarkaniga. That was the time. Then mangrove are excellent carbon absorber. That everybody, the scientists, people know that they absorb a lot of carbon. Status of mangroves. We think mangroves have the situation. Only Sundarban is having the vast mangrove area, 2,000 odd. Then comes Gujarat, then comes Andaman Nicobar, then comes Andhra. 6th position we have at Bhitarkaniga. Don't say, and my friends sometimes they say Bhitarkaniga is the second largest. No, it is not the second largest. We are in the 6th position, and the last is the Puducherry having only 2 square kilometers, Puducherry. So only small habitat we have. Next. This is the street. we are having mangrove, starting from north to south, up to Chilika, up to Bahuda. See the mangroves, very narrow strip. This is the mangrove condition of mangroves in Odisha coast. Very less, very small habitat. And we are proud, I am proud, because my study area is having 210 up to 10 square kilometer. You see what is the habitat of Baleshwar coast? Only 5.40, Bhadrak 34.87, then Jagatsinghpur very negligible, 8.33, and the coming Puri only 1.13. This is the condition. And only Bhitarkanika, out of 260, almost 60 square kilometer, Bhitarkanika is having 210 square kilometer. That is in Kendrapada district of Rajanagar Tahsil. So that is the habit. You see the condition of mangroves. Once upon a time, the entire river mouth was full of mangroves. And that was the gift of the God. Because to protect the human, their property, to build, to keep the sand, bind the sand, and to give the sustenance to the people. Now, you see, compared to the Forest Survey for India 2019, we have luckily 8 square kilometer increase of forest growth in Bhitarkanika, in Odisha. That we are very happy. Total increase is only 17 square kilometer in the entire country. And if you compare to the status of mangroves in forest area, total forest area of the state, it is 0.5%. See the condition. We cry for mangroves. We think mangroves is protecting us, but only the status is 0.5%. Here, just a sketch I have prepared. Starting from north, you go to Subarnarekha, it is lost. Once upon a time, it was teeming with very good habitat. Lot of crocodiles are there, other wildlife is there. Now it is lost. Budha Balanga almost nil. My friend Das, he was telling about Budha Balanga that somehow living fossil lemurs are there. Dhamra coast, ports are there, other activities. Dhamra is very negligible. Then Boitarani, Brahmani, that is the deltaic area of Bhitarkanika, where we have mangroves. Then coming Mahanadi Delta, friends, you know the Mahanadi, we are from Odisha. Those who are friends don't know the Mahanadi, we had a very good mangrove habitat, vast, because of port it has come, we lost. Then Omkar came, for coconut plantation we lost many mangroves. Then came the World Bank Jagatjor project. For prawn culture we lost very good habitat. Now it is totally almost a few pairs, no wildlife is there. Only few crocodiles were now releasing there. Then comes Devi Mouth, that is famous for sea turtle, but no crocodile is there. Earlier there are crocodiles. Then Rushikulya, that is nesting habitat, and Bahuda, no mangroves is there. I have already told you, total in India, we have 85 designated Ramsar sites, wetland of international importance. That as per Ramsar Convention, we are, Odisha, we are 5, we have 5, in the coast we have 3, I have already told you. Bhitarkanika, it is also a Ramsar site, 650 square kilometer area. Then coming to Bhitarkanika, as notified, I told you, first sanctuary in Odisha. Then core of the sanctuary, only 145 square kilometer area. We have excluded all the villages. That is the government intention that no village should be there. That is why we are not getting Similpal National Park. It is a proposed, but not final national park. Because of the villages are still, few villages are there. But we have, Bhitarkanika, we have excluded all the villages. Only the area is limited to only 145 square kilometer, and that is the most potential habitat. 80% of the crocodile population are there in Bhitarkanika. Fish production, fish, plenty of fish, other invertebrate fauna and wildlife is there. I have already told you how the 50 years back, how the situation was there. People are primarily depending on the forest and the river system. Though crocodiles are there, they don't bother. They cross the river, collect firewood. They collect everything from the forest, and their sustenance is there. Now situation has improved. Lot of tourists are coming. That is seeing all the thatched houses are there. That is the economy. When we joined in Bhitarkanika, we have a batch of only 24 hatchlings from 45 eggs, 80 eggs. That was the late time. July nesting season was over. We got 48 eggs, 24 hatchlings, but people were not very much reluctant to give us food. Supply prawn and also the live fish. They were very anti at that time. And we had a lot of meetings. Then the division was in Athagada, under Athagada. And the FAO UNDP expert, Dr. Bostad, we all convinced the people, but still they are not happy. But presently, if you go to Bhitarkanika, you see not 80% of houses are in Paka houses, beautiful road communication, buses are paying, you can drive straight, you have phone, you have every electricity, you have AC rooms for accommodation. And the economy is very good, the people are very happy, they are very supportive, they are being engaged in our project. Throughout the year, they have been engaged. And here, one thing I want to highlight, that we say that Bhitarkanika, the mangrove, Hentala Bono, or Sundari Bono, but Amar Jahu coach in the Mongol vegetation, mangroves, is the largest. No, it is not the largest. Largest species diversity is more in Indonesia, then coming Papua New Guinea, then coming that Australia Northern Territory, and we have fourth. Of course, we are the largest in India. Sundarban, though, is the largest habitat, but a few species-wise, it is less than Bhitarkanika. Our interesting thing, Bhitarkanika, we have an endemic species, that is the Sundari. We call it Konica Sundari. That is Heritaria canicensis. And few plants are there, as per Botanical Survey of India report, it is still there, but in limited to few pockets. And the plants, they survive in a different gradient of salinity. Some live in the almost nil salinity because of the fresh water, they depend on a lot of fresh water. Slowly you go to sea, you see saline gradient increases, and the mangrove species diversity also is different. In high salinity, near sea mouth, there are 35 ppt, parts per thousand, whereas when just in the river mix, that is only 1 ppt, 1 parts per thousand.
Please conclude in few minutes.
Pardon?
In few minutes, please conclude.
Yes. That is why in Sundarban, the Sundari tree, Heritaria species, as Dr. Ajit Purna is telling, that popularity is reducing because the fresh water flow has been decreased. Fresh water is very dependent for a few mangroves, primarily Sundari plants. We have a nesting ground of 12 water, but locally migratory birds. ଯାହା କୁହନ୍ତି ଓଡ଼ିଆରେ ବଗ, ଗେଣ୍ଡାଳିଆ, ପାଣିକୁଆ, ଅନ୍ଧାରୁଆ ସବୁ ମାନେ ଗୋଟିଏ ଜାଗାରେ ଆସି ନେଷ୍ଟିଂ କରନ୍ତି, ବର୍ଷା ଆସିଲେ ସେମାନେ ଆସିଯାଆନ୍ତି, ନେଷ୍ଟିଂ କରନ୍ତି, ଛୁଆ ବଢ଼ାନ୍ତି, ତାପରେ they go back. But they are not long distance migratory. But we have been getting long distance migratory. That is the stopover. Bhitarkanika is the stopover while going the migratory birds flying from other areas. Long distance migratory birds stop over in Bhitarkanika, then for few days, then go to Chilika. While also returning the stopover in Bhitarkanika, they take acquire lot of feed lot, acquire body weight, then leave for their destination. That is another swampy area that provide lot of food items. Why Bhitarkanika is famous? Small habitat, not big habitat, only 210 square kilometer mangroves, but very potential, rich mangroves and a rich biodiversity. And the largest living crocodile is still there, and there is about 20 feet length. And in Bhitarkanika, you will be happy to know, in 1926, a largest crocodile of 23 feet was killed by the captain of the ship. Those time the ship was flying from Chandwali to Haldia. There is no road communication. The captain of the ship killed that crocodile. That was 23 feet length. The skull is still there in the Konika Palace. If anybody can go to Konika and see that skull is still there. It's 1 meter length crocodile skull. And we have here I will inform you, the August gathering. We started the population was only 96 in Bhitarkanika. Only male, female only 29, rest juveniles. Now, because of the implementation of the crocodile project, Forest Department initiative, the primary role played by the Forest Department, Government India financial support, and FAO UNDP technical advice, now the population has built up and it has come to 1800, almost 18 times increase of the population within the 50 years. And once upon a time, when we joined, it is very difficult to search the entire mangrove area to locate crocodile nest. Hardly we are getting 3 to 4 nests within 200 eggs, average 50 eggs. But the situation has changed. We have released 3,000 crocodiles. Some females have laid eggs. Now the population is building up. Now we are getting 120 nests and clutches of eggs. But we are not collecting eggs. Our habitat is very small, not like the Sundarban. And we are limiting the population. And now the nature is taking a lot of care. We are not collecting eggs. We are not releasing the young ones. That we released almost 3,000 young ones of 1 meter length. Though the population, and here I am to inform you, we have the 70% of the entire population in the 70% in the entire country comparison to, we have 70% of estuarine crocodile or Boula Kumbira in Bhitarkanika. Rest area, distribution area, we have 30%. Sundarban, Andaman and other areas. And rich biodiversity birds, I have told you. We have fishing cats, we have leopard cats, small cats are there, deers plenty. If you move to Bhitarkanika, you will see deers, plenty of deers, spotted deers. Somewhere we have few. And hyenas are there, porcupines are there, wild boars are there. And fishing cat population is building up. That is an endangered species, and leopard cats. And my friends are there. And yesterday, a lot of discussion, and my one friend, I think he told there is a paper, nesting has not happened, so 8 in Bhitarkanika, Goirmotha. It will happen, time is, they are still there. And sometimes they come fast to Bhitarkanika, then to Rushikulya. This time, we have to wait for end of this month. Earlier nesting was in December and January, now it is shifted bit, and it is going up to March. My friends, they will talk more about this. And here is the interesting thing that 50% of the world's olive-related population, nesting population, they visit to Bhitarkanika, for Goirmotha for nesting. 50% of the world population. and rest 50% are distributed in Mexico coast, Costa Rica. My friend was telling about the Costa Rica. So they are nesting. So that is why Dr. Bostad has written in a published it that is world's largest rookery is Gahirmatha. Now it, of course, some population are coming to Rushikulya. So the why we have the program, conservation program is successful in Bhitarkanika. What is the reason? Starting from less than 100, now we have come 1800. Because it is well protected now. It was a sanctuary, then it was a national park, it is a Ramsar site, small habitat, well taken care of. Department is working hard to protect the habitat. Mainly protection is needed for the mangroves. And they need good mangrove cover. Crocodiles population, I told you 80% population in the national park area. Beyond national park sanctuary, we have not much mangroves. So there is less population. 10% population are distributed in the sanctuary area. So we have network of creeks and creeklets. That is very most for crocodiles. With hanging mangrove vegetation, tidal creek. So mother will go, nesting mother will select a very suitable spot. In the narrow creek, go to forest, collect nesting material, and build up the nest, make a mound nest and lay the eggs. And there the mother guard for 75 days. You see, all mother, they have maternal cares, but crocodile may be a dangerous animal, but she does not leave the nest for 75 days. She never comes for any feeding. She guards the nest because of a lot of egg predators are there. There is the largest Indian lizard, Varanus salvator, wild boars are there, lot of big pythons are there, so they steal away the eggs, they eat away the eggs. So that is why mother dedicates her life for 75 to 80 days guarding the nest to protect the eggs. Then another thing, less human disturbance. And almost no fishing. My friends yesterday were talking about the sea turtles, or the Muntaz was talking about the dolphins. Any aquatic animal, fishing is most detrimental. The dolphin, they are telling that only live for 5-6 minutes. Our crocodile can thrive, almost a large crocodile 1 hour. But they have to come outside the water for breathing. And the habit of the crocodile and sea turtles, they are dying also in the fishing net. They are entangled. Once they are in net, they are entangled. Once they are entangled, they are suffocated and they die. Either as a whale or dolphin or sea turtle, or fishing is most detrimental.
Please conclude.
Sir?
Please conclude now.
Okay, I will finish. 5 minutes. And depth of water is most, because they are tidal river, depth must be there. 2 meter depth in the lowest tide. Because you can imagine how a 20 feet crocodile will live if the water depth is not there. So it is a tidal river, but narrow creek must have depth of water. So this is the success of Bhitarkanika, or coast, I can tell, Odisha coast. Odisha coast means mangroves means Bhitarkanika. So I have written the coastal Odisha, but coastal primarily indicative of Bhitarkanika is indicative. When I counted the population, it was less than 1 crocodile per kilometer length of your survey. Now the last census says, indicate there are 14 crocodiles you can thrive. Those who have visited Bhitarkanika in winter months, if you move 1 kilometer in the river and the creek system, you must see 14 crocodiles with different size classes. Hatchlings, earlings, juvenile, even can see large 20 feet crocodiles. If the habitat is not disturbed, they are not disturbed. Eggs, I have already told you, 5-6 nests we are getting now, we are getting 120 eggs, 3,000, 4,000 eggs, where we are leaving the eggs in nature. We are not collecting eggs, because the habitat is very small, we can't go on releasing and releasing. A recovery, I told you 8 square kilometer increase of forest in Bhitarkanika or Odisha, it is a great sign. And I think the management is very active, taking proactive, and they are evicting all prawn herring. So they are planting. So I think upstream area also, those who are barren, plantation will be, they will be taking up plantation. And next Forest Survey of India report, I think there will be another, with the good news will come, we will have more increase of area. Ecotourism, this is very controversial. My friend Dr. Singh can tell, yesterday also he is telling that tourism is very good, but our habitat is very small. It cannot accommodate 100 big engine launch having all the diesel engines. It is not Sundarban. In the Sundarban, our river system can be very small, and a lot of boats it cannot accommodate. So I have already impressed the DFO and the management, even Chief Elephant, to convert all the boats into the petrol engine. Now we have acquired 10, 15 petrol engine boats. All the boats, no tourists will come in the big boats. That is why the crocodiles are so disturbed in the winter season when we are going for census operation annually, and we are continuing the census since 1976 up till now. We close the sanctuary for 10 days. For 10 days minimum we close because the crocodiles are so much disturbed. Unless you close it, we can't sight the population. They will go somewhere and will hiding. So once you close, habitat is calm, they will return back to their habitat, they will stay there, they don't move in the winter season, they feed less, they are low metabolic rate, so we are easy to count the population. So we want to regulate anywhere in the forest department, all forest officers I am telling, you regulate. Tourism, we should not be very happy the tourists are coming, economy is developing. You first see the habitat, you see the diversity, you see the forest, then you think about the tourism. Here I take 5 minutes only. Illegal fishing, that is still going on because all the rivers are ending in the saline, near Salinegiri, and beyond the Salinegiri, we have 7 panchayats, gram panchayats, periphery, surrounding the national park. So I told you, they fishing, they go for, even full moon, new moon tide, when a lot of fish flow is there from the sea, people are, they have urge to go for, though illegal, they can go. Even the crocodiles are there, they can go for fishing. Then aquaculture, that is very devastating. Any wetland, aquaculture is devastating. And it has damaged Chilka, Andhra coast, everywhere. And Bhitarkanika, what is happening? Our habitat is small. People are acquiring private land, and they are having all aquaculture ponds and discharging all the effluent to the river system. That is why in Bhitarkanika, we want the management, we want the government to stop aquaculture, completely ban aquaculture in the Bhitarkanika ecosystem. Encroach of forest land, it has been stopped, but earlier you see how the encroachment was going on. Before declaration of a sanctuary, even Wildlife Protection Act was not there, then sanctuary, still 3-4 years people are there, clearing the forest growth, having a small thatched house, then they try to cultivate. That was there. You see prawn culture, how damaging. The beautiful forest growth they damaged. And another, last time telling sir, another difficulty, problem we have been facing, that I have been telling everywhere. Erosion is not a problem in Bhitarkanika. Only accretion, silted up area. Bhitarkanika, mu join Korea thili 75 masya ru eponto dekhuchi 1/3 of the river system has been accreted. Poti hai galani. And all creek ends are lost. Now mangroves have come up. And many river confluents is totally eroded, accreted, and growths are coming. So in future, I think in 100 years, all the river system will be wiped out. That is happening now in all over the Odisha because of a lot of projects. That is the problem in mangroves and woodlands. As conservation, It is now we are taking lot of activities. We'll take also more, and people's participation is very important. Now people are very happy because they are being employed. They are very now earning a lot because of tourism. Every alternate house they have a tourist accommodation. They are very happy. So that is why people want that there should be more and more activities should be there. There is a little, though we have achieved a lot, there is a little conflict is going on. Some crocodile in the rainy season, 2-3 outside those that are staying in the national park, they are migrating to upstream area, Brahmani and Boitri, creating problem. That is being very painful for us. There is attack also, and we have calculated last 54 years, 71 to 2004, average 1.6, even not 2, but last 3-4 years the attack is a little more. That is why people will be very little unhappy, and we are not also happy, because as a researcher I feel very unhappy. And this is the barricade we are creating. Management has created 150 barricades. 150 barricades all along the river systems, Brahmani, Boitarani and Kharasota. Now we want to more. So, and signboards are there. So people are advised, we have requested people not to venture into the river system, tidal river during rainy season. Rainy season is very difficult for them, for us also. And this is the last one, how Dana Vitarakanika has protected the entire human population and their property. The cyclone, how did the forest is damaged, our infrastructure has been damaged, but people are protected. Even 99 super cyclone, people are well protected. So that is why the role of mangroves. And here lastly I can say that Bhitarkanika National Park, Bhitarkanika Sanctuary has initiation of this FAO-UND project have given a very momentum and a good shape for the forest department. That is why earlier whatever we have got, now the department is taking a lot of care, and whatever happening because of the first initiation was the forest department. So, thank you, and organizer I should thank, and Prakash, our friend Prakash, and Dr. Anup Naik, they have given me little scope to share my little knowledge amongst you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
If there are any questions for our distinguished panelists, then we will have them now.
Thank you. So myself Vikram Pradhan, and I would first like to thank all the delegates, delegates who are on the stage and in front of the stage, and thank you for contributing so much thing to conserve our nature. Just I want to ask one question, that we all trying to save or conserve larger animals like elephant and crocodile, but have any conservation activity has been there for conservation of smaller animals, like, because I was just asking sir regarding conservation of bats. Because bats are living in a wild cave or caves, which is completely different ecosystem. We cannot conserve a complete cave. And if we have any conservation activity for smaller animals like ants, spiders, butterflies, because each and every component or each and every tropical level in the ecosystem have its own role. So if we are trying to conserve big, but we cannot still neglect the smalls, because one small mistake sometimes can lead to a big damage. Like the bats who can pollinate so much plants, 300 species of plants depending on birds for just pollination. So is there any conservation activities for small insects? That is what I would like to ask all the experts. Thank you for giving the chance.
In fact, the Question is open for all three members of the panel.
It is our duty, everybody's duty, to protect small or large animals. And each animal has its own role. Maybe little insect, many insects are, what my friend told about the bat, they are consuming a lot of insects. So like that, the python, they take a lot of rats. Bats, they take a lot of mice. So each animal, even insects or lower vertebrate or higher vertebrate, we have to protect them. And there are projects also. We have some, Government India, Ministry of Environment have a lot of activities on how to protect the animals. Even it is the higher vertebrates, that is, because you see elephants, tiger, a crocodile like that, you listen much. You don't listen much about them. So there are activities going on. And our duty is also protect all animals. Thank you.
Thank you.
To answer to
Just 2-3 questions to you. What is the motto of Project Tiger? Tiger cannot be preserved in isolation. So when you are preserving tiger, means you are preserving the entire ecosystem. Your ants, bees, everything is included. Tiger is indicator species, crocodiles are the indicator species, elephants are the indicator species. So if you conserve these animals, automatically you are conserving the rest. Nobody is saying that you kill them and preserve this. So be sincere in preserving these animals and their habitats. That's all.
To extend
Yes,
what one of the
to
guests
supplement,
said,
sorry.
just to supplement him, actually the administrative arrangement of wildlife protection, if you see, it's a restrictive arrangement. We do not allow outsiders' presence in the protected areas. You know, you need a permit for entry also. And that's where what he said. In the tiger is also similar regime is there. So it's basically we are trying to reduce the pressure on these protected areas. And then you have a flagship species like tiger and other species you have kept in focus, and then automatically because of its protection, automatically the other animals are getting protected. So the administrative regime and the regulatory regime itself is designed that way.
Well, actually to supplement whatever has been said, I wish you had attended yesterday's session. Pratyush Mahapatra from Zoological Survey of India. He made a very beautiful presentation about the lesser known species that you are referring to is exactly what was his presentation was. And a lot of effort is being made to identify the lesser known species first and their status. That's the exactly job that the ZSI has been doing. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now this is the time for felicitation of our guest. I would like to request Muralidharan M. Sir, WWF India, to felicitate Sri Sumit Kumar Kar, IFS DA4 Dhenkanal. Please, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Dr. Vishnu Prasad Das, sir, Adjunct Professor Fakir Mohan University, Balasore, to felicitate Sri Lade Gajanan Dayanand, sir, IFS DCF Joint Task Force, Odisha. I repeat once again, now I'd like to request Dr. Vishnu Prasad Das, sir, to felicitate Sri Lade Gajanan Dayanand, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Neha Sinha ma'am, Conservation Partnership WWF India, New Delhi, to felicitate Dr. Sudhakar Kar, retired Senior Research Officer, Wildlife. Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to request Dr. Anup Kumar Naik, sir, to felicitate our co-chair, Sri Sangram Kesari Behera, IFS Director, Odisha Forest Rangers College, Anugol. Thank you, sir. Thank you all. Now this is the time for lunch. Our next section will start from 2:15. Thank you, sir. Odisha. Next, Dr. Tulisri Pradhan, Associate Professor, KIT School of Law. Next, Saurav Ray from Monosa Biotech, Kolkata, to the dais. Please, sir. Now I would like to hand over the mic to our session co-chair, Dr. Arun Kumar Mishra, sir. Please, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. This session's speakers are Dr. Satyaranjan Behera. He will be speaking on exploring geospatial distribution and ecology of testuidins in Odisha. Then Dr. Tulisri Pradhan, Associate Professor, KIT School of Law. She is going to talk on from ex gratia to legal compensation, very interesting subject, rethinking relief mechanism in human-wildlife conflict. And they'll from Monosa Biotech. I think I will request Dr. Anup Naik sir to give introductory remarks regarding the topics, and straightforward they can start.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ji. Welcome back to this afternoon session. This will be the last session. It's going to be a very interesting session followed by panel discussion. As again, yesterday we had a very vibrant panel discussion, and today also we're going to have another round of panel discussion. So we have got three speakers, as Dr. Mishra has already said. Satya, Tulisri, and Monosha Biotech. Monosha Biotech is going to talk about snake. Sapo. Sapo kahi rakha kariba. Sapo bisare tike koibe. Tachada saporo bisakto jo jahar achi. Taku kemti extract kariki se medicine tiyari kurchanti se bisare koibe. So I would like to request all the speakers to restrict their presentation to 20 minutes maximum, 15 to 20 minutes. Okay, over to Mishra ji.
Okay, I will request Dr. Satyanarayan Behera, zoologist, Odisha Biodiversity Board, Odisha. He will start his presentation.
Respected dignitaries, my colleagues, friends, and students present here. So today I am going to talk about exploring the geospatial distribution and ecology of testodines of Odisha. Next. So, all of you know that turtles, tortoise, and terrapins belongs to class Reptilia. It is popularly known as chelonians. And why chelonians? Because they comes under the order, taxonomic order chelonians or testodines. These are very ancient reptiles, evolved during Carboniferous period, near about 320 million years ago, and it is believed that they evolved from amphibians. If you see in the world, there are 352 extant species of turtle, tortoise, and terrapins found. out of which 42% are threatened and 10% are critically endangered as per International Union for Conservation of Nature. But if you see in Indian scenario, in India, there are 34 species of turtles, tortoise and terrapins found, including 5 species of marine turtles and rest 29 freshwater turtles. But in case of in our Odisha scenario, there are 18 species of turtles, tortoise and terrapins, including marine turtles. But earlier it was 17 species. Now it is increased to 18 species. One more species added. During our survey, we discovered for new distribution one species, that is Morena petreciba Indian eye turtle. I will show you next. But in Hindu mythology, turtles are worshipped as an incarnation of Lord Vishnu, and it is believed that the universe is supported by 4 elephants standing on turtles' back. So, in mythological point of view, turtles are the base of the existence of entire universe. Next. Then, what is the difference between turtle, tortoise, and terrapin? It's very tricky things, but you have to know that. But turtles are completely aquatic forms, and they tend to have webbed feet that help in swimming in the water. And marine turtles are adaptive to aquatic form, but sometimes they comes to lay their eggs to land. In green turtle, if you see in case of green turtle, they comes out in reef area for basking. But in other turtles and terrapins also, they come to land for laying eggs. But in case of tortoise, the tortoise are completely land form. Unlike turtles, they have stumpy or rounded feet. That feet helps in walking in the forest, and they feed herbs, shrubs, and small grasses and small insects also. But in terrapin, they are both form. They are land form as well as in the aquatic form. They come to land for laying eggs, and maximum times they live along the aquatic in the body. And if you see in the Odisha scenario, there are plentifully that abundant supply of freshwater systems. That freshwater systems provide the ideal habitats of freshwater turtles. They like reservoirs, dams, then lakes, ponds, ditches, wherever you can see the freshwater turtles or terrapins. And turtles play a very significant role in our ecosystem. They maintain our ecosystem in stable as a prey and predator in arthropod suppression, and also they feed mosquito larvae also. And also they are major scavenger in aquatic ecosystem. There where they release the locked up nutrients back to the aquatic ecosystem. And they also control the invasive species like the water hyacinth. So, and controls disease transmission to humans, regulate the population of snails, small fish, zooplankton, and phytoplankton in the aquatic habitat. Then we will come to that topic, that geospatial distribution of tortoise and freshwater turtles. What this project we have been working on this project last 2 years. What we will do, what we are doing actually, we are surveying throughout Odisha. So far we have covered 13 districts of Odisha out of 30. And if we are come across any turtles or terrapins or tortoise, we are taking that latitude or longitude GPS point and the geotag the relevant species. Then these are then after that, getting the location, we plot those locations on the Odisha state maps. We have covered 13 districts, that is Ganjam, Cuttack, Jagatsinghpur, Mayurbhanj, Sundargarh, Noyagarh, Malkangiri, Dhenkanal, Baleshwar, Kandhamal, Koraput, Nabarangpur, and then Kalahandi. What I've done, actually we use that photo elicitation methods, like we show the photographs of turtle, tortoise, or posters or handouts to villages or common peoples and ask them about the turtles. If they come across these such kind of species, they inform us. And we surveyed all habitats like ponds, ditches, nala, dam, barrage, all everywhere. And also simultaneously we have taken also water sample in different parts of the states for analysis of physicochemical parameters, whether any factors affecting the turtle population, to see this information. Then we also use that, we use the small water analysis kit, that Cystonic 371, for measuring the pH, DO, salinity, and temperature. And after that, we getting the water, we brought those water to our laboratory for analysis of further analysis. And also we shared, during our survey, we shared our mobile number for WhatsApp number to share if anybody can, see the turtle and turtle terrapin in the field, they can share the information through WhatsApp also. So these are the information we have received through WhatsApp, like Chitra indica, and Tricarenta hill turtle, and Indian flap-shell turtle. This one is new to our Odisha distribution. That one is a Morena petrisi, by Indian eye turtle. Someone has sent from Ganjam district, but earlier we have already documented, but we have already recorded this species in Olmara, village Olmara, near Subarnarekha river in Baleswar district in 2023, and that paper also published in Reptiles and Amphibia. So earlier 17 species was there in Odisha scenario, 13 species freshwater turtles and tortoise, and 4 species was marine turtles. So 17 species was there, but after recorded this one, then it was increased to 18 species. This is the new record for the state. Then these are the species we have recorded under Trinuchedi family. Trinuchedi means that 6 species actually, that soft shell freshwater turtles, that is Lysimus punctata. Lysimus punctata, that is Indian flap-shell turtle. It's a very common turtle. Wherever we are going, we found this species, that is Lysimus punctata andersoni and Lysimus punctata puncta. Andersoni maybe that subspecies, but andersoni we found in the northern Odisha. Then Nilsunia congetica, that riverine species, endangered one. Then Nilsunia hurum, that is also endangered. Then Nilsunia lithi, this is a critically endangered. But Nilsunia lithi, we did not find here, but only one species, only one individual we found in Chitrakunda, in Malkangiri area, that is very juvenile. Then Pelochelis cantori, that riverine species, it's a brachywater species. Last 2022, we found near Kalibhansdia, in that one fisherman, that incidentally captured in their net. Then they released back to again in the water. And then Chitra indica, endangered one. Then Geomedity family, there are five turtles are Geomedity, that hard shell freshwater turtle. That is Morena petrisi, that is I told you, that is a new one for our state, new record. Then Pongsura tentoria, Pongsura tecta. Then Melanochelis trijuga, black turtle, forest species. Then Melanochelis tricarnata, hill turtle. Then Testudinidae family, the 2 species of tortoise only found in our Odisha, Indo-Testudo elongata, but elongated tortoise, and then star tortoise, Geochelins elegans. All turtle species right now comes under, as per our Indian Wildlife Protection Act amendment, all turtle species comes under Schedule 1 species. And after that, we have plotted those locations with respective species. If you see in the 13 districts we have covered, that all districts having that Indian flap-shell turtles. Then next is Pongsura tentoria. If you see that Pongsura tecta only we found in northern Odisha, in Baleswar district only. Baleswar district. Then we also found that Morena petrisi Indian eye turtle, the red round mark in the tip of the Baleswar district near Subarnarekha river, we found in 2022. Then we also found 2 species of invasive species, like in Puri district, in a town, wherever there ponds, ditches, or reservoirs, we found that that is invasive with the red ear slider turtles. Red ear slider turtle, and another is yellow belly turtle. In Puri, and then Cuttack, then Kandhamal, even in Noyagad, even in Malkanagiri also we found that yellow bellied slider turtle. These are the species, recorded species under Geomedity family: hard shell freshwater turtle, Pongsura tecta, Pongsura tentoria, then Melanochelis tricarnata, Melanochelis trijuga, then Morena petresi, this is a new one. Then Trinuchidi family, 6 soft shell turtle, Chitra indica, then Nilsunia hurium, then Nilsunia gangetica, then Pelochelis cantori, then Lysimus punctata is very common one, then Nilsulia lithi. This one we did not find, got this one, but last 2019 that captured in Baripada near Deuli, in Deuli Dam. Then forest department sees that, then again they send this photograph to me, and then I told them this is a lithi, the Sidluan species. They again they release back to that same dam, that Deuli Dam. Sir? No, not this. This photo. This photo is not from Odisha actually. No. This photo is not Odisha, sir. But Pelochelis country in 2020 we recorded in Kalibhansdia, near Kalibhansdia. Yes. That time also, sir. Then tortoise, 2 species of tortoise, that is Indotestrado elongata, that is elongated tortoise. We found Khurda district in Barbara, lots of elongated Indotestrado elongated tortoise are there. In Noyagad also we found. In even in Kandhamal also we found that one. And then Geochelis elegans star turtle is found in Ganjam and in Gajpati, in Parlakhamdi is found. Then there's 2 species that invasive species, that red-eared slider turtle and the yellow-bellied slider turtle. That Puri, I was telling that in Puri, if you see that in all ditches or in all ponds inside this headquarter district town, we see that red-eared slider turtle along with the Pongsura tentoria. Pongsura tentoria, wherever Pongsura tentoria is there, that the red-eared slider turtle is also there. That is sympatric with that species. Then yellow-bellied turtles also in Maneshwar, even in Narendra Pokhari also is there. So in physicochemical parameters, in 6 places we have taken that water and then analyzed. Then the temperature, pH, salinity, and the turbidity was there. And we also analyzed that E. coli and the total coliform and fecal coliform also there. What we saw, wherever the coliform is high or total coliform is high, only the 2 species, that is Pongsura tecta and Lysimus punctata, there's 2 turtles are exist there. The pollution increases, but that both species are survived in that particular pollution level. And in Sundargarh also, we have taken all district, but I have given here only 3 district data. And the Dhenkanal also, but in Dhenkanal, they are claiming that Nilsulia lithi is there, but we have not come across that species. Nilsulia lithi, I have not found that in Dhenkanal, but there people are claiming that this species is already seen. And this is a conservation measures, how that habitat protection is very much required, because nowadays urbanization, industrialization, even in sand mining, they are affecting their nesting beds of freshwater turtles. It's a major problem. So we need to regulate, we need to stop these kind of things. So we should protect that habitat of the freshwater turtles. And combating illegal trade. Trading is very high, because in non-official, we came to know that from Malkangiri, they're trading Indian flap-shell turtle in the huge number to Calcutta by bus. And even forest department also sees. Then pollution control is very much required, because lots of industry and the industrial effluents are flowing through the freshwater habitats and they're contaminated, they're also affecting. Then bycatch mitigation. Bycatch also, mitigation is required. Then invasive species management, what I told you, because 2 species are recorded in Odisha so far, is a red-eared slider turtle and yellow-bellied slider turtle, because people are taking those species as a aquarium species. When it grows, it require food, huge amount of foods, and their growing is very fast. So they forcefully they release back to the water. So now they now spreading, all area is spreading with that invasive species. Then disease surveillance and long-term research is required, particularly in invasive species, because we don't know, we don't much information about on invasive species, how they are affecting our local biodiversity, how they are affecting our local species. So more research is required on that particular invasive species. Then community engagement, awareness and education. Massive amount of awareness is required among local peoples and village and in school level also, because during last year in 2024, when we were surveying in Noyagad and Kandhamal area, we conducted 2 awareness program in 2 schools in Daspala area and 1 school in Kandhamal area also. And this is the actually Nilsunia gangetica juvenile one in Daspala. We found that species someone has kept in his house. So we seized and released back to the water during rainy season.
Another, kindly conclude.
Then I am coming to just marine turtles. So because compared to
our 5 minutes, sir.
Oh, okay. Because compared to freshwater turtles, lots of research is conducted on marine turtles. But though I am telling about the testodines of Odisha, just showing this marine turtles, as all of you know, that 3 mass nesting sites are located in Odisha, like Rusikulya, Devi, and Gairimata. And very recent that mass nesting occurred in Rusikulya, near about, as per government report, near about 7 lakh turtles nest there, olive ridley turtles. Then these are the 4 species of turtles are found in Odisha coast. That is first olive ridley, green sea turtle, leatherback, and hawksbill. But only olive ridley is known for nesting along the Odisha coast. And this is the study I am showing, that when I was in WI, conducting research on olive ridley turtle, when I was pursuing my PhD on olive ridley. So that time, sir also there, in Anup sir also there, Bharadwaj sir also there in that time. So we are fixing a satellite telemetry on olive ridley carapace to know that migratory path of turtles. At that time we fixed the 14 turtles in Gairimata coast, 10 in female turtles and 4 in male turtles. Then we saw that turtles goes up to the Sri Lanka in the 3 degree north of Sri Lanka coast. Then again upward migration, but after that we lost their signal. But then when compare with male and female plotted on those, but on one single map, we saw that male turtles sent the signal up to till Tamil Nadu coast. After that, that signal ceased. Then, but female reached that Sri Lanka coast. Thank you. Sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Behra. Excellent presentation. I think 1 or 2 questions from audience.
Sir?
Dr. Bhupati,
sir,
second,
sir,
he is no more.
Sir.
He has published data, taxonomical, his information or number of turtles available in Odisha, same as you, or is added, you have added more?
We have added last 2 years back one Morena petrisi Indian eye turtle, sir.
Achha, that is
and also Nilsunia lithi also. He has not recorded the Nilsunia lithi.
So total, our total species?
Total species, sir, 18 species including marine turtles, 4. That is freshwater turtles and tortoise are 14 species. 12 are, sir, turtles, freshwater turtle, 2 are 2 tortoise. 14.
Thank you.
Sir.
Any question? If no question, I think I will request Dr. Tulisi Pradhan, Associate Professor, KIT School of Law. She is going to deliver talk on from ex gratia to legal compensation, rethinking relief mechanisms in human-wildlife conflict. Very, very interesting subject. I think ex gratia, compassionate amount, and then legal compensation. There are three different terms.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your brief introduction. Dignitaries of the dais, dignitaries on the dais, dear friends, very good afternoon to one and all present here. I'm glad that I have got the opportunity to present my topic on from ex gratia to legal compensation, rethinking relief mechanism in human-wildlife conflict. This is a topic very close to my heart because I feel that being a person from the legal fraternity, it is our moral responsibility to talk about the liability. What is legal liability and how this legal liability is very important when there is human-wildlife conflict happens. I know that here the audience is quite new to this legal responsibility mechanism or legal liability mechanism, but everybody knows that law is there. And to be very frank, the law has to be understood properly. So to make you understand the law from the very basics, let me tell you the two important things in law. One is criminal liability and the other one is civil liability. So when the criminal liability comes, when there is a crime, and for crime, there are two important components important. One is mens rea, what is called motive, and actus reus, which is called act or action. And that comes as a crime. But here today, I'm not going to talk about the criminal responsibility or criminal liability. I'll be very specific and confined to civil liability or civil responsibility. So let us now decode this concept of civil responsibility one by one. So for my presentation, I have divided my presentation into all these categories, but I'm not going to tell you in details of each category because it would be too monotonous and boring due to paucity of time. So I would like to highlight two important policies, and that is your National Environment Policy 2006, and there is also Wildlife Conservation Strategy 2002. So in both the policies, public policies, which are governmental plan of actions, the mention of liability, legal liability is present. That means where we can impose the liability doctrine. But the thing is that we have to also address that what are the different variations of laws we have so far as wildlife management is concerned. Wildlife management is a very big area, and to be very honest, our legal system, they are having so many laws, as you can see from Constitution of India, where we have right to life, and it means right to have a wholesome environment under Article 21 of the Indian Constitution. Now, under the DPSP, Directive Principles of State Policy, that is 48A, we have the state's endeavor to protect the natural environment. Now, as citizens also, we have responsibilities under Part 4A of the Indian Constitution, and that is Article 51AG. That says each and every individual is having the responsibility towards the natural environment and other living creatures. And it is from where the word compensation has come from. So exactly we do not have the term compensation in the legal liability clause. So we have the compassionate clause in our law. So from there we have come to the ex gratia thing. So I would like to now take you to the concept of strict liability and absolute liability clause. And all of us are, I think, aware of there was this environmental devastation that occurred in 1984, and it is famously known as Bhopal gas tragedy. So there was an environmental disaster happened in the midnight of Bhopal, And that led to a calamity, and that was not a natural calamity. That was a man-made disaster. Then, that point of time, there was not a single legislation on environment was present in India. Environment Protection Act got enacted in 1986, but so far as the Indian Constitution was concerned, Indian Constitution also specifically did not have any provision for environmental protection when the Constitution of India was enacted in 1950. There was only one provision in the Constitution which indirectly, passively was talking about the environmental protection, and that was Article 47 of the Indian Constitution, which talks about public health. There was no single legislation present because 48A, 51AG under directive principles of state policy, under the fundamental duties what we talk about to have compassion for the natural environment and other living creatures, got added in the 42nd Amendment, which came in 1976 in the Indian Constitution. So what was for us when the devastation happened? The devastation happened and tortious liability was exercised. Now what is tortious liability? As I said, there are two types of laws. One is civil law and another one is criminal law. To consider the civil wrongs, we call it tortious liabilities. And then the concept of strict liability was brought into the picture. But unfortunately, the strict liability has got 5 escape routes. That means there are 5 exemptions in the strict liability clause. For example, you might be knowing about act of God. That is one escape route. That is one exemptions in the civil liability. Second, when we say act of God, then we have good faith, we have third-party negligence, we have voluntary non-fit injuria, that means which is done voluntarily. So there are many such escape routes, like 5 important escape routes provided in the strict liability, and that also gives us immunity from any action, or there is giving us protection in the law. So in Bhopal gas tragedy, when the Supreme Court decided, finally the verdict came by the Supreme Court, because the apex court of and the Supreme Court of America rejected the plea in the United States by saying that they lack jurisdiction, the jurisdiction lies with India. Then in that particular notable judgment, they brought the concept of absolute liability. And in absolute liability, those exemptions are not provided. Why I am telling you all these legal nuances? The reason is this concept of ex gratia. Because in our fundamental duty, which is 51AG in the Indian Constitution, we use the term compassion for living creatures. That is the reason why very prominently our legal system, they are not giving compensation when there is human wildlife conflict happening. They are giving, very conveniently, they are giving compassionate payment, or in Hindi and Odia we call it anukampa. So anukampa sahayata, and for that reason also we are now having anukampa app in our Android mobile phone, through which we can claim compassionate payment. So there is a huge difference between compensation and compassion payment. When we talk about compensation, that means we understand the gravity of the problem. We understand that there is a real issue happened and we measure it. It is quantifiable. But so far as your compassionate payment is concerned, your anukampa mulak sahayata rasi is concerned, it is an ex gratia. It is a Latin phrase. It has simply meaning that out of graciousness, out of charity, the amount will be given to you. So there is this huge difference between the two things. So far as any environmental disaster is concerned, when we talk about giving compensation to workmen who are handling hazardous substances, we talk about compensation. But so far as our farmers' rights are concerned, so far as our agrarian distress is concerned, then we confine them with compassionate payment. And that is the major gray area or drawback that is persisting in the legal system, because our Wildlife Protection Act 1972 is quite silent on this particular perspective. And in the rule, for example, in Odisha we have Wildlife Protection Rule 1974. They are very conveniently, in a very arbitrary manner, in a very despotic manner, they use this compassion amount in a very arbitrary manner because they don't revise it in a periodically. So the solution, the compassionate solution, is not a sustainable solution. And so far as our international conventions are concerned, for example, Geneva Convention, Stockholm Declaration, Rio Declaration, our Brundtland Commission is concerned, they are not talking about any quick solution. They are all talking about sustainable solution, sustainable plan of actions. And compassionate payment is not a sustainable solution. And I would now explain you how that is not a sustainable solution. So for example, here I can tell you the comparison. Like when we talk about the comparison between compensation and compassion, then we can see that that is arbitrary. Lump sum amount is given so far as any natural calamity is concerned, so far as any a natural disaster or any accident is concerned, then that will work. The ex gratia will work. For example, for a military service, then in that particular situation, it will suffice the purpose, the lump sum amount will suffice the purpose. But when we know that human-wildlife conflict is a continuous tug of war, and the damage, the loss that happens to human, that leads to wildlife depletion. And to address it, we have to deal it in a very appropriate manner. And to deal with in an appropriate manner, compensation is the mechanism, not the compassionate amount is the mechanism. You can see the disparity that is persisting in the compassionate payment. Now, for example, a state like Odisha, where we are paying for pediculture per acre 20,000, where the West Bengal is paying 6,000 or maybe 15,000 per hectare. Now, Chhattisgarh is concerned, it is paying 9,000, Jharkhand is paying 32,500 and to 65,000. So you can see clearly, it is visible that in one country, in a one single country, different states are having different compassionate amount. When there is human-wildlife conflict, this is the rate chart we have for different 4 states. Now we can also see here how we can address this issue. Now, for example, a farmer or a cultivator, if that cultivator is cultivating a land, 1 acre land, and expecting a minimum support price, but that is not being paid to the farmers in the name of compassionate payment or in the name of ex gratia, then how come it is going to suffice the purpose? Now, when one farmer is being paid arbitrarily, then that farmer will never think about conservation of wildlife. So that conservation of wildlife is something we have to address in a very specific manner, not in an arbitrary or despotic manner. Now, why I am calling it arbitrary? Because you can see in the previous slide that it was present in a very arbitrary manner, which is actually not going to suffice the purpose. So here, for example, here in Odisha, we are paying average yield in quintals. Then the rule should be the minimum support price should be paid to the farmers or to the cultivators, so that their minimum requirement will be fulfilled and they will have harmonious living with the wildlife. So once you do not address this issue in a judicious manner, then we cannot expect that people would be living with the wildlife in an harmonious manner. So to mitigate this conflict, I have given you this example of how we can go in order to mitigate the conflict in a judicious manner. So after that, I have also highlighted different principles or different doctrines which are very important in the international platform, because so far as our rights are concerned, it is not something which is to be taken into consideration isolatedly. It has to be considered in a holistic manner. That is the reason why there are various principles I have highlighted. Principle of common but differentiated responsibilities. Now there are many countries which have the say, like the first world countries, or we can say so-called developed countries or developed nations. They would say, why would we care about Indian climate, or why would we care about any third world country's climate or wildlife, or any endangered or threatened species. Now here we can apply the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities. Here we can apply principles such as good neighbor policy. So this good neighbor policy derived in various conventions, various protocols and international declarations, then why not we should work together towards achieving our common goal that we have to live in harmony. So in environment versus development, I would like to mention here that it is not environment which is important or development that is important. Important is environment vis-a-vis development. So we cannot say or afford to say that we can live sustainably without any of the or either of the component. But we have to say that it has to be in such a manner that not only the present generation but also the future generations will be benefited out of it. And that is the
3 more minutes, please.
Yes, sir, I'll conclude. So that is how we can have harmonious living in our environment. Now, last but not the least, here I would like to mention about how we can go about elephant conservation. There is a difference between conservation and preservation. I would just like to end my delivery on this point, that there is a big difference between conservation and preservation. So far as preservation is concerned, we are keeping the natural resources as it is. So this is important. But so far as conservation is concerned, especially for our endangered, threatened species or wildlife, the principle of conservation will work, not principle of preservation. So conservation will work because we have to take care of our endangered and threatened species, because they are also vital, important part of our biodiversity. And in this regard, when we talk about conservation of elephants, then we have to also adopt technological advancements. For example, now we are using Anukampa app to give ex gratia amount. Now the Anukampa act should be there for giving compensation payment to the people, those who are affected by this wildlife. Now, when we would be adopting those technologies, then of course there would be conservation of the wildlife. And on this slide, I would like to conclude my delivery. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tulisri Pradhan. Excellent talk. I think any question, anybody can ask any question. Otherwise, just listen, my dear student and my trainees. Simple thing is that what Madam concluded, ex gratia means it is voluntary payment, discretionary, no legal obligation, and quick disbursement. Then legal compensation means statutory provision, mandatory payment, eligibility criteria, and judicial recourse. That is the most important. The two different things. Excellent presentation. I think we'll switch over to next presenter, Saurabh Rai. Any?
Thank you, ma'am. One announcement is here. Our poster presentation and live painting competition evaluation is going there. The participants can go and identify your respective one, please. Sir, you can continue.
Okay, thank you, madam. Next presenter is Mr. Saurabh Ray from Manosha Biotech, Kolkata. He's talking about, I think, snake bite like thing. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for inviting me here.
বাস হয়ে গেল, শেষ হয়ে গেল। ওকে ওকে, কাঠগুলো পরিষ্কার কর, ওর লাগবে তা না, কাঠগুলো পরিষ্কার কর, লেগে যাবে, চোট হয়ে যাবে। বাস দাদা, এবার দাঁড়ান, এবার দাঁড়ান, এবার বলে দিন, বলে দিন। হ্যাঁ, ওই ড্রাম না, অন্য ড্রাম, আরেকটা বলে দিন। এই তো ও হে, কিছু করতেই দিচ্ছে না। বলুন দাদা, বলুন। ড্রামের ঢাকনা রেডি? রেডি। জয় মা মনসা, জয় মা মনসা।
Now, this is a situation with which we deal everybody. I mean, definitely I can presume, without taking a formal vote, that in this auditorium or as Homo sapiens, whoever we are, most of us, we are predisposed to be afraid of snakes, right? So we definitely try to avoid them, but we also have to think about the people who, although they want very desperately to avoid snakes, but they cannot, because that is how they live, in the villages, in the rural areas, in the fringes of the forest, and now even snakes are creeping into the urban setup also, right? Presentation. So Manosha Biotech is the name of the startup. We are basically a startup. And let me tell you, the name Manosha is taken because Manosha is the mythological goddess of snakes. That was the first name which came to my mind. And I had been passionate about snakes since my very childhood days. And you name any venomous, medically important snake in the world, I worked with that. I worked with the mambas in Africa, the taipans in Australia, the rattlesnakes in the USA, in Southeast Asia, and definitely in India. So Manosha Biotech is a platform where I got an opportunity to translate my passion and experience of working with snakes to save lives here in our own country. Do you know about this? That since yesterday, I was present yesterday also, I am present today. Since yesterday, we had been talking about the human-animal conflict. Possibly the human-animal conflict which takes the maximum number of lives in India is possibly snakes. This is a figure which is published by the WHO, World Health Organization, which says that unfortunately India carries the disgraceful stigma of being the snake bite death capital of the world. All over the world, whatever number of deaths and disabilities happen, 50% of that is from India. And the most unfortunate part of the story is that this 64,000 deaths every year which we are talking about, this is just the mortality. If we consider the morbidity, which means a snake bites, the person doesn't die, but the leg gets amputated. So that's 4 to 5 times of this. So if I calculate on a very conservative level also, the total magnitude of snake bite, death and disability tolls on our country every year is to the tune of 3 lakhs. Every year I'm talking about, right? Now, snake bite is a neglected tropical disease. As I mentioned about the 50% things, now the most flabbergasting fact is that I am a member of the ICMR National Task Force also on snakebite research. Recently, the National Action Plan for Snakebite Envenomation has been published. In that, it is mentioned that whatever this 50,000, 60,000 deaths every year we are talking about, that's only 7.23% of what happens. So, if you actually imagine the real magnitude of the burden of snake bites on our country, you can make it by yourself. It is to the tune of lakhs every year. Now, why this scenario? Look, we all know that India is the land of the traditional snake charmers. If we look closely at our gods and goddesses and the deities, we will find that all the gods and goddesses, all the mythological characters, they are having snakes associated with them. Again, we are the snake bite death capital of the world. Let me also give you a very perplexing situation. India is that country which is also having the highest number of anti-venom manufacturers. You know what is an anti-venom? Anybody out here knows what is an anti-venom?
Caused by the biting of the snake.
Right. So antivenom is something which is given when a snake bite occurs. Now, anybody knows how a antivenom is made? What is the basic active ingredient without which you cannot make antivenom? What is that? Correct. So snake venom is the active ingredient without which you cannot make antivenom. All over the world, more than a century, antivenom is being manufactured everywhere, only snake venom. That is the only thing without which you cannot make antivenom. You know, India is having almost about 60 venomous snakes in this country, of which around 12 to 18 are medically important. But unfortunately, the antivenom which we get in our country is for only 4 species. What happens to the rest of the venomous snake bites which happen? We don't know. We leave it to chance. Right? Now, I mentioned about the very fact that snakes can only, antivenom can only be made by using snake venom. Now, you see, these are the 4 species of snakes for which you get antivenom in the country. For the rest, you don't get any. Okay. Now, even the unfortunate part of the story is that, you know, on the left-hand side of the slide, you will see a map. There are established, published research articles which are existing for the last many decades, which says that although the snake species, let's say this is a Russell's viper, this is a cobra, okay? We know these snakes. Even if we don't know in details, we have some idea. Now, these snakes are certain snakes with species which you get all across the country. But the venom of a Russell's viper or a cobra in the southern part of India is very different from that of east, north, west and central India. What is the implication? The implication is that, God forbid, if somebody is bitten by a snake in Odisha, that person has to be given an antivenom which has been made by using venom from Odisha and the vicinity. Only then it is going to be effective. Otherwise, it is not going to work as effectively as it should be. Unfortunately, for the last many decades in our country, the entire country's antivenom is being made by taking venom from just one small area of the southern tip of the country. Hence, the more you digress from the southern part of the country, the efficacy of the antivenom goes down drastically. The recommended dosage should be for a bite around 12 to 20 doses. We have records in various hospitals in West Bengal, in the northern part of the country, northeast, whereby 60, 70, 100 vials of antivenom has been administered. But still the person has died. The major issue is that whatever antivenom was being produced in this country, it was not as per the WHO protocol. WHO says that once snake venom is to be used for medicinal purpose, then the sanctity of the entire process has to be maintained. There are protocols which are mentioned in WHO literature. West Bengal, Odisha, Tamil Nadu tops the list of the maximum number of snake bite incidents. This is very unfortunate. Hiss of death. Odisha faces the new disaster. Odisha carries a huge burden of snake bite deaths, but it is avoidable. Exactly. This is our point. At Monosha Biotech, we say all these deaths and disabilities are very much avoidable. Look at this. 6,228 deaths took place due to various calamities in Odisha. Of that, 2,217 are because of snake bites. 4 lakh compensation is given every person who dies of, Madam was talking about snake bite death ex gratia, 4 lakh rupees of compensation. I'll tell you something. I'll go to the next slide. Look at this. It says that there are the species which you get in Odisha, antivenom is not available. I mean, why should it be like this? Government has shelled out rupees 120 crores of snake bite death ex gratia, the government of Odisha. These are all avoidable. These are all avoidable to a great extent. Now this is where we come in. Monosha Biotech today is the largest serpentarium and the venom, largest collection of venomous snakes in the country and the second largest in Asia. We are producing the venom which is research grade as per the WHO guidelines. And, 4 species of antivenom which are available because only 4 species of snake venom had been available in the country. But we have started producing, harvesting, preserving and processing venom which are medically important not just to the southern part of the country but to the east, northeast also. Now this would get incorporated in the antivenom and hopefully in time to come we will be getting antivenom which would be effective even in West Bengal, Odisha and in the northeastern states. We are risking our lives and limbs to save those of thousands. The serpentarium and the venom lab which we have in West Bengal, the first one which we have in West Bengal, that is a very unique facility in the entire country. The entire country has a facility just like that, one. Globally, there are around 14 or 15 only. And all these facilities are meant to save lives. We are associated with various organizations. We are seed funded by the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. We are incubated at IIM Calcutta. We are having live projects going on with IIT Kharagpur. We are having live projects going on with AIMS, All India Institute of Medical Science. IZER is our incubator also. So these are some of the associations, but all with the objective to mitigate the burden of snakebite deaths and disabilities in our country. Apart from producing venom for anti-venom production, we do a lot of awareness campaigns. We work with the police department. We go and do sensitizations. There's a cobra in my hand. Whenever we go to rescues, we utilize that opportunity to sensitize the villagers also. So this is Monosha Biotech, an excerpt from our lab. I am Saurav Roy. Some details have been given about me. And this is the core team. We are fortunate to have Dr. Sushil Datta from Odisha as one of our advisors and mentors. And these are our incubations which I have mentioned previously. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Excellent talk by Mr. Saurav Roy. I think I will invite questions from audience.
And let me also tell you something. If things go all right, we have got the in-principle approval to start up in the state of Odisha also. So because we have got our first serpentarium in West Bengal, so if everything goes as per plan, then we shall soon be starting our operations in the state of Odisha also. And like West Bengal is a step ahead in the production of the state-specific antivenom, so in days to come, we would be able to facilitate the production of the more effective Odisha-specific antivenom. Thank you.
Yes. Any question from our staff, field staff?
Thank you. that is a very nice presentation. Actually, I have no idea about that much about snakes, but I want to ask one question. So, if the activity of antivenom depends on the activity of the body metabolic activity of a person, for example, if I will give an antivenom to a normal person and another person who is suffering from any disease, will the efficiency be the same or it will vary?
Let us talk about the things which are in our control and ambit. A snake bites a person, the snake doesn't judge the health of the person. Okay? So, let us talk about situations which are in our control. Now, at the end of the day, whether the person is sick or fit or healthy, if there's a snake bite, the only proven medication is snake bite antivenom. So, do we have any other choice? Have I been able to answer your question? Definitely. The answer is that it would depend. It would depend. The comorbidities, if they're present, definitely it would depend. But at the present moment, we don't have any other choice. If there's a snake bite, the person is sick, the person is fit, you need to give antivenom. But yes, what is in our control is to create state-specific and region-specific proper antivenom, incorporating all the species which are medically important here. The video which I had shown you, that is of a monocled cobra. In Bengali, we call it keute. It's Naja kautia, the scientific name. You know, that is one venomous snake species which we get in Odisha, in West Bengal, and in the Northeast. But there's no antivenom for that. Please, sir.
The doctors, medical doctors, do they have this information that it's very specific?
Very much. Sir is asking the question whether what I'm saying that medical doctors know about this. Sir, we started off sensitizing all the various departments way back in 2014-15. So this is like we are in the 11th year. Now the best part what has happened is that the National Center for Disease Control, under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare Government of India, they have published the NAPSI, National Action Plan for Snakebite Envenomation, because they also believe that this is very much avoidable. Now whatever I have said here, they have re-endorsed that, they have endorsed that this regional venom centers are mandatory to make regional antivenom. And that is the way how things should be. So it is now published by the government also, sir.
Okay, any more question?
Sir, am I allowed to ask a question?
Yes, 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 definitely.
Sir, it's little offbeat, but I would like to ask. Recently, we got a news that Elvis Yadav was caught with venom. So, Elvis Yadav, a famous YouTuber, I think our youngsters must be knowing who is Elvis Yadav. So Elvis Yadav, in a rave party, he was caught selling venom or consuming venom or something related to venom. So is it like a consumable thing, or what is the legal proposition on this?
See, definitely snakes and snake venom are highly regulated domain. Because like the way the tigers and the elephants are protected, so are snakes. So this is a very special permit that the government has been kind enough to give us, looking at our precedence and our experience and everything. So snake venom is also so. Coming back to the point which she is asking is that whether that can be used as narcotics or not. See, we don't have any published literature endorsing this fact. If somebody is using, that is out of his or her sweet will. But we don't have any knowledge about that. Why are they using? How are they using? So it's completely up to them. But yes, possession of snakes or venom per se has to be with license, proper license from the government. Otherwise, it's completely illegal. You can be behind the bars for years.
Mr. Roy, are you taking permission from concerned Chief Wildlife Warden for extraction of venom or like that?
Oh yes, we are funded by the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. As I mentioned, the Department of Science and Technology, the seed funding. We are associated with all this. Without the permission, we cannot even touch a snake. So when we are keeping the snakes, when we are extracting the venom, we have all the permits and the licenses in place. And we are doing this not from today. We are doing this from the year 2020. So this is our 5th year of operation. So now we are expanding in the other states also. So we have got the permits from the other states also. Our starting point was West Bengal. So now we are expanding to the other states.
I think hopefully we will have a unit in Bhubaneswar.
Yes, 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 yes.
Very good afternoon, sir.
Yes.
I had been trying to ask a question since last 30 to 40 minutes, but I didn't get a chance. But sir, as we know that apart from snakes, other animals like lionfish, scorpions, and a lot of species are also there, they also release venom. So is there anti-venom is going to act upon those if I got sting? No, it's only related to snakes.
It is only, what he's asking is that there are other animals also like scorpions and centipedes which have venom. So his question is that if somebody is bitten by a scorpion, would the same antivenom for snakes would work? No, the answer is no. The answer is no.
Sure.
You need to have that particular venom into the antivenom manufacturing process to actually generate that antivenom. And let me also tell you, the antivenom process has been so for more than a century now. The venom which we give, that is injected in horses, a host animal. The horse generates the antibody, antibody is purified, and that is what antivenom is. So if somebody is bitten by a venomous animal, so it has to be with that. In Australia, when we are walking, you get jellyfishes which are very venomous. Okay? Yes, you get spiders in Australia which are very venomous. Yes, okay? So when I was walking in USA, we get these lizards. Recently, you must have heard about a drug called Ozempic. That is in the news. Ozempic, it is used to control diabetes and weight control and so on.
Sir, yes, sir.
Yes. So that is derived from a lizard. That is derived from a lizard, the Gila monster. So Gila monster's venom, if the antivenom has to be made, it has to be the Gila monster venom which goes into the process of making Gila monster antivenom. So it cannot be from anything and everybody.
So sir, can we think that your company or organization is actually going to build some kind of anti-venom related to other animals or only snakes?
No. So at the present moment, see, in India, fortunately, we do not get, till now, there are no records of people dying of scorpion bites or centipede bites.
Okay.
So venomous snake bites is so big, we are having our hands full with snakes and to take this responsibility forward, right? So that's not required at the present moment.
Thank you so much, sir.
Pleasure.
Okay, thank you all participants. It is excellent presentation by all three members, Dr. Satyaranjan Behera, Dr. Tulisi Pradhan, and Mr. Saurabh Rai. Thank you, all of you. Please, madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all. This is the time for felicitation of our guest. Now I would like to request Sri Sangram Kesari Behera, sir, Director, Odisha Forest Rangers College, Anugul, to felicitate Dr. Satyaranjan Behera, Geologist, Odisha Biodiversity. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Dr. Aritra Khetri, WWF India, to felicitate Dr. Tulisi Pradhan ma'am, Associate Professor, Kidd School of Law. Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to request Dr. Anup Kumar Naik, sir, to felicitate Mr. Saurav Ray, Monosa Biotech, Kolkata. Now I would like to request Dr. Anup Kumar Naik, sir, to felicitate our co-chair, Dr. Arun Kumar Mishra, sir, IFS retired Chief Conservator of Forest, Odisha. Thank you, sir. Now this is the time for panel discussion 2 by WWF India. Our topic is conservation solution for Asian elephants across a gradient of habitat, fragmentation and land use, locating Odisha within the larger elephant landscape. Our moderator is Neha Sinha ma'am, Conservation Partnership WWF India, New Delhi. Our next panelist one, Dr. Chanchal Kumar sir, retired senior scientist, Asian Nature Conservation Foundation, Bangalore. Our next panelist is Dr. Aritra Khetri, lead elephant conservation, WWF India, New Delhi, to the dais. Now I would like to hand over the mic to Neha Sinha ma'am. Please ma'am, continue the session.
Thank you so much for being with us still. We'll try to make it an interesting and exciting panel discussion. So the topic is elephants in Odisha, but also elephants in Odisha in relation to the rest of India. Where do we place Odisha in elephant conservation in India? We're going to talk about elephants here, problems with elephants, elephant conservation, and also elephants moving out from Odisha to other states. And we'll also try to talk a bit about some of the solutions for human-wildlife conflict from other states of India and also homegrown in Odisha. So let me start with a question that hopefully will inspire the young people here. Let me start by asking the both of you your favorite memory of a wild elephant and why you got into this field of studying elephants. Can I start with you, Dr. Sar?
So, in 1984, ठीक अच्छे मोर ठीक अच्छे 1984 BNHS started one project in Arunachal Pradesh and habitat status survey of elephant. It is first habitat status survey of elephant in India. And that time my brother was selected for that post, and when he was briefing about that, Dr. D.K. Lahiri Chaudhary and Professor D.K. Lahiri Chaudhary and Daniel both are sitting there and briefing to my brother. And I was just went to with my brother, and what happened in between, I asked some question to Daniel. I don't know he's Jesse Daniel. I simply asked why elephant is not there, why elephant is there. He immediately asked Dhriti, Dr. Lahiri Chaudhary, he told Dhriti, you also send him to that position, Arunachal, to find him why elephant is not there. That is my starting of career with elephant. It is, my service also started with that, without giving any interview and just asking one question to the Daniel. I got the involved in research in my life first. That is my involvement with elephant.
Thank you, sir, for sharing this. So my work on elephants has been entirely accidental. I was studying leopards in the tea plantations of West Bengal. And in the same area, when I was working on leopards, what we figured out was that elephants are also present in the same landscape in these tea plantations. And despite being very different species, elephants and leopards, they are strikingly similar in how they are able to adapt to human spaces, how they are able to share space with people, how people also revere elephants as well as fear them, how people, they receive a lot of damages but still they love elephants. So all these kind of complex dynamics between people and elephants sort of got me interested in working on them. And it's been more than 10 years now that I've been working on elephants in different parts of India.
So when you say that people love elephants, but people also have a complicated relationship with them. So it's very funny, various parts of India you see elephants have been hit by trains and the elephant is lying there, it's dead, and people have garlanded it. People have given dhoop, agarbatti, etc. And I think people also hurt elephants, but at the same time they like them. There's ambivalence, ambiguity in what people might feel. And of course, we had the talks by DFO Dhenkanal before this. There's lots of conflict with elephants in Odisha. So let's talk a little bit about some of the select threats that elephants have in the state, and then we'll talk a bit about the solutions. So can I start with you, Dr. Sir?
So first I think that historically we are associated with the elephant, and mythologically also we are associated with the elephant. There's Indra Vahana to elephant, and there's a crocodile fight, and Lakshmi, Gajalakshmi. These all mythological figure also associated us with the elephant. And historically, and second, our heritage animal is elephant. Then you came to the problem of elephant. Elephant problem is a big animal, big problem. So in one go we cannot solve the problem. It's a site specific and multidimensional. So if I talk to Odisha, because most of the time I spend in Odisha, apart from West Bengal, Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh. Odisha, for last 50 years, the number of elephant is fluctuating 1800 to 2000. It is plus minus 10%. The statistical error may be there in counting. But the thing is, the population is stagnant with that number. And the neighboring state, Jharkhand, is having 400 to 600 elephant. From the beginning of the started of elephant census, 79 or 78, like that. So at that time, South Bengal don't have any elephant, and Chhattisgarh don't have elephant. Today, South Bengal having 250 plus elephant, and Chhattisgarh is 400, around 400 elephant. From where this elephant came to that in these two states, it is clearly from either from Odisha or from Jharkhand. They cannot come from rainwater or something else from the sky. So once we decide the West Bengal, probably the elephant came from the Jharkhand area, Dalma area, and this Chhattisgarh elephant both from Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh. So our situation is stagnant, and other area is beneficial to them. They think, the elephant think, and they are trying to adjust on that area. But South Bengal, I don't think they are able to adjust with that habitat more than any 30-40 years. But Chhattisgarh is having plenty of chance for elephant to stay there and flourish there. And the problem of Odisha, I am coming. The first thing, we have to decide where to keep these elephants. For example, I say simply, for easy understanding, I say 2-3 things. This program is decided about the number of attendees, how many people will be there, that much of chair, that much of lunch, that much aeration, everything is decided. So for elephant, we have to decide how much area we have to provide them. This 2000 elephant, where to keep them? And we have to stick to the number. I am, as a scientist, I am supporting the elephant, but at the same time, I cannot say you go on increasing the number where we cannot able to support them. We have to think over it. The number we cannot allow to grow much more than that. The Odisha, initially it was spread on 28 divisions. Now it's spread on everywhere. 46 division having permanent elephant, and on every division has footprints of elephant. So, and the compassionate amount has increased much more than 10-15 folds. So yes, I agree, the amount has increased by the forest department, the claim is more, still then the area of damage is also increased. Madam talking about the ex gratia, now how to quantify the damage, that is the problem with the managers. If 1 acre you can give 60,000, 70,000, but the elephant actually damaging is very less area. Only damaging very little area, but claim is coming for total area. And second thing, in the name of elephant, the wild boar or wild pigs are taking much more, creating much more damage, and it is going in the name of elephant. So when elephant conservation is coming, so we have to stick to the elephant only, the damage caused by elephant, by other animal. And all the blame should not come to it is big brother, so I give the blame to elephant only. I don't support that. And then coming to the liner infrastructure, many people talk about the liner infrastructure. If you foresee the problem beforehand, we can solve the problem. I am giving few examples. That Dhenkanal, National Highway, railway, canal. If we know it, this elephant is crossing using this path, so we can synchronize these things to give a overpass or underpass, whatever. Now we cannot give this big length, and we have to spend much more amount to give this overpass or something there to control this, solve that problem. And again, I am talking about this one line is going from Govindapur to Tangi, this national highway. That's through the Kapilas Sanctuary. This Kapilas Sanctuary, that's national highway, then again a canal, the right canal, Rengali right canal, then again a railway line, then again a national highway. Can we not synchronize, foresee the problem beforehand? We can synchronize very well. We can take the railway line on the canal bank, or another national highway on the left side or the right side of the canal bank, or at least near the sanctuary area. These are the problem has to be decided by the highest level. It cannot be decided. And once you decided the number and where you want to keep the elephant, the researchers are there. They will give the best management plan to you. They can give the best suggestion to the administrator or the bureaucrats that this way you can save the elephant. But you cannot decide where to keep. You have given this 428 square kilometer Sambalpur Elephant Reserve. And you know very well they daily they cross 40 kilometer minimum they are traveling. The 20 by 20 square kilometer area you are giving to elephant and giving elephant reserve. That cannot solve the problem. These are the things you have to take into consideration. Again, I am coming to corridor. Corridor, very burning topics today, and for corridor.
Can we have a bit of silence in the audience, guys? Someone is speaking.
Within the elephant reserve, Hadgad, Kuldia and Simlipal. We don't have a proper connection within the elephant reserve, and we are talking about the outside the elephant reserve, the long corridors. First we have to give them the proper corridor within the elephant reserve area. And I am talking about the energized fence. Energized fence is a very disastrous step we have taken for the management of elephant. Everyone tried to save their back in the name of the energized fence. I am fencing in my crop field, I am fencing in my range area, I am fencing my division area. For clear example of the Harihar Jam, the elephant used to go there and take drink water, and did not allow the elephant to come to their division area or range area, whatever it may be. They put the fence and energized fence, and elephant cannot come to the Harihar Dam to drink the water in Radakhol division and area. That has to be taken seriously. And another thing about corridor I am talking about, the Lahiri Chaudhary in 1999 in a seminar in Coimbatore, he told the corridor should not be from nowhere to nowhere or somewhere to nowhere. That means it should connect between two habitat. It should not give passage to crop field or any other area. You have to connect the corridor from one viable habitat to another viable habitat. So small patch of forest, if you want to give corridor everywhere, you need a corridor. It cannot be possible. And in a scenario of we are growing, Odisha is growing, last year it is 10.57% GDP growth. We want to grow at the 10% 10% rate, and we want to be champion on elephant conservation and wildlife conservation. It is not possible. You decide what should be the balance. Everywhere you want industry, everywhere you want the Dhenkanal is going to a disastrous case of elephant conservation. DFO has to take serious step because all the industry, all linear infrastructure and highest concentration of elephant is there. So these are the issues Odisha has to take up very seriously, and I am passing this to Arithro.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. And I'm not going to comment on the Odisha perspective as such because Dr. Sar has covered most of it. I'll try and answer Neha's question from a slightly different perspective on what is the driver of the current state of conflict that Odisha is saying, and we have to zoom out and look at the Indian context. So the 4 populations of Asian elephants that are there in India, one in north, which is Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Bihar, about 2,500 elephants. Then there is northeast from northern part of West Bengal to Arunachal. By the way, there are elephants in Arunachal now. So, and elephants are expanding their range into Arunachal. There are about 6,000 elephants in northeast. Southern India has the highest population with about 15,000 animals. What is very interesting is central India, despite having only about 3,500 elephants, they have the largest distribution from Odisha in the coast to Maharashtra in the west, and from Jharkhand in the north to Andhra Pradesh in the south, which means you have very small number of elephants distributed over a very large area, and these elephants are ranging well beyond their habitats. That is one. The second part is the conflict levels. If you look at levels of human mortality, if we take that as an indicator of conflicts, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, West Bengal, only these 4 states contribute to 80% of all human casualties due to elephants in India. Assam follows very closely. So what we're seeing is human death due to elephants is not a function of elephant population. If that was a function of elephant population, Western Ghats would have many, many human deaths. It's a function of the interface between people and elephants. If you have habitats that are highly fragmented, then elephants will need to move between one habitat to the other. And within these fragmented habitats, you have a very high density of human populations, people who don't have access to basic safety features. So if you look at the interface of habitat fragmentation, interface of local economy, the depopulated population of these areas, and the ecological needs of the elephants, you have the perfect recipe for disaster. And Odisha is the perfect case study for it. You know, you have high fragmentation, comparatively low elephant population compared to, say, Karnataka or Tamil Nadu, but a human population that doesn't have access to those safety practices, safety infrastructure that a place in Karnataka or Tamil Nadu has. And that seems to be driving the conflict here. So at the heart of it, I would say I would agree with Dr. Sar, is poor land use planning seems to be at the heart of this issue. If you look at the forests of Western Ghats, if you imagine the forest of Karnataka, Nagarhole, Bandipur, Mudumalai, the Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve, these are all connected forests. So elephants don't need to step out and venture into human settlements. So the interface with people it's much lower than the central India. But if you look at Odisha, Chhattisgarh, all fragmented forest, elephants have to move between areas. If you look at Assam, again, very fragmented, historic forest cover loss due to political situations. Similarly in Odisha, loss of forest cover due to mining. And that has made the elephants move. So what we're seeing, as Dr. Sar said, in Odisha and Assam and West Bengal and Chhattisgarh, is that elephants are still finding a home. They don't know where to go. If you look at Assam between 1990 and 2005, the North Bank habitats all gone, wiped out due to political unrest. If you look at Odisha, Chhattisgarh, due to mining, extractive sectors, linear infrastructure, these habitats are gone. So elephants have to be somewhere. So both in Assam and central India, elephants are still looking for a home. And as they're exploring new areas, they are coming in face to face with people. And people are also not used to sharing space with them. And that sort of creates the tensions that we are currently seeing in this area.
So when you mentioned safety infrastructure is available in Western Ghats, can you tell us a bit more about that? Maybe that's something Odisha needs to consider.
So unlike predators like tigers or leopards, elephants are not out to kill people, right? Because elephants are herbivores. They don't feed on people. So then why are so many humans dying due to elephants? These are all accidental encounters when either elephants are stressed And when they encounter people, they engage in negative interactions. It is when people don't know enough of safety behaviors themselves. So the value of a human life varies differently in different states of India, as sort of reflected by the ex gratia comparison. You know, some states pay 25 lakhs for a human life loss, some states pay 4 lakhs. Which means, in some sense, the sense of self-preservation is also different between communities in different places. In Kerala, people know how to protect themselves. They have access to street lighting, they have access to toilets, so they don't have to step out of the forest to, you know, for their daily needs, which means the chance of meeting elephants is much lower. In Odisha, the human demography is also such that forest dependence is slightly higher. So people have to venture into the forest a bit more. They have to use forest resources a bit more. So the economy and the safety infrastructure is closely linked, which means the interface between elephants and people are much higher in these states, which leads to these human deaths.
I think the Chief Wildlife Warden of Chhattisgarh had a talk yesterday, and he spoke about this app called Gad Sanket, am I right, Dr. Sar? Which gives information about elephant movement. It's an app that gives information about movement of wild animals. And even in Valparai and in Western Ghats, you have these sort of mass SMSs which warn people that elephants are coming, don't go in that area, don't go especially if there's no light. So do you think things like that can work in the Odisha context?
I mentioned something, yes, Chhattisgarh developed some methodology, and at our Kerala division also Odisha yesterday shown that there's a AI camera. That is also very good achievement. I think that will help in a big way to save the elephant. And regarding the human death, I can stay in 2008. One incident I am talking in Bamra Forest Division. One old man, one old lady came out and just holding me and telling, my son every evening pushing me out of the house to stay in the veranda so that elephant kill her, then the son can get the compensation. This was this is also happening in some areas. So in Odisha, the elephant should not be blamed for the human killing. This is also one incident I'm telling. It is not the all cases, but it is also a case to be noted. And about this linear infrastructure, one proposal is there from Anandapur to Karanjia railway line. That has to be stopped. No way that has to be permitted.
Which line is this, sir?
Anandapur
where does it
to
go from?
Karanjia, straight elephant connection. It could be from Dhekikot, so no problem. And another road they have proposed from Thakurmunda to Baripada via Sarata Odala. That's widening of road through elephant reserve. That has to be stopped. Otherwise, no, elephant go area, elephant no go area has to be decided. I must say very pragmatically that outside the elephant reserve, we must stop the elephant to come. Don't encourage them to come and graze, and we will pay compensation. That should not be. We should not allow. Some negative reward should be given to the elephant when they are out of their habitat. I am not saying that kill them, but some way you have to drive them. And inside the reserve area, you should not disturb them. That must be. We are disturbing inside, and you see the amount of non-forest produce collection has increased from by the panchayat level. Everyone goes inside the forest and collecting this hadara, bahara, this bale, everything, stone fruit, this elephant apple, everything they are collecting from the forest, even the some leaf and other things. How the elephant will survive? The 84, 88, you have taken out all the bamboos for the paper industry. Now you are crying for the bamboo. You have taken out the Dendrocalamus strictus, and now even bambusa has little food value to elephant. But we have to replant the this particular bamboo species. That is that.
Okay, sir is making a very important point, which is elephants are also so big and visible that they often get blamed for things that they might not be should be blamed for. So for example, if there's damage done by wild pig, the elephant is getting blamed because the elephant is seen as a large animal. People remember it. The other thing that they're both talking about are drivers of conflict. What is the reason why there's conflict? So sir is saying that if all the bamboo is getting taken from the forest, the elephant apple, which is a fruit the elephant likes to eat, if it's getting taken from the forest, then the elephant has to come out of the forest, and then it will, meet people, and perhaps there'll be accidents. And Aurithra is talking about how in other states of India, there are ways of warning people that elephants are moving. So for example, in Western Ghats, you have these mass SMSs. Hundreds of SMSs are sent depending on where the elephant is going. So if the elephant is active in a particular area, the people get a message saying it is over here, so don't go out of your house in the night, or keep the lights on so that you can see. And we possibly might need better planning in Odisha to plan for elephants to move across the landscape without coming in contact with people. We need better warnings for people. And also we should investigate if all damage is caused by elephants or not. So what Dr. Sar is saying again and again is that elephants get blamed for almost every kind of damage that's done by wild animals. Getting back to the issue of movement, sir, question is for Aurithra. So you spoke about how in central India you have maybe not so many elephants, but it's a very large distribution. And very recently, you of course have elephants that have come back to Madhya Pradesh after about 100 years. So can you tell us a bit more about that population, and also tell us a bit about elephant migration to Odisha or from Odisha?
Yeah, so as I was explaining in the earlier part, that since there is large-scale habitat loss in some states, there is also large redistribution of elephant ranges in these areas. So the elephants in MP were wiped out in 1902. That's the last record of wild populations in Madhya Pradesh. Post that, the state had a policy of not to allow elephants. So now and then when elephants would move into Chhattisgarh, erstwhile MP, they would be either captured or driven back to Odisha. After Chhattisgarh was constituted, the policy changed, so elephants were welcome. So slowly from Odisha and parts of Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh was colonized. From about 30-40 elephants 30 years ago, now Chhattisgarh has about 280 elephants. And this is not population growth by new elephants being born. These are elephants which are immigrated from adjoining states. So now Chhattisgarh is sort of saturated, almost the entire state has elephants. Chhattisgarh is grappling with the similar kind of problems that Odisha is dealing now. So what the elephants are doing now is moving to explore new habitats. So Madhya Pradesh, if you look at the map of the forest of Madhya Pradesh, they have done fairly well in managing those protected areas into the Kanha, Bandhavgarhs and your Panna, all those areas, which are very good dry deciduous forests, very good habitat for elephants. So now elephants, after being pushed from Chhattisgarh due to lack of habitats, they're moving into MP. They're moving into Maharashtra. So it might be very possible that maybe in the next decade or so, almost whole of Madhya Pradesh will have elephants, and maybe large parts of eastern Maharashtra will also have elephants. So the challenges that Odisha is facing now is sort of being dispersed to other states as well. Andhra also, yeah.
In Odisha, in morning, morning somebody asked about the elephant fodder species. I agree, elephant fodder species. But before that, I want to say that you have Odisha, 26,000 square kilometer reserve forest. I think Khasra forest area is more than that. And it is with the revenue people. And they should hand over that area to the forest people so that this should not be converted to the other purpose. So the loss of the Khasra forest is the main problem Odisha is facing. And everywhere they are giving is for the industrial development, other things, it is in the hand of revenue department. So they easily are transferring that land to the other people. This Khasra forest, the decline of the Khasra forest is the main problem. That has to be transferred to the forest department. This is my suggestion for the Odisha people. And it is almost more than 20,000 square kilometer of area. It is equivalent to the reserve forest area, almost. I don't know the exact figure. It is almost equivalent to the reserve forest area. And it is my suggestion, don't take it otherwise. This Bangri-Poshi area, the national highway is having 4 or 5 elephant underpass or overpass. and 13, I think in the project, I have gone through the project, then 13 or 15 small animal passages. Yeah, that has to be studied properly, where has to be given the elephant overpass or underpass, and the small animal underpass, that has to be synchronized with the elephant underpass or overpass. And for very little small animal, amphibians and reptiles, the hume pipe can serve the purpose. Instead of spending more money on the small animal, that can be diverted to the higher animal overpass. That will serve for both the purpose, the small animal or higher animal. For reptile and other animal, you can give the more hume pipes, more than 13, 50, 60, but this expenditure on the small animal underpass, that can be support mixed together with the elephant underpass. That will be helpful to.
So what are the small animal underpasses in Odisha?
Small
Where
animal,
are they?
They are thinking it is in the north
Can
side
you hold
of
the mic?
It is in the north side of the Simlipal Reserve. So they are thinking for the deer, boar, and other things. This even your sambar, other animal. But that elephant underpass is also can serve for the purpose. For the very small animal, this mammals or reptiles or other, the hume pipe can serve the purpose. But the exact location where to put, we have to study the kernel density of the elephant crossing point. Otherwise, if you erect the underpass or overpass, elephant won't use. That is the problem. In many cases, the elephant underpass and overpass is not being used by the elephant, and we are spending huge lot of money on that.
So sir is talking about when you have linear infrastructure like canals, projects in a straight line, whether it's a big highway, whether it's a big railway, you need something for the animals to cross. So if you have an underpass or a tunnel, you should make an underpass or a tunnel for elephants also. And obviously because elephants are so big, you need a really tall underpass with enough light for the animal to enter, because this is not an animal that likes going into dark places. So as an example, in the state of Assam, there's an elephant reserve called Lumding, and in Lumding, elephant underpasses have been made underneath the national highway, and these are extremely tall and there's a lot of light in them. And because it was made by the specifications for elephant herds, not just one elephant but enough for 20-30 elephants to pass, a lot of elephants are using them now. So what he's saying is that we need to make similar ones here in the state, and they should also be made in the right size so that elephants can use them. And both of you spoke about how elephants move so much. And sir, you're saying, for example, if an elephant is moving 40 kilometers every day, and our elephant reserves are quite small, or even our tiger reserves are quite small. So what is the way then? I mean, is there at least one or two places where you feel we need corridors to be strengthened for elephant movement in Odisha?
Thanks to the Odisha Forest Department. And in our carrying capacity report, we have suggested the Mahanadi Elephant Reserve from 1,000 square kilometer to 2,200 square kilometer. I think they have accepted and notified some area. I think it is increased to 2,100 square kilometers. This is a very good thing. I'm happy with that. And Sambalpur Elephant Reserve, as I already told, it is only 20 kilometer by 20 kilometer. So elephant, even in half a day, it can cross the one side from another side. This is 20 into 20 is equal to 400 square kilometer. We need to declare at least 4,000, 5,000 square kilometer if we want to keep the elephant for at least for next 100, 150 years. And we have to decide where we want to keep and how many we want to keep. And don't allow the elephant outside the area, and we have to drive them out. We have to take strict action against elephant when they are out of their habitat. This is my personal view. Many conservationists don't agree with me that elephant is our heritage animal. We love. एठी तो महाप्रभु कहती जो ओडिशा रे जो महाप्रभु तापर गजलक्ष्मी रो पूजा होची जे एलिफेंट को हमें किछ कहि परिबनी as a scientist I must say, if we want to save this species, we have to take strict action. We are not concerned with the number, we are concerned with the species survival. If you want to save this species, now you are talking about the human population control. Why not the population control of wild animals as per availability of their habitat? As per availability of their habitat, we must think that how many we want to keep. Once you decided, we are scientists are there, give you the best management plan for that. We are ready to give the best management plan. Once we decided our elephants should be here, and now 28 to 46 divisions you are having elephant, everywhere we cannot give the management plan. Everywhere you can give the support to the human or elephant. It is not possible. Please.
Arithro, if we were to make a regional plan for elephants of central India, what would be the key things you would want in that?
Yeah, I would also like to hear from the audience, and between very senior dignitaries, they have more than 100 years of collective experience on wildlife management. But I think a way where some of the states are heading is to look at zonation. In the lines of what Dr. Sar is saying, is that you cannot have certain species of wild animals all over your state, despite your best intentions. So how do we prioritize? In Karnataka, in 2012, this idea was floated and then developed, and as part of WWF's intervention in designing regional policies, state policies, this is what we're advocating. We look at our national parks and wildlife sanctuaries as conservation zones, where conservation of elephants and other species can be maximized. Here we can invest in good habitats, good water sources, so that whatever animals are there can have enough resources to meet the ecological needs. Now, as the case in India, we don't have 10,000 square kilometers of PAs, right? So the protected areas or the conservation zones can only be made available for wildlife as a network of various forests. So you have multiple conservation zones, your wildlife area, sanctuaries, national parks, and these have to be connected through corridors. So you have your conservation zone, then you have your connectivity zone. So all land use, be it agriculture, be it other land use, has to enable the passage of wildlife between these habitats. And this passage can be enabled through financial incentives, through ex gratia, through compensation, through means that people don't disproportionately bear the loss of wildlife conservation. The third zone by default is the exclusion zone. So if it's not a conservation zone, if the area doesn't have any connectivity value, then it's better off for people and elephants that they're not present there. And the exclusion can be done through various means. It could be through negative conditioning, as Dr. Sar mentioned, where when elephants come to a particular habitat, there are behavioral ways where you make the elephants don't come there. You know, there are examples in Africa. We have not tried that in India so far. There could be barriers, judicious use, unlike the unplanned use of fences where people fence their own jurisdiction, range, beat, division. It can be planned at a regional level. So the regional plans that we help develop for other states, at least 2 or 3 division officers sit together at a circle level or at a regional level and create those plans so that they know where fences are effective, where fences won't be effective. So that's the kind of spatial prioritization framework which we advocate, and that something that Odisha might explore in the way forward. But the first decision has to be, as Dr. Sar said, where do you want elephants? And based on that, it will trickle down on how your zonation prioritization will be implemented.
So we also see that elephants become symbols of conflict when they cross the border, right? So even within India, certain states will push an elephant back to the other state it came from. Whether it's, elephant went from India to Bangladesh, it got shot. Elephants are crossing over from India to Nepal, coming back, and there's a lot of fencing that's done along the Mechi River, for example, to keep the elephants out. So it seems to be an animal that needs to move, almost migratory in its nature. And obviously elephants don't recognize political boundaries, right? I mean, it's an animal after all. So if we are talking about a large, gigantic animal that is going to migrate, and if we also want to keep them out of certain areas where we are living, what would be the ideal number of elephants? This question is for you, Dr. Sar, that Odisha should have.
As far Odisha is concerned, you see, for last 50 years, we have the same number, plus minus 10, 20% of elephants. So I think this is saturation point is there. And excess elephant from Odisha is moving out. It is going to Andhra, it is going to Chhattisgarh, and some is going to South Bengal. And the supporting data is that from 28 division to 46 division, and supporting that increase of the conflict intensity and area. Both these things increase, and the elephant is moving out. So we have this number, it is sufficient for Odisha, and we have to keep it. And thing is, as you suggested, for decision making, Odisha at least need one RCCF for, I am suggesting there's RCCF level officer for entire state for looking after Project Elephant and Project Tiger. That is my suggestion. If it is taken up by the headquarter level, that is better. And if division, if circle is taking the decision, it is not going in favor of the elephant. If it is taking in the centrally, that it is good. But this come into mind of surveying the area for electric fencing. And every people, every division, every ranger is want the energized fence to save his division or the area. That is not the way to save the animal. They are saving their area or their service. That is the whole thing. So my suggestion for the Odisha, you have to take up the centrally one RCCF level officer for both Project Tiger and Project Elephant, and he can control the whole state for the elephant. And as far your question is what is the level we want, this is the number of elephant we have at present.
So 1800 to 2000 we have?
No, the space we are growing. At that space, if we want to grow, we cannot think for more elephant. 10%, last year the GDP growth is 10% for Odisha, 10.57 or something. And last 10 years is 7% plus. So above the national average you are growing. And you want to grow also elephant, also tiger, everything is not possible. And whatever you have to keep it safely. That will be the great achievement for Odisha. We have 2000 elephant if we keep it properly. And you see, I think only single circle, this Angul circle is paying more than, spending more than 50 crore for annually for this elephant drive and compensation at ex gratia payment. This has to reduce for doing some research or giving some corridor or spending some money.
We need to spend more money on research and
if we can
helping
giving
the
corridor
animal.
for 30,000, we can save money for 10 years from 50,000 to at least 10,000. Even 10,000 saving 10 years means some crore. 50 crore they are spending. I think last 2-3 years average is coming. So
okay, let's talk about solutions now. My question is for Aritro. Can you tell us a bit about solutions at the village level, at a very micro local level from other states? If you can just tell the audience, they might be interested to hear and perhaps could be adopted in Odisha as well. And then I will ask Dr. Sar about Odisha. Yeah.
I think the lowest hanging fruit would be human casualties, because there is enough evidence from other states that human deaths due to elephants can be reduced, because these are largely accidental in nature. When people are either unaware of elephant presence, or when elephants are very stressed while they're passing through human settlements, when there is ineffective crowd control, or when there is lack of adequate safety practices within the communities. So for any division, be it Angul or Dhenkanal, Angul, Atmalik, Dhenkanal, that seems to be the hotspot of human deaths due to elephants in Odisha. So it is critical to understand how are these deaths occurring. What are the circumstances? What was that person doing when the accident occurred? So if we do that analysis for the last 10 years, we will get 5 or 6 broad categories, either during open defecation or while accessing forest resources, or while moving at night. So then we know that there are 5 top reasons for human deaths due to elephants. And all we need to do is
There's
just...
also being drunk. Being drunk is also a reason.
Absolutely. It might crop up. Alcoholism might crop up as one important reason. So then you have already narrowed down on what you need to do. You address those 5 issues and maybe at least 80% of the human deaths can be avoided in Odisha. But it needs a very focused approach. The other thing is currently human-elephant conflict management seems to be the onus of only the forest department. But there is a human in human wildlife management, which means other departments which are associated with civil rights and the development of the local population have to be involved. It could be Gram Sabhas, Panchayats, right up to district administration, to make sure other laws, policies are leveraged and implemented that can have benefits for conflict management?
Sorry?
Any questions from audience? That
Yeah,
will be better.
my last question to you, and then we'll open it up to the audience. So, Dr. Sar, you said you made very interesting points. One is that we need to decide. You said we need to decide how many elephants we want in Odisha. You also said we should prevent them from coming in certain areas. So, how are the ways that this can be done, according to you? How are the ways that some of new practices we can have in Odisha for elephants? Could you just tell us one or two?
So, your question is very right. We can take up the agroforestry instead of going the cash crop or the regular food crop. We can take up some village for agroforestry development. That is in pilot scale. If we take it in Dhenkanal, particularly Hindol range, some village they have abandoned the cultivation. On those villages, we can take up the agroforestry as a pilot basis to see. For 5-6 years, we can provide them the required food material, and the agroforestry, from the agroforestry they can get the byproduct for their livelihood, and on the other hand, all the animal can get the shelter on that agroforestry areas. This I know that some villages, this Dhenkanal, that crossing that path, that depending on that palm fruit, the tao, morning they have told, that area they have totally abandoned the cultivation. The 2-3 villages completely abandoned the rice cultivation. On that area we can take up for the agroforestry. It is a big challenge, but we have to take up something so that in future we have to take up it for 20-30 years time scale, and that type of management plan is needed. We cannot, the firefighting mode, we cannot solve the elephant-human conflict. We are whatever we are doing, it is firefighting mode. Elephant came, उसको भगाओ, ऐसा नहीं चलेगा. उसको भगाओ तो बचने के लिए अभी भगाओ, लेकिन कल के लिए क्या करना है वो आज सोचना है. आप लाइनर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर कर रहे हैं, लाइनर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर यू हैव टू डिसाइड what are the liner infrastructure to be in within next 10 years or 15 years. 15 years back we have dug the canal, and after that you have created the railway line. After that you want a national highway. All these things can be synchronized, and then you won't have that much of problem. And don't allow the elephant to come to the paddy field. You see, very interestingly, I am not criticizing any authorities, but that time our knowledge is less. The canal, right canal, this Rengali right canal, you are giving the irrigation to the field, and you are also giving elephant passage to that field over the canal. So that conflict, that Dhenkanal, particular that area, there was no casualty 20 years back. Now every year 10 to 12 people dying, and also the elephant. And we are giving passage to them to the conflict area. Why? What is the need to give them the passage to the conflict area? You prevent them at the beginning. But many people won't agree with me, because it is a very hard decision to take against the elephant or against the thing.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to open the floor. Can you stop talking? May I request the audience to please stop talking? Do you have a question? Any questions from the audience? Yes, sir. Please introduce yourself first and then ask the question. Can I give you this mic?
I am actually from different field of activity. I am a retired professor of agriculture and entomology of Odisha University of Agriculture and Technology. Dr. Prakash Janna has invited me to just participate, but I am learning since yesterday. Because it's a new subject for me, just like a specialized subject. And I am to add some points, I think, in different capacity, in different positions in OUAT, in different districts I have worked. I have suggested that instead of blaming the other departments, why not we develop or improve the habitat of wild animals in the forest? Number one, how to improve? The food habit, we know that foraging habit or food habit, there was some discussion in the morning. I was just listening. If we increase the availability of food, the animal will not come out from its habitat. Because we cannot give a fence permanently. They can also find ways to avoid that fence. So I suggest, and I have suggested in different district development committee meetings, that we should invest more money on habitat improvement. And just like one example somebody discussed, that wetland situation developing. And the cross-bonding, how to improve the water conservation measures or water bodies inside the forest, then animal will not require to cross for another river. Thank you.
Does the panel want to respond?
Thank you, sir, for your very useful suggestion. I want to request you, the OUT should come up a technology, the per unit area should produce 3 to 4 times more than the present production level by producing the fish culture, pearl culture, etc. That you won't need the destroy the elephant habitat. You only develop the habitat with pond or other thing. You do fish culture and do pearl culture. It is tenfold more income, and that has to be go to the people, not restricted to the scientist. That has to go to the people.
Through our actually extension division, our scientific developments are passing through to people.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you so much, sir.
Even in small tank of 2 meter by 2 meter, you can do pearl culture, you can do fish culture, you can put the solar panel on that, and things will be 3 times, 4 times more productivity than per unit area. And you can leave that rest of the area for the forest animal, wild animal. That can be happen. Only we need to develop the technology, and technology is already developed. We also synchronize.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
There was another question here. Yes, please, can you give him the mic? Please introduce yourself and then ask your question.
Good afternoon. My name is Satyakam Parida and I am from Dhenkanal. I am a wildlife photographer from Dhenkanal. Sir, I would like to suggest that I see every day human elephant competition in Dhenkanal. Every day people are getting died through elephant. My question is, why people are not getting educated? They know elephant, they have toilets in their home, but still they go to the mango forest and everything. They collect things from forest every day. Forest department every day making announcement not to go to the forest in the morning and evening, even in the winter season in the morning. But because of the lack of the education, they go to for toilet in the morning to the forest and getting killed by elephant. So the thing is how to educate people for that.
You can help us. You should help us. You should tell us, answer this question for us, because you're a photographer.
Very short answer to you. It's a game of probabilities. It's not about only lack of education. It's self-awareness, safety practice. It does play a role. But you see, these people have been going to these forests for generations. And they have been sharing space with elephants. Elephants themselves, their stress levels are also changing, their behavior is also changing. But it's not that every day you go to the forest to see an elephant. So maybe you go to the forest for 364, 5 days, you see an elephant only once or twice. It's similar with road accidents. You know, people know that there are vehicles on the roads, yet there are so many road accidents in India, right?
So I have seen people, they have good homes and they have toilets. Still they go to the forest for...
It's a behavioral issue, right? So they are not thinking about protecting their lives from elephants when they are going to the toilet, right?
Yeah.
It's an everyday cultural thing for them.
Yes, sir.
It just happens to be that an accident has occurred, an elephant was there at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah.
So behavioral change and awareness on safety practices does play a huge role, I agree. But again, due to the large interface, so many people in these areas Elephants are also sharing the same space. So it's just the probability is that the negative encounter can be very high. It need not be only in the forest. There are instances where elephants also come into the settlement, they break down houses, and also people are injured. So it's a two-way street there.
Okay. Thank you.
So you should help us give the message to people to stay safe. You should help us give the message to people to stay safe and to stay indoors after dark, because that's when elephants and leopards are moving. Any other questions?
Any suggestion?
Yeah.
The idea is, you talked about having somebody like a regional CCF for elephants for a state. But we also know that these are animals moving across states. Don't you think that we really need to look at them at population units and like regional units and have coordinated efforts between states? Like, unlike tigers, which have a much smaller home range, elephants are something that are ranging across. So it's not one state's property, it's moving around. So I think the coordination between states would be more effective, don't you think? Like, for examples of what is happening in the south or anything, like, is that something that you envision happening over time?
Yeah, I think the minimum planning unit has to be at the regional level and not at a division level. If we can foster coordination between states, and nothing like it, because elephants don't know political boundaries, as Neha said, Dr. Sar also reinforced that. So ideally, for the central Indian population, there needs to be very close coordination between West Bengal, Jharkhand, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, and now Madhya Pradesh. Because there are transboundary movements from Chhattisgarh to Manipur, Shahdol, these elephants are moving into MP. From Odisha, these elephants are crossing between Chhattisgarh. So if a coordination forum can be set up, then nothing like it. And only recently such an effort has been started for the southern states. So a regional action plan is currently in the works, and WWF is also part of creating that strategy for Karnataka, Kerala, Andhra, and Tamil Nadu.
And division level, it is already there. The Baripada and the Kharagpur division and this Chhattisgarh and the adjoining division, they have divisional level, they have understanding, they are communicating. But at a larger level, it is not there. Institutional level, it is not there. On the just personal level, they are keeping contact with each other.
Yeah. Sir, myself, Dr. Karthik Lenka, working as a scientist in Swaminathan Research Foundation. So actually, I saw the discussion and I have a suggestion. So instead of actually we are giving the compensation to the community, those are actually living in the forest area, they are not actually overnight they are set up. So it will take one by one and they will be a setup, and accordingly they will go for the shifting cultivation and other things in the forest area, and they are getting the fertile land. So they are actually encouraging in another way, they interfere in the wild area, in the forest area. Instead of actually wildlife not coming to us and not actually conflict with us, we are going and we are staying in their home and we are creating the conflict, and again we are getting the compensation. So one type, actually it is even if in the policy level and the political influence, actually somehow we are actually responsible for that, and we are encouraging to the people, they will go for the cultivation and they will damage their property, and they are blaming to the elephants and other animals, and they are getting the compensation. So it actually properly verification is needed, and from the beginning when they actually settle, so at that time if it is prevent, then it conflict will not arise again and again. So I think it should be from the beginning we can restrict it. So all the animals in the wild, they can conserve in their own habitat. And first of all, in the department also, some as a target oriented, we are also cultivating and we are planting some non-fodder crops. So that is also somehow the responsibility for us. We should actually restrict what benefit getting by the community, what benefit going to the wild animals. So before we are planting, if suppose we are planting the eucalyptus or teak, that is actually not the fodder. So definitely when the food actually not sufficiently available in the forest, they are going to the periphery and they will actually interfering with the, they are searching for the food, and they are actually, by default, they are going to the crop. They are not changing their own habitat. But we are actually changing the habitat, and we are changing the scenario, changing the forest, actually, what is the diversity available in the forest, and we are introducing some alien species or invasive species, which is not the fodder crop, and again we are blaming to the innocent animals. So it should not actually happen again and again. So those are actually responsible for that. Instead of preparing fencing and other things, we should also look into the new settlements should not be in the common in the forest area, and we are not encouraging to them. If we are not giving the compensation gradually, if we start the blaming to those people there, even if they are affected, but we should blame to them. So gradually it is also discouraged, and they will also search their livelihood in other area. They can also migrate it. So they live as it is. So the animal can be stay happily in the own habitat. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
To
Do you have a
greater extent,
response?
we both agree to your suggestion. Agreed?
Should I say? Yeah. So, you know, in any compensation scheme, there'll always be people who misuse compensation, right? The real victims should not be left out, right? And it's very hard for people, if there's a very difficult process to get compensation, it's very hard to get compensation. And in other parts of India, people would rather kill the animal than wait for compensation. So I think you'll always have these two sides. And even in insurance claims for cars, people damage their cars to get insurance claims in a dishonest way. But it is important to have a simple insurance or compensation claim, I think, for people who are the real victims. That's my personal opinion. I don't know if Audithro agrees with me.
No, I don't have a simple answer to your suggestion. It's a very complex dynamics that people share with elephants, right? And not all damage leads to conflict. So a lot of communities who have traditionally shared space with elephants, they have cultural coping mechanisms through their stories, their folklore, their culture, where they accept a lot of these losses. So when we also start these schemes, compensation, ex gratia, we also somehow introduce the idea of conflict into their heads. So I think we need more context-specific solutions rather than a blanket solutions for all kinds of negative interactions.
I think there was another question. Did you have a question, sir? The mic is there.
Sir.
You can have some suggestions.
I think this is such a complex problem that giving any suggestion may work for some time and may not work for another time. But I have some, some information I had that Odisha was going in a very big way to have a regional plan sort of thing. I don't know what is the situation of that. Is it still going on or not?
WWA. Yeah, WTI already conceptual plan has made for the whole Odisha, this elephant conservation plan. It is there, but I don't know the implementation status.
Another thing is, you rightly said the carrying capacity. First of all, carrying capacity is
Very
also
dynamic.
very
Capacity
dicey
very
sort of
Yeah.
character. But even if we come out with the carrying capacity of this much number of animals, what do you do with that? How do you manage the populations? Can you capture the animals? Can you use the vaccination sort of things, sterilizations? So what do you suggest for that? That's a very big question.
Yeah, already research are there. In North Bengal, they have tried. The contraceptive they have tried with the subjudice. They want to try it, but the permission is needed. I think they are trying to do some research with that. But yeah.
Yeah, so there is some research that was proposed on immunocontracectives to control population, but that's there's subjudice, there's a case against it. But in my experience, elephant population and conflict levels have got nothing to do with each other. It's about the habitat and the land use that has to be blamed for it. So I think with the judicious use of strategic captures of problem animals, judicious use of fences, landscape level planning of these fences, we can separate these exclusion zones and elephant conservation zones, sir, without large scale population influences.
In Ado National Park, the area, Ado National Park in Africa, is small area. They have started with some 40 elephants, now 400 plus elephant is there within that area. That carrying capacity is a very dynamic and vague term to me. And you see, the carrying capacity of this room is this. If we add a fan, if we add extra chair, if we add air condition, we can accommodate more people. And less people is there, you can adjust with that. So carrying capacity is not a static thing, it is a dynamic thing. If you want to increase the carrying capacity, you have to manage on that way. You have to, but in Odisha, in my opinion, the way we are developing, the saturation point is there, because the last 10 years your average GDP is 7%. So you want the elephant should go to 2-3%, very difficult. The tiger population you want to go at 5-6%, it is also very difficult.
One small suggestion which, I don't know whether it worked there. In Kerala we tried that. We already know that, certain development, linear development structures are going to come.
Sir, we are researcher. This could be administrator can explain this very well.
This is for the larger audience.
Yeah.
That if we are little proactive and we understand that such a linear structure is going to come, then probably sensitize those who are involved in this. Maybe the public, the media, maybe even the organization who are executing these, writing them in beforehand. That makes sometimes life easy. So that people are sometimes not aware. Suddenly you are taken with the project, that this project is on, and now give us the clearance. But if you are doing little prior exercise, which goes sometime beyond your normal duties, then it makes life little easy.
Absolutely correct, sir. Correct, sir. But this decision has to be taken in the administrative level. We are researcher, only can give the suggestion. Our limitation is up to that. And once we know the things are there, we can suggest for that. We cannot think for 5,000 elephant and we can make plan for that. We know the area is this 1,500 square kilometer available to elephant, so we can make plan for that. If we are available is 25,000 square kilometer, we can make plan for that. But when your area is 400 square kilometer and 500 elephant is there, we must say we cannot do any management plan for that. This is our
So I think the concluding message is that the forest department and the administration needs to work better with scientists and researchers, and scientists and researchers need to keep giving information at various levels of the project to ensure that we have better planning for elephants and people. Thank you so much to my panel. We've run out of time now. It was a great panel. I learned a lot. Thank you so much to you and to everybody who asked questions. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Now this is the time for felicitation of our guest. I would like to request Dr. Tulisri Pradhan, Associate Professor, Kids School of Law, to felicitate Dr. Chanchal Kumar sir, retired senior scientist, Asian Nature Conservation Foundation, Bangalore. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Mr. Prashant Chaudhary, Founder Trustee, P.N. Chaudhary Foundation, to felicitate Dr. Aritra Khetri, Lead Elephant Conservation, WWF India. Please, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Dr. Mili Panigrahi, Convener Odisha Wildlife Conclave 2025, to felicitate Neha Sinha, Conservation Partnership, WWF India. Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to call my fellow friend, Dr. Mili Panigrahi, to take in charge. Please, ma'am.
The beauty of wildlife lies not just in its existence, but in our commitment to preserving it for generations to come. Good evening, everyone. I, Dr. Mili Panigrai, on behalf of Evergreen Forum, welcome you all to the grand conclusion of the Odisha Wildlife Conclave 2025. It is the time to reflect on the knowledge shared and the experience exchanged and the commitments renewed towards conserving our invaluable wildlife and natural heritage through this 2 days conclave. This conclave has been a remarkable platform bringing together experts, policymakers, and conservationists to discuss the pressing issues in wildlife conservation amid growing human interactions. To formally commence the closing ceremony, we extend a warm welcome to the distinguished guests on the dais. Let us all put your hands together as we invite our esteemed guests to the respective seats. I would like to request our chief guest, Sri Saroj Kumar Patnaik, retired IFS officer, former chief wildlife warden, Government of Odisha, to grace the dais with his presence. Sir, please. I'd like to invite our distinguished guest, Mr. Asutosh Samantasingar, former PCCF Tamil Nadu. Again, I would like to request Dr. Anil Bharadwaj, former PCCF and HOFF Kerala, to grace the dais with his presence. Sir, please. Now, I would like to request Ms. Sadhvi Sindura, State Lead WWF, India, to grace the dais with her presence. Ma'am, please. It's my honor to invite Dr. Anup Kumar Naik, retired IFS officer, ex-MS NTCA ADG Project Tiger, chairman of Wildlife Conclave, to grace the dais, and Dr. Prakash Chandra Jaina, founder president, Evergreen Forum, and the organizing secretary of the Odisha Wildlife Conclave. Thank you so much. And now it's my pleasure to invite Ms. Sadhvi Sindura, State Lead WWF India, to give the welcome address. Ma'am, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. So today is the second day and we have come to close to this conclave. We are expecting and hoping, requesting all the people or the organizers to continue this initiative. At the heart of this conclave are the visionary leaders and experts whose relentless efforts have been instrumental in driving conservation forward. It is with immense pleasure that I extend a warm welcome to our chief guest, Mr. Saroj Kumar Patnaik, the ex-chief wildlife warden, Government of Odisha, and a retired IFS officer, and Mr. Anup Kumar Naik, our guest of honor, former ADG Project Tiger, retired IFS officer, Mr. Ashutosh Samantasingar, ex-PCCF, Tamil Nadu, and Dr. Anil Bharadwaj, ex-PCCF, Kerala, Mr. Prakash Jaina, who is the organizer of this event and the secretary of Evergreen Forum. I welcome you, sir, Mr. Saroj Kumar Patnaik. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to invite Dr. Anup Kumar Naik, retired IFS officer at DG Project Tiger, to give the summary of the entire 2 days event conclave to our audience. Sir, please.
Very good afternoon to everybody. Welcome to the concluding session. Honorable Chief Guest, Saroj Patnaik sir, Honorable Guest, Ashutosh Samantasingar sir, Honorable Guest and my friend, batchmate, Dr. Anil Bharadwaj ji, Prakash Bhai, Sadhvi Sintura, ladies and gentlemen, very warm welcome to you again to this concluding session. We are all restless now, been listening to this 2-day workshop right from day one. So just I want to say a few words before actually the prize distribution begins. The very first thing that I would like to say that this Odisha Wildlife Conclave is being held for the 3rd time in succession. That means we started in the year 2023, then it's been going on in 2024, and this is 2025, continuously without any rest on this particular day. And this time it's different. All other times it was a single day affair, but this time we have got it 2 days affair. All other occasions we had a state level seminar or state level wildlife day celebration. But this time we have got a national level celebration as well as seminar. Because we had also guests during the inauguration. We have guests from Kerala, we have guests from Chhattisgarh, we have guests from Uttar Pradesh, and we have guests from all over the India. And what's important this year is that we are in collaboration, technical collaboration with WWF India. Wonderful organization, conservation organizations. They are doing exceedingly well. We are missing Dipankar Ghosh, who is the brain behind such collaboration. But anyway, his agents are there. So they have done a wonderful job, sir. I would like to say that this 2-day workshop, in fact, a number of Desi and Bidesi speakers, I mean local and foreign speakers. But before that, I would like to say about the 2 panel discussions that we had. Both the panel discussions were conducted by WWF India, Neha, Murlidharji, and everybody. Such a wonderful discussion. Big Bash Pandav was there, and it was a very lively discussion. Everybody, all the resource persons are of national eminence, and they spoke quite well on that subject. And apart from that, we had also Jaswant Sethi, DFO Raurkela. He spoke about the application of artificial intelligence. What a wonderful work he is doing. And L.A.K. Singh sir, so he is a veteran and internationally known scientist. And he also talked about modern tigers, terrorism, a lot of things. You know, it's such a wonderful talk. And then we have also Sumit Kar, speaking about how he is monitoring the elephants in Dhenkanal division, technically very sound, and is an engineer and is doing wonderfully well in his division. And then we have also Subrat Devata, a young budding researcher, is already working in the Tata Consultancy Services. He spoke about the conservation of bats, lesser known species. Then we have also Gajanan Lade, as also young dynamic Indian Forest Service officer in Odisha. So he spoke about the functioning of Joint Task Force. After his joining in the Joint Task Force in the office of the Chief Wildlife Officer in Odisha, tremendous progress has been done regarding detection of wildlife cases. And Satya Behera, he must be here, he is also a young scientist and he is working in the Biodiversity Board of Odisha. And he spoke about the ecology of turtles. And Sudhakar sir, he is also another internationally acclaimed person, the Kumbhira man, ame kahu, ama rajya tatha desara Kumbhira expert hochati Sudhakar kar sir. So he say jo sundar bhavare कहले about mangrove ecosystem, hentala bana bisare, Kumbhira bisare, bahut sundar bhavare कहले. Question answer session urila. Tulishri is also spoke about the legal compensation for man-animal conflict. She is a lawyer herself, and she has been part of the Evergreen Forum, and she spoke so well about the compensation and compassionate amount. What's the difference? Okay, and then our chairs and co-chairs, our director, Rangers College. He also chaired a session, a very long, lengthy session, and he spoke really quite well Thank you very much, Pairaji. Okay, so a little bit about this seminar's progress, sir, and for the appraisal of our chief guest. And sir, with this, I stop here, and I now request Madam to please carry forward. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for encapsulating the essence of this conclave so eloquently, and your insights have truly enriched our understanding and strengthened our resolve towards wildlife conservation. It is now time to hear from our chief guest, Sri Saroj Kumar Patnaik, IFS retired, former Chief Wildlife Warden, Government of Odisha, who has played a vital role in wildlife protection in the state. Sir, may I invite you to address the gathering. Sir, please.
Good evening, friends on the dais and off the dais. I have not been part of the meeting for the last 2 days. In the end, I came. So, I have seen your concern about the elephant problem in Odisha. It's not elephant alone. Most of the wildlife are under stress because of the habitat loss and fragmentation. So, unless we address those 2 points, any other things will not succeed. So, we have to improve the fragmentation due to linear artifacts, due to the industries, due to human habitation, mining, and all of the things. The habitat is getting lost. We have problem with elephants. We have problem in the plains. We have problem with langurs and rhesus macaques. We have problem with wild boars. We have problem with crocodiles. So we have to ensure proper habitat for the animals. If the contiguity of the habitat, the fragmentation should be avoided. I have been asked to keep my talk short, so I don't want to inflict a speech on you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for inviting me to be here. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Now it's the time for the prize distribution, recognizing the talent and passion essential in encouraging the future conservationist. Now I request Mr. Asutosh Samanta-Singhar, PCCF, Tamil Nadu, to speak some few words to our audience.
धन्यवाद सरोज सर, डॉक्टर अनूप, अनिल एवं अन्य बंधुगण, मीडिया बंधुगण एवं उपस्थित आमर यंग जनरेशन, बारी बैगण आउ पोथी बैगण भितर फरक आम ये 2 दिन भितर बहुत देखिले। आमर वैज्ञानिक माने जो माने सबू 40-50 वर्ष है कम करुँच, सुधाकर ये करबाबू हूँ, लाला भाई हो कि विभास एमाने डॉक्टर दास एमाने सब बड़ सुंदर भाव में गोटे गोटे जंतु उपरे कहीगले। आमे जंतु कहले वाइल्ड लाइफ कहले भावुले बाघ हाथी एमती 2-3टा जिनिस, किंतु एमाने आमको आज कहवा चेष्टा कले जे केवल वाइल्ड लाइफ कहले से सब नुह अन्य सब भी अच्छी। सरोज सर जो हाबिटाट उपरे कहले से सबू भितर मनीष जो बंची रहा चेष्टा करुच्ची सेतबले ए क्लाइमेट चेंज रो असुविधा भितर, ग्लोबल वार्मिंग रो असुविधा भितर ए समस्त की बंची रहा पड़ो एवं से मैंने बंची रही ही मनीष बंची रहिबो। डॉक्टर सार जहाँ कहते सबू इकोसिस्टम रो गोटे कैरिंग कैपेसिटी भितर ही सबकि संभव हो पार, एनर्जी फ्लो सारी भितर ही हो पार। ताठू ऊपर को गले आउर किसी अन्य किसी व्यवस्था करिया पड़ो जोटा कि मनीषर ହାତରେ ହୁଏତ ନଥାଇପାରେ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନର ବୈଜ୍ଞାନିକ ଦୃଷ୍ଟିକୋଣରୁ ହୁଏତ ଭବିଷ୍ୟତରେ ଅନୁସନ୍ଧାନରୁ ଆଉ କିଛି ମିଳିବ। ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ କଥା ହେଲା ଆମର ଢେଙ୍କାନାଳ DFO ଆଉ ଅନ୍ୟ ବନ୍ଧୁମାନେ ବି ନୂଆ ନୂଆ ଟେକ୍ନୋଲୋଜି କି କିଭଳି ଭାବରେ ୱାଇଲ୍ଡ ଲାଇଫ୍ କନଜରଭେସନରେ ବ୍ୟବହାର କରାଯାଇପାରିବ ତା ଉପରେ କଥା କହିଲେ। ଏସବୁକୁ ଆମେ ଦୈନନ୍ଦିନ ଜୀବନରେ କିଭଳି ଭାବରେ ବ୍ୟବହାର କରିବା ତା ପ୍ରତି ଧ୍ୟାନ ଦେବାକୁ ପଡ଼ିବ। ଏଭଳି ଆଲୋଚନା ସରକାରୀ ଏକ ବିଭାଗ ଦ୍ୱାରା ସେମାନଙ୍କର ଦୈନନ୍ଦିନ କାର୍ଯ୍ୟ ପଦ୍ଧତି ଭିତରେ ହୁଏତ ସମ୍ଭବ ହୋଇପାରିବ ନାହିଁ। ସେଥିପାଇଁ ଏଇଭଳିଆ ବିଭାଗ ବାହାରେ ବାରମ୍ବାର ଆଲୋଚନା ହେଲେ ଆମେ ପ୍ରକୃତରେ ୱାଇଲ୍ଡ ଲାଇଫ୍ କନଜରଭେସନରେ କ'ଣ କ'ଣ ସମସ୍ୟା ରହିଛି ଏବଂ ତା'ର କିଭଳି ଭାବରେ ସମସ୍ୟା ସମାଧାନର ଉପାୟ ସବୁ ଖୋଜି ପାଇବାକୁ ଚେଷ୍ଟା କରିବା ଏବଂ ତା ସରକାରଙ୍କ ପାଖକୁ ଯାଇପାରିବ କିମ୍ବା ଯେଉଁ ଅଫିସରମାନେ କାମ କରୁଛନ୍ତି ସେ ରାସ୍ତାରେ ସେମାନଙ୍କୁ ସୁବିଧା ଭାବେ ସବୁ ଇମ୍ପ୍ଲିମେଣ୍ଟ କରିବା ପାଇଁ ମୁଁ ପୁନଶ୍ଚ ଧନ୍ୟବାଦ ଦେବି ଏଠାରେ ଯେଉଁ ଆୟୋଜକମାନେ ଆଜି ଏଇ 2 ଦିନ ହେଲା ଏଇ ଆଲୋଚନା ଚକ୍ର ପାଇଁ ଏସବୁ ସୁବ୍ୟବସ୍ଥା କରିଥିଲେ ଏବଂ ମୋତେ ଏଥିରେ ଯୋଗ ଦେବା ପାଇଁ ଅନୁମତି ଦେଇଥିଲେ। ପୁନଶ୍ଚ ଧନ୍ୟବାଦ।
Thank you, sir. May I now request Dr. Anil Bharadwaj to say some few words.
I think I'm the person who has to speak in the beginning also and in the end also. But let me first of all congratulate all the speakers. This was such a wonderful treat for me. The 2 days I was sitting here only, I did not go anywhere. And all the sessions were very, very professional. You talked about species, you talked about the habitats, the ecosystems, the issues. And the issues like, very sensitive issues, that how much disturbance we can have to the tigers, you said. Very relevant issues you raised. And it was really a very good 2 days program. And my congratulations to all the speakers, all the participants, and the organizers. It's a wonderful organization, the program has been organized. One suggestion will be that whenever such conferences or such conclaves happen, there are very high energies, and these energies will remain for some time. After that, these will subside. We'll wait for another such gathering to happen. And somehow, fortunately or unfortunately, the forest department has to take a lead in many of these issues. Of course, the role will be of different players in this. WWF will have their own role to play. The agencies which are involved in development sector, they will have their own role to play. But it will be better if the recommendations of this particular event could be crystallized to the level of the actions to be taken, and that could be done with a sitting with the forest department, those who matter in the department, and if there could be a special sitting for that will be really helpful to bring all this learning into action. So probably I think the forum should think of having some sort of such a sitting with the department. And I think the media has a very important role to play, and I'm so happy that media was always there to publicize these things, because these things do not happen very frequently. And the participation of the youngsters, the trainee officers, the students, the photography competition and the painting competition, those were really very good. So my compliments to all of you, and I wish that the next conclave should be still more energetic. A lot of more people should come and participate in this, and it becomes a every year's affair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. During this 2 days conclave, we have organized photography, painting and poster competitions for senior and junior. So to recognize this talent and passion in essential in encouraging the future conservationist. So we will now declare the results of the winners of this 3 events. So may I kindly request our chief guest and other dignitaries on the dais to do the honors of presenting the awards to the winners. Sir, please. So I'll be starting with the poster presentation senior category. So I would like to request the representative from Parivesh Suraksha Abhijan to distribute the prizes and come up to the stage. Any one representative from Parivesh Suraksha Abhijan. So for this, I'd like to declare the first prize. The first prize of the poster presentation senior category goes to Sheikh Irfan Azhar and Sneha Parimitha Naik from Mid School of Biotechnology. The first prize of poster presentation in senior category goes to Sheikh Irfan Azhar and Sneha Parimita Naik from Mid School of Biotechnology with a cash prize of rupees 5,000. With a cash prize of rupees 5,000. Then the second prize is a joint winner and the name is Barsa Baral, Ramadevi Women's University. Barsa Baral, Ramadevi Women's University and Pragya Priyadarshini Mahapatra from Sri Jagannath Mahavidyalaya. Please come forward to receive the prize. The second prize of cash prize of rupees 3,000 goes to Barsa Baral and Pragya Priyadarshini Mahapatra. They have won the second prize in the poster presentation category senior. The third prize goes to, again it is a joint winner, Bibhu Prasad Das and Swayam Suman Swain, one batch from Rajdhani Engineering College. Any representative from Parivesh Suraksha Abhijan? The third prize goes to Bibhu Prasad Das and Suman Swain from Rajdhani Engineering College. It is one group. And another group who won the third prize goes to Diptimai Behera and Urjana Jyoti Naik from Loknath Mahavidyalaya. Diptimai Behera and Urjana Jyoti Naik from Loknath Mahavidyalaya. And they are the third prize winners in poster presentation senior category, and they have won a cash prize of rupees 2,000. The next category is the poster presentation junior category. And the first position is sponsored by the P.N. Chaudhary Foundation by Mr. Prashant Chaudhary, founder, trustee, of amount of rupees 5,000. He has sponsored the best, that is the first position sponsors, and the prize goes to Abha Priyadarshini and Purnyada Priyadarshini from DAV Public School, Kalinga, Bihar. I'd like to request Mr. P.N. Chaudhary to come up to the stage. I'd like to request Mr. P.N. Chaudhary to come up to the stage to distribute the first prize winner of the poster presentation junior category. The second prize winner of the poster presentation junior category of rupees 3,000 goes to Adyasa Priyadarshini from Kendriya Vidyalaya number 6. She won the cash prize of rupees 3,000. She is the second winner of poster presentation junior category and won rupees 3,000 cash prize. And the third prize goes to Arunadaya Pradhan from Bharat Institute of Science and Technology of cash prize of rupees 2,000. Mr. Arunadaya Pradhan from Bharat Institute of Science and Technology won the third prize in poster presentation junior category. Congratulations to all the winners. Next we'll move on to the second part, that is the photography exhibition. And the first prize goes to Dr. Cash prize of rupees 5,000 in the photography exhibition. The second prize goes to Debansu Siddharth Patnaik, won a cash prize of rupees 3,000 in the photography exhibition. The third prize goes to Subham Kumar Raut, won a cash prize of rupees 2,000 in the photography exhibition. Mr. Subham Kumar Raut. Absent? Mr. Subham Kumar Raut. Okay. We'll next move to the next category, that is the live painting. The first prize goes to Somyajit T. Gadnayak from DAV Kalinganagar. He won a cash prize of rupees 5,000 in the category of live painting. Mr. Somyajit T. Gadnayak from DAV Kalinganagar. The second prize is again the joint winners, and the goes to Punyada Priyadarshini, DAV Public School, Kalinganagar, and Shriya Sri Behera, GIET Bhubaneswar. It is a joint winner, the second prize, that is in the live painting, Punyada Priyadarshini and Shriya Sri Behera from GIET Bhubaneswar. Punyada Priyadarshini from DAV Public School, Kalinganagar. Sriyashi Behera? Absent. Third prize goes to Rekha Das, Rajdhani Engineering College. Adyasha Mishra, Mothers Public School. Absent, absent. Again, I'm calling. The third prize goes to, it is also a joint winner, Rekha Das from Rajdhani Engineering College, Adyasha Mishra from Mothers Public School, and Jeevan Jyoti Rai from Mothers Public School. They are the third prize winners in the live painting category. Many, many congratulations to all the winners. Now, I request all the dignitaries to come to the stage to take their seats, sir. As we draw this event to a close, it is the time to acknowledge the immense efforts and contributions of everyone who made this conclave a grand success. To deliver the vote of thanks, I invite Dr. Prakash Chandra Jaina, founder, president of Evergreen Forum, and the organizing secretary of Odisha Wildlife Conclave to deliver the vote of thanks. Sir, please.
It is indeed a great honor and a privilege for me to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks at the culmination of this remarkable Odisha Wildlife Conclave 2025. This gathering has been an enlightening journey into the conservation efforts and wildlife protection strategies shaping the future of our natural ecosystems. At the outset, I express my deepest gratitude to our today's chief guest of closing ceremony of Odisha Wildlife Conclave 2025, Sri Saroj Kumar Patnaik, former Chief Wildlife Warden, Government of Odisha, and Pitama Bhisma of Wildlife Management field. We are deeply indebted to our chairman of this Odisha Wildlife Conclave, our captain, Dr. Anup Kumar Naik, retired member secretary and retired additional DG Project Tiger, MOEF and Climate Change, Government of India. We are deeply indebted to our yesterday invited speaker and ex-PCCF and head of Forest Force of Government of Kerala and a retired professor of Wildlife Institute of India, Dehradun, Dr. Anil Bharadwaj, sir. I extend my heartfelt thanks to Ashutosh Samant Singhar, sir, ex-PCCF, Tamil Nadu. I am thankful to our joint organizing secretary of this conclave, Ms. Sadhvi Sindura, state lead WWF India, and coordinator Marine Division WWF India. I am thankful to our advisor, retired Senior Wildlife Research Officer, Dr. Lala Ashwini Kumar Singh, Dr. Sudhakar Kaur, Sangram Kesari Behera, Director, Odisha Forest Rangers College Angul, all the chairs, co-chairs, all the invited speakers of today and yesterday, all our well-wishers who have encouraged us to organize this conclave. Special thanks to the students, participants who are participating in this conclave in different categories: wildlife photography exhibition, wildlife book exhibition, poster presentation in 2 groups, wildlife live painting. Special thanks to media persons who are covering this conclave for 2 days. Special thanks to Jadev Bhavan employees. Special thanks to our retired forest officers from Odisha and outside Odisha who are participating in this conclave. Thank you all.
I kindly request all the prize winners to please come up to the stage to have a photograph. All the prize winners to please kindly come up to the stage to have a photograph with all the dignitaries on the dais. Please make it quick. All the prize winners, please come up to the dais. I request our dignitaries to come forward for a photograph. Sir. ପଛରେ ଛିଡ଼ା ହେଇଯିବ ହବନି ନା ଛିଡ଼ା ହେଇଯାନ୍ତି ଦେଖା ହେଇଥାନ୍ତା ଟିକେ ସାଇଡ୍ Thank you.